去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗叹欧陆。
无尘师兄，若是你得了不朽面具，可以。
啊！ 你好，上海！现场所有的街坊们，让我感受一下你们的热情，好吗？烛龙在临，欢迎来到2024永劫无间职业联赛单排春决的现场。大家好，我是任栋。经过了春季赛4个双周紧张激烈的角逐，最终12位顶尖好手齐聚一堂，在此端午佳节，向我身边的烛龙奖杯发起冲击。那么接下来，现场所有的姐宝们，拿出你们的呐喊声，让我们欢迎选手登场！不畏失败，逆流而上。首先，让我们欢迎为人521北极星。稳扎稳打，步步为营。让我们欢迎FunPlus 朱雀 Star。杀爆苍狼与燎原之火的荣耀传承，让我们有请 ASE 深渊。鹰级真神试炼的佼佼者，让我们有请 BBE 笑龙。新年财讯后生可畏，让我们有请 A 队阿赵。运筹帷幄，决胜千里，让我们欢迎 WC 阿然。常规赛积分第一 ，MVP 选手微博 Gaming First。老兵不死，赤然新生，让我们有请 OA 汪亮。 打破封印，新晋武王，掌声欢迎 YCC T225。不做新人王，他要做新王。让我们欢迎 T1战队吴峰。心怀荣耀，冠军信仰，让我们有请 SR 战队 Spider。翻山而过，剑指无双。最后，让我们欢迎欧游记 Mike。
从现在开始，我给在座的各位立个规矩：想拿冠军奖杯，必须先过我这一关。
现场所有的铁宝，拿出你们的呐喊声，欢迎欧游记 Mike。12名决战选手准备就绪，究竟是双骄蝉联冠军，还是新王改朝换代？让我们拭目以待。2025 Nbpl 春季赛单排总决赛正式开战！
冠军肯定不是唾手可得的。
I know that NBPL is where the best of the best gathers, and my goal is to be one of the best.
现在我只想对更高的目标发起冲击。
泰胜也没必要打，就打了逆风局。
在这次决赛里，我会告诉你，我为什么一直在这儿，而你现在才来。
我自己距离冠军还有多远？回顾整个春季赛，我觉得我自己的表现非常差。我觉得我离冠军那么近又那么远。
最遗憾的事情是，在23年的夏季赛的总决赛嘛，那可能是我这3年职业生涯里离冠军最近一次。
自己的变化，我从开始自信的那种打法嘛，就是变得会收敛一點了。我覺得越來越好了。
Lần đầu tiên đánh Nbpl cảm giác của em như thế nào á? Kỳ vọng của em ở chung kết tổng là em sẽ đánh ở một trạng thái tốt nhất và em sẽ vô địch.加油！
双骄的时代是否已经结束？虽然这赛季没有拿过周冠，但我在的一天就会将我的统治继续延续下去。周冠我已经拥有过10个，现在我只想对更高的目标发起冲击。
我站在这个顶峰这句话的话，我不是很认可。我觉得双骄的时代并没有结束啊。其实大伙的水平都在变高嘛，我觉得每个人都是有一部分争冠能力的，但是我觉得你要一到大赛这玩意儿，说实话。大赛，那他只有制作人是最大威胁。
当时在台下看他们捧杯，心里不是个滋味吧？因为我是他们最有力的竞争者，但是后面也是棋差一招。2025年应该是我的本命，因为他有25嘛，这一年也是我大满贯的一年。
What's my feeling in participating in NBPL? Joining NBPL is one of my dreams and I've achieved it. And right now I'm only trying to achieve the dream of winning the championship.
这次前序积分赛第1，是否有机会夺冠？还是一步一步稳扎稳打吧。我也没想过一步登天，但这次前序积分赛的表现我还是比较满意的，希望有机会可以冲击一下总冠军。
常规赛的表现，所有人说我前面2周是昙花一现，我自己内心是不认定这种说法的。我心里是憋着一股气，在复活赛的时候也是把它全部发泄出来了。在春决上，我会打破你们的质疑。
从新手到周决冠军，有什么话想对自己说？周决拿了个冠军，是对我实力的肯定，也给了我以后比赛的信心。我春决的目标肯定只有冠军，能冠1次，还能冠第2次。
如果自己能夺冠的话，肯定想过，但只不过是一瞬间的事情，能不能一跃而起，你们来看就知道了。
我相信冠军一定离我不远。
非常的舍不得走下这个赛场。
我想击败遇到的每一个选手，
一战成名嘛。
感受到了前所未有的力量。
回阳镜，你们一个都别想跑。
作为一个老将啊，保持这个状态一直在顶稳的还是。
春季赛我们场上见分晓。
The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. 2025's NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Solos Grand Finals. See, eight games potentially stand between 12 players and finally being able to actually lift that trophy, as opposed to, you know, just kind of teasing it and then making sure that you put it immediately down so you don't get jumped on by 6 security guards around that stage.
Yeah, I mean, 4 long bi-weeklies, right? Out of the way, always towards the spring split finals. Now here, these players have been fighting all spring season to make it to this moment, and we're finally here. Me and Moxie were just watching the opening ceremony, and every time a player came out, we were like, we want them to win. We want them to win too. So it is going to be an exciting day here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Wow, I mean, it's just been an incredible spring season thus far, with just all the champions that have arose for this season alone. We start off with Edward into Wu Fong, then we had T225 taking a chip home, and then Mike closing out the spring bi-weekly finals, taking his bi-weekly 4. And now here for the, you know, all bragging rights of this season alone. Everybody is going to be coming full throttle. I'm just super excited to be here, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing this when we were sort of like building up, not just in the opening ceremony, but when we were doing tech check, like trying to figure out who we would believe would be walking away the title. And it's so close. Like even the players themselves, when they're doing all of their promotional VTs, they admitted it, right? They said that we don't think that the era of the 2 superstars is over, but the skill level of every single person in the grand finals has stepped up significantly, and every single one of those 12 players, if things go correctly for them, could be the one to lift that trophy and get that title. And it really is going to depend on a lot of them having the pop-off matches with the pop-off heroes that they're looking for. So, you know, like Wu Feng's got to make sure that his Justina games are really, really strong. Mike's ACOS is going to be a game that comes under incredible scrutiny, but something that you guys are going to be wanting to keep your eyes on, not just the players. It's going to be all of those rewards that you can get for following along. So we've got the Spring Finals Rewards Collection, which you'll be able to gain by just watching with your account connected. However, what I know everyone has been after all season long, Moxie, how do we get the baseball cap? Moxie, how do we get the baseball cap? Is the baseball cap available yet? Well, the baseball cap is available alongside that tail wag bubble emote, but it's not as simple as watching. You've got to answer for treasures. So for every single one of our games, after one of those games, will come an opportunity for a question to be posed about something that occurred. Maybe it's, you know, a specific hero that a player's picked. Maybe it's who got a specific kill in a moment. You've got to get it right, and you've got to get it right at the correct time to be picked for the winner, and then you will get whispered. So make sure to keep your eye on that box, because you don't want to go AFK and come back and see that whisper box is open, but they've moved on to somebody else.
Yeah, I remember the first bi-week. It was bi-weekly 4 when they first showed it. I think it was pre-finals actually. Just the whole chat was going crazy for the baseball cap. Everybody was trying to figure out how they could get it, and it was by far the fastest I've ever seen the chat move. It was just so incredible to watch. But yeah, we will be having that reward for everybody. Like Moxie mentioned, it is going to be answer for treasure, and throughout the night they start getting more harder and harder. So you guys are going to be having to pay more attention to the little details. If you guys are not new here, you guys know how the answer for treasure works. They are very, very tricky with their questions at times. So but yeah, potential 8 games, like Moxie mentioned, is going to be potentially a long night as well. But like you mentioned, the competition has been at its peak. What I would say personally, just how strong all these players are looking right now in the league. Just looking at the bi-weekly winners, right? Just not one consistent player taking every bi-weekly home. It's been a big change, right? We had an era, like they mentioned, the era of the 2 superstars where Spider and Mike were just the ones fighting for that title a couple years ago. But now it's just so much competition here in the Pro League, and anybody can take the chip home. And oh my god, the stage just looks amazing. Look where the players are at, Moxie. They're literally right below the stage.
I love the staging for this grand finals. This is so sick. But yeah, like you said, a lot of the time we did get to see, you know, Spider and Mike being the only ones taking those bi-weekly finals. This season, Spider didn't even get a single bi-weekly final. So there's a lot on the line for him in particular after, you know, J-Cup, where so many players came incredibly close to that title, but it was Mike who was able to close it out. So now all eyes are going to be on everyone to see whether or not the same thing is going to occur. Obviously, they're not going to be starting from 0. We had our pre-finals, which gave a little bit of an inkling, an appetizer into what is to come. However, that comes with a caveat. Like, no one's going to be revealing their true strength from pre-finals because of the downtime that we had between pre-finals and grand finals. We had a whole week of Zero NARAKA to be played, and that meant a whole week for those players to look back at the footage and figure out what everybody was doing to be able to counter-strat into it. So I would take that with a grain of salt in terms of looking at some of the performances that we had from the players, because I mean, Mike had a really rough performance on his pre-finals. He had games like he was literally coming away with donuts, which is the first time that we've seen.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you mentioned it perfectly, right, Moxie? Just, you're not trying to reveal your trump card, just trying to not be too far behind to where you're not putting enough any points on the board, but you're also not trying to reveal your masterpiece plans that you have for the spring finals. And you know, everybody wants that beautiful trophy, as we saw you there in the opening ceremony, how amazing it looks. And every single tech that has been not disclosed by any of these players or anything they've been practicing for throughout that whole week we had a downtime is going to be showcased today. And yeah, I mean, just off rip, just the prize pool, just who wouldn't want 140,000? You know, it's just so much up for grabs tonight, and it's going to be an insane day to see who's going to be able to come on top. And it's just rough. Like you said, we were talking about it and who will be able to come on top, and it's just so many possibilities, right? Just our overall standing as well will tell us so much information. XY going in with 1.5, as well as Mike. Like Moxie just said, Mike was having donuts in the pre-finals, and you see it there, he's at 11 plays.
Yeah, this was 20% of the points that everyone was able to accrue in the 6 games of pre-finals is now put towards the starting position. And then it also determined the phasing selection too. So players 1 and 2 are in the same phase, players 3 and 4, same phase, 5 and 6, same phase. So TOV5 and Spider, for instance, are going to be in the same phase as each other. Frostivus and Edward going to be in the same phase as each other. As we head into getting to see game number 1, it's gonna be incredibly aggressive right off the rip because it's a Firefly map, it's Padoria, and we already know, like, Padoria is a hotbed of activity where we don't tend to see a whole lot of split away fights purely because of the unique points of interest in this map. Like, you've got Arcadia where so many of these players value being able to get their hands on those Thunder Coins and get full point essence in the back pocket, because having that as a safety ticket into your first or second realm of Yang is instrumental in being able to survive the mid-game scale.
Yeah, and very curious to see if we're gonna have a little mix-up, because in pre-finals, it kind of gave up Volpine kind of easily. But the week before that, they weren't, and everything previously to that, they weren't giving it up. So I don't know if it was like some kind of testing these players were doing that they usually land. So you know, today we're gonna see that in first person to see how that's gonna pan out. But I was looking at when we had our overall player base there, and once again, I would like to mention that Lipo did not qualify for any bi-weekly, and he is here in the spring finals, which is a crazy accomplishment because everybody else nearly has 3 or more bi-weekly qualifications. So Lipo has a lot of work, or a lot to show tonight, I would say, with not having a bi-weekly qualification in his title, but still, he made it here. He had a great qualifier, last chance qualifier. We saw him playing exceptionally well, winning. I think he had a crazy pop-off game 5, which set him up into game 6, which was great to see there from Lipo. And he has been playing better and better throughout the bi-weeklies as well. So tonight's the night that he has to unfold it all. And also, I saw that we have a 22-point threshold opposed to the 24, which is a big change, right, Moxie?
Yeah, normally it's 26, now it's 22.
Yeah.
That is a big decrease. That's like pretty much an entire game for some of these players. So, you know, you and I, we were sort of like contesting how many games we thought it would go to, because obviously this being a grand final, just like our bi-weekly final format, we'll explain it once again for everyone who's tuning in that's new to the esports scene. These players need to bypass that threshold, and once they bypass that threshold, any game that comes afterwards, it doesn't count if they MVP the game that they managed to cross the threshold, it has to be a game afterwards. If they walk away with an MVP for any game after that, the day is done. It doesn't matter if we're game 3 out of 8, it doesn't matter if we're game 5 out of 8, or game 8 out of 8. If that doesn't happen, it's been a very long day of NARAKA esports. You'll have had 8 opportunities to get your hands on the baseball cap, and it will go to whoever has the highest amount of scores. So whoever is first place in the standings overall will be how that gets determined. But we haven't really seen that go the distance for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah, and then just looking at the lineup, right? I mean, Varus has been playing very well throughout every bi-weekly. Potential to take this home. We have champions like Wu Fong in here as well, took it bi-weekly. Don't even have to mention anything about Mike and Spider. Just crazy lineup here for this server. This is a very scary lobby right now. Arano's had a kind of a slower spring season. There's always been those players that he came into the league last year, was very strong, always being in that threshold, but not being able to close out but still he has solidified his spot in the pro league and showcasing that he can compete against the best, and he has shown the case it time and time again. I think he missed one bi-weekly this season, which was a little surprise for me because ever since he came into the league, like I mentioned, he has been on a roll, and he's quickly adjusted to the I'm looking at that first pick there from Mike Moxie. Look at that.
Immediately, there is a cat amongst the pigeons, because normally when we see that first phase, it goes to a 50-50 between like the Liam and the Lonnie.
Yeah.
But Lonnie and Liam have fallen off previously. They've stopped picking up as many MVPs. Now we're going to see instantly swiped on up Syra in second phase, because you're going to be able to grab that one alongside one of the premium players in phase number 1. As Wufeng's going to opt for the Xiao, Arano is going to make sure that Liam gets log tag for everyone in the future selection, and we're going to have Spider picking up the Xiao, and TW5 actually deviating from his phase buddy, and he picks up the Lonnie too. So far, 2-2-2s all across the board. Frostivus is going to opt for the Kylan. Edward is going to opt for the Kylan as well. So again, a 2-2-2. We're not going to have an uneven free-weighted hero in the lobby.
Which is kind of rare, especially with how the meta has been right throughout the whole spring split.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about that pick there from Mike, right? He picked Syra for his first round selection. Last season, he was a very, very heavily Zapin game 1 player. And then moving into this meta where Syra was in the mix and the Liams were a lot more stronger. This season, he didn't find that value that he usually found on the Zapin that he did the previous season. So it might be some comfort pick there for him, being able to stay a little bit more healthy in the health department with that ult from Syra, or also being able to get to DPS, opposed to how the Zapin was lacking in. Doesn't get that aggression, a little bit more just getting healing over time. But Syra, with just how well she is in the meta still, even though she's been tweaked a little bit, she's still being showcased for first round selections as we see it here for the finals. And Lonnie being one of the newer characters, or the newest character in the game, where in the start of the season a lot of people didn't really think Lonnie had a place in the meta, and the NBPL players quickly shut that down, and we had a little mixture there of the view.
When you got a TOD combo that you get the opportunity to use multiple times on the V2, as well as a combo breaker on your F1, sooner rather than later, that hero will creep their way into the NBPL scene, especially given the way that Solos plays out, where you have to play, you can only double pick a hero once the entire duration of the day. So you do have to start sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel the longer that the days go for. So Ashao is actually going to be opting for the F1 over the F2 from the Echoes, which is really the only discrepancy that we tend to see coming on from those base abilities when the Echoes is in play. Some players, Mike goes between the F1 and the F2 fairly regularly. The F2 finding a lot of value inside Ramble Yang, where it can just barrel through someone if they're on the other side of that pillar, but the F1 managing to have a lot more value in multi-way fights, because you get more damage reduction scaled off of the amount of players that you're able to hit the fists off of the back with. As we can have a look and see who's going to be colliding with who right off of the rip. No surprises, Arcadia is going to be seeing a scrap. What is surprising though is that it's just 1 versus 1. It's only 5-2-1 and FPX who are going to be dropping that. No one is even close enough to go for a timing attack and look for a third party opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what exactly I was thinking about if it was just a little testing. But I mean, we have a congestion of players there by Imperial Camp, just a 4-way scrap off rip there for this lobby thus far. And here it is, starting off hot for our first game of the Spring Grand Finals, starting off with Wufeng on the Xiao. Is going to be able to get a grapple bump onto Verge. We do have Verge dropping very low on the common armor department, but he is going to be able to snag up a blue armor, still trying to fire some troves, and this could be very dangerous with so many players around. But it looks like Verge is going to be grapple checked, and a lot of these players might see the Syra trying to create the distance in the space, so it could be a full chase on for that player if these players full commit to her.
Wufong has opened 2 troves, by the way, and gotten 2 sets of purple.
Oh my god.
That's insane. And yeah, now he's literally just going to hide it away. Oh yeah, what a nice, nifty little hiding spot. No one's gonna know that that's there unless they're eagle-eyed. We do have one player who I believe also has a purple katana already in the mix too. Ajay's got one as well, but he's not utilizing it just now in case he does get parried. Shen Yuan is trying to hold his spacing. He's unfortunately the player in the middle between 2 others, which is the last place that you want to be stuck on, as everyone is going to be looking to chunk their damage through and get the elimination. Rana with the jump LMGs on this 5th place. Ajay is actually going to activate the statue to buy himself a little bit of spacing. Unfortunately, he's not able to use it as a reset opportunity. Because now Shen Yuan just comes right back into the mix, and he does unfortunately go down. The Akos, we did say, suffered in the multi-way fight, even with that F1 being active.
I love that. We're getting who snags up the Volpine. We did see there with the animation showing that FPSU Star is picking that. That's a double uppercut there, and it's going to use the V2 into the V2 ball throw there from XY to Arano, and that was beautiful there. Catches 2 players onto that. It's going to snag up the elimination, but now in this sticky situation, drops half of the white HP. Both-way scrap off as well. Verse investing this Syra ultimate, trying to see if he can catch the dazzle. He does from mid-range, and now Mike get it back in as well. Trying to release the R&B focus. XY still nearly alive, trying to back up from this space here. We do have Verse. Wufong tries to snag it up with a musket shot, does not connect off of that, but he does, and it's gonna be Mike with the pistol shot there to snag an elimination onto XY. And now we do have some bodies falling. XY snags up 2 kills in the early drop of this game. Mike with 1 and Star as well. And the action is here, Moxie. I don't know. I feel like all these games are gonna be hyper aggressive as well.
Yeah, Verse now has 2 purple weapons, by the way. He was using 1 to scale his Syra ult. He swapped to it to get that stacked up damage. But now that he was able to drop that Liam, he absorbed the loot, as we can indeed see, from the item inventory. Star was able to win with that duel against Person. In fact, I believe that was the first blood of this lobby coming on through, even though we didn't get to follow that fight along, as Wufong, with 1 of his purple armor, is now in a scrap-up, finds the parry against Mike, immediately forces that Syra combo break. Unfortunately for him, he's got to be very careful because the 2 Syras in this lobby are right on top of this Shaol. The ultimate does come out, First Man not wanting to throw hands back at the Shaol for fear of activating that stagger into the tortoise block, which can be banked. It means that you have to actually time react to that coming through, instead of just immediately being able to dodge it with anticipation. Gonna be both of these Syras taking the fight over towards the cliffside, kiting out the fight as long as they possibly can. The tail ultimate is now going to be finished, and Wufong has not found the opportunity to throw a single tortoise block. He already burned the combo breaker too, so when he gets stuck on cliff, it's a death sentence, but it's not. The Syra that comes through with the kill elimination. Frostivus steals it out from both of their noses with a fast lightning RMB fan hit.
Yeah, and beautiful disengagement there from Frostivus as well. Knows there's 2 of them there. Got to back up. Gets the kill. Gets the Soul Bloom. Backs on up. Star though in the mix against Edward. Arano as well for a potential 3-way scrap off. It looks like he is going to back on up, trying to post up for that first Roma Yang. But Edward and Star are going to be going at it here in the side of the zone. We do have Edward dropping nearly all that blue armor. Star with 1.5 blocks left on his blue armor. He's going to get chased down here from Edward. Moonbane Charm purchased here from Verse as well. So he is going to be one of those players that is going to, you know, take that realm with that backseat of that Moonbane in his inventory. And now Edward and Star going at it. The overhold there off the R&B from the dual blades. Good damage onto Edward, but Edward now still trying to find an opening. Arano playing the third party beautifully there. Doesn't want to be the center of attention, and now has that mid-range weapon, the flying knives. We've seen how strong it's been all season long, and you see it here, punishing Star off of that, making him force out the F. Edward as well, forcing out the ultimate as well, trying to see if he can find the hits here off the V1. Does catch off the second one down the terrain. That's 1 hit as well. Does manage to get the damage onto Arano, but still very healthy. Catches the second F invested there from the Liam. Edward doing a really good job applying the pressure, but now the third party still in the back end, and it's Star waiting for the perfect opportunity. Common armor swap there from Edward, popping the no ult shield, gets cut off the swap, but now the F called in here from the Kylan, overholds, gets the damage. F called in from Star, and now Arano still in the perfect opportunity here to snag up these eliminations. It looks like Edward is not going to get full focus here for now. Arano now starts moving on in. Big damage. The back-to-back RB focuses. Arano with elimination. And now Star trying to get a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, Arano already having to burn out that combo breaker. He's down all of the armor he was able to heal. Kite's out of the Forbidden Seal. Does have the ability to activate that V2, but so too does the Justina that he's up against. Out comes the ultimate. Still hasn't tried to attempt for a ball snatch just quite yet. Goes with that fan. Skirmishes to the top of that ballista base. Manages to find the catch onto the Justina. Throws him down into that corruption tick damage. But he can't commit to the fight. Forbidden Seal got popped. And that's a signal flare to everyone in the surrounding area that a fight is going on and a third-party opportunity could be in the air. And Star is not going to actually commit to that fight because of this, even though he knows the Liam is down that ultimate. Said he might try and go contest Arano, who's sitting inside that realm of Yang already with the pass. Wukong also going to be able to grab his own pass. This is a little bit of a trickier realm of Yang entrance to be able to hold on to too. Far less terrain to allow you to just go in and out, weave with your scale rushes. As Spider is going to have a little bit of terrain verticality with that tree just to the right side of him. As we've seen before, the mix-up now for a lot of these players, the strategy that they turn to if they don't take a realm of Yang is trying to open up a cave when everyone else's head is turned. Mike, though, isn't getting his for free, as Frostivus and Verse is going to be the first realm of Yang fight we follow through today.
This is a big first round fight here. Frostivus on the Kylan. Verse on the Siren, massive parry there from Verse into the confirmed damage off the LNB focus. Snags up the weapon as well, the Frostivus, and now Frostivus responding there with a parry of his own. The F caught in there from the Siren, tries to catch, gets the aerial RB there, big damage as well, but now Frostivus forced to pop that F, still has the O online, the clinks times 2 there. Now, does manage to catch the Pride. What's going to be the mixer here for Frostivus? Going to off to go for the uppercut, 1-2 off of this as well, jump LNBs, big damage there. Now, the Siren doesn't commit the ultimate now, and Frostivus with the RB finisher there was waiting for that Siren ult to be invested, but Verse did not bite off of that.
Yeah, he left the Siren, like he knew he wouldn't be able to TOD. He thought the Siren would use the ult, didn't want to be in the area in case that stun double came through. Spider gets a huge parry to start things off with. Wukong already down all of that purple armor, has to invest the combo breaker off that F1. He is going to invest his ultimate, but it is a Sheol mirror, and Spider is still sitting on the activation of his, so he can literally just play kite around all of the pillars. He's got the perfect weapon to do so with that fan. Managing to come on through, weaving the scale rushes. Does get one stagger with the scale rush attack. Managing to connect onto Wukong. Eats the tortoise block for that. Has his own combo breaking now. Avoids that block being thrown on out from the other shell. Wukong's only got one of those left to throw out, but unfortunately his ultimate is done. And Spider now is going to be able to keep up the pressure with his own as Wukong swaps up the strategy and tries to kite the way that Spider did before.
Yeah, I mean, and this is standard against Sheol, right? They pop that ultimate, you have the pillars and the kite. We see it here from both of these players, just trying to waste the time with that ultimate. It looks like Spider's ult is about to run out very, very soon. Wufang doing a really good job playing around the pillars. Does not have the health advantage in this situation. Spider's still a little bit more HP in the white health department, but opens up with a massive parry, baits out the F as well, recatches the Prowl there, and is going to snag up the elimination. And Spider winning his round, as well as Ajao, Frostivus, and Spider being our 3 round winners, are going to be having that Vermilion's Bird's Might buff, and it looks like it's going to be a gold pole sword for this realm here for Spider. It's going to be snagging out, being able to get those scare rush hits, even though it got nerfed some time ago. Still, so much damage off that weapon alone. Weapon swaps with that weapon. If you have a long sword, staff, spear, whatever weapon you have in inventory, you can swap into that. Beautiful showcasing with the gold pole sword. Ajao snagging up a gold long sword. Even though you can't full TOD anymore in the realm, it's still a good weapon to have. Being able to have those 2 picks, catching those powers off the tap dodges. We've seen it time and time again. We are going to be taking a quick look at the replay here from Ajao and Lipo. And it was Lipo on the Lani and Ajao on the Akos. And Ajao taking out the Lani off the with the Akos.
Yeah, Lipo trying to use those flying knives with the verticality, getting to play above the pillars, sending them to Ajao below as Ajao goes for the overhaul. Managing to use that hyper armor to avoid getting staggered, and now it just goes to the clink. Ajao does eat the LMB, but Lipo likewise receives the same. Parry forces the combo breaker to come on through, and Lipo now has to look for that ultimate. doesn't manage to find the first trick ball connection. Asia keeps up that pressure too. Lipo has to utilize that teleport to back himself out of that fight, but that just sets up for the RMB, and the Akos is able to win it out. As we can see, actually, Frostivus is getting pressured currently. This pylon is already down his ultimate, down that Keelan God, and down Vermilion Birthmite, as it looks like he got caught between this graph of Spider versus Edward.
Yeah, I mean, good thing Frostivus had Vermilion's Birthmite. He's able to be super aggressive off of that alone. Now does burn out that buff, so he's going to be playing a little bit more conservative. But Spider, on the other hand, as well, has the Vermilion's Birthmite. We see him in the mix against Edward. Edward, I believe, still needs to find a Bloom. Nope, he does not. He didn't enter realm. Spider loses half of that white HP, trying to find an opening against Edward. Catches the long-range shield throw there off the Shayo ultimate. Edward loses all that armor. We have the congested players. Look at the mini-map right now. About 7-8 players in this area, and Spiders is going to be the center of attention here pretty soon if he does not manage to catch his elimination. But it looks like the dust has settled. Edward still finding an opening. Looks like he is going to be able to find a common armor swap, and Spider loses all that white health again. Arano in the mix versus well, and these players are going to be full looking at Spider now.
Yeah, I mean, Spider does have a million Birthmite, but this being the grand finals, you don't want to give away any elimination if you can help it. He might try and just go down to zone tick damage, get that reset on the Vermilion Birthmite, and that uppercut connection onto the Syra might allow him to do that. But the longer that this fight goes on, the riskier it is that Vermilion Birthmite is going to run out at the worst possible opportunity. Spider goes down, sacrificing an elimination over to Verse. He was able to cleanse his depletion off of dropping Frostivus a little bit before. Wufong, unfortunately, is still finding himself in this really precarious position. Players know off of the kill feed that the hero, one of them who lost that Realm of Yang fight, is a Sheol, so they're going to be timing down when that Yang depletion is going to hit 0, and everyone is going to be looking for a last hit opportunity onto Wufong. So he can't afford to be super aggressive because that will tip his hand that he's the Sheol with Yang depletion. Unfortunately for him, if he doesn't go aggressive, he has no way of generating his ultimate. So now he's just got to try and hope that applying enough pressure onto one of these players is going to be enough to stir the pot and try and force a fight. But his shenanigans have been spotted. Arano is onto him, top detective on form, and Wufong now is revealing just a little bit too much as every single player in this area is about to be chasing down the show.
Yeah, and this is where the pressure starts. If you don't have a debuff like Wufong has, and you get dropped very low after Wufong falls, if he doesn't cleanse, the aggression to go towards you. So you really have to stay out of the way. Lipo gets caught up. It looks like the timer is just way too fast for him right now. He eats up a shotgun burst off the flying knives, and now all that armor is gone. And you see the congested players not flying on in. Spider tries to drop down with the R&B focus, gets the second one inside the wall, into the follow-up as well. And Spider snags up that kill onto Wufong. Star going at it, gets Mike in the Roma Yang. We have a Syra v Shayo, and like I mentioned, Moxie, it's just super aggressive right off game one, and I'm not surprised about it.
Oh, Justina comes on through. Mike's already down. The combo breaker wasn't in a position to hold blue and avoid that dash through. Does get frozen, but the Syra ultimate is going to give him a little bit of time. He cancels it immediately though. Goes for just the continued pressure with the flying knives in the pocket, but he misread the situation. Star had the trump card. Volpoint Essence comes through, and Mike suddenly is in a fight against the Justina without his ult to reset. He is going to be able to potentially catch the Justina coming out of that F2. Has to be careful not to get knocked back. Has that verticality, can try and keep up pressure, running on through with the RMB in anticipation of where the Justina is going to come from. Goes for the connection of the LMB, slowly chipping away at Star, trying to force him to disengage, and then he can come on through with the distance this weapon can connect onto. Another Justina F2 buys a little bit of time, but it's not enough. And Mike will be able to come out on top. Not a fast fight, death by 1,000 cuts of the flying knives for sure, and it could have gone terribly wrong if the Justina had been able to turn things around when that Volpoint popped.
Yeah, I mean, that is a hard 50-50 right there. You don't know if that player has Volpoint. Love that he canceled the ult though off the dazzle, was trying to go for the full punishment off the prio. He was dead, as we saw that the Volpoint proc, but in that situation, it just, you know, he had to regain the elimination there with that full white health coming back off that Jade alone. But yeah, it's just a crazy sequence there. I seeing that these players are being very conservative with their Fs. You see these players are kind of waiting out for them to pop that F, and they kind of just, you know, go back to neutral with them not investing the F. So that is something that I noticed off of this game alone, that these players are being a little bit more conservative with their Fs. They know that these players might back on up and potentially not having to burst out their F, as we saw there in that fight with Mike and Star as well. So just these players been doing their homework. They just evolving, and you see them being able to have another neutral into prio if they lose it, having another chance, having that F back up instead of burning it off rip is just a good way to fight out these fights with, you know, how fast the DPS is with everybody in the server. But look at Frostivus right now, gold armor. He also has gold staff in hand. One his Roman Yang, I believe, with the White Tiger's prowess, Mike as well. So he is just fully stacking. Here we're gonna watch this Roman Yang against T225, a massive parry opener as well. He did this in his first round. T225 swap on over to the spear, catches the LNB prio, 1-2s off of this. Frostivus invests the F into the LNB prio, upper confidence again, jump LNBs into the LNB, no LNB RB there, big damage, forcing out the Lonnie ultimate, gets cut off the first ball throw. He's gonna go ahead and invest his Colin ultimate. Looks like the Colin ultimate was burned out. Catches a massive parry there from the skies there from T225, gets the damage and the elimination, and Frostivus is looking crispy right now here for game 1.
Yeah, Frostivus is looking like a master angler at the moment with the fishing parries that he's able to find right now. Star, unfortunately, is looking worse for wear. He's still got Yang depletion. He's got to use this Justina ultimate to just entirely reposition. There's too many players. He gets to the Heavenly Arm, doesn't manage to actually utilize it to reposition. He got intercepted. All of those players saw the disengagement plan that he had in mind and deny it. And unfortunately for him, like, there's no costume change option. Everyone saw a Justina lost around the gang. There's only one Justina in the lobby. Who could it be? The Justina in front of you, obviously. There's Star now outside of that F2. Is going to come under so much pressure. Does manage to get the parry onto Frostivus, but has to keep himself moving. He can't keep himself in this fight. He can't even use that parry opportunity to try and turn it onto the Kylan. He's just got to try and run away and cut noise, but these players are relentless. The Bloodhounds are out. The Justina's trail has been picked up, and they're not going to be letting him go anytime soon. He's got to actually throw himself at the mercy of the corruption damage, utilizing the different levels of verticality on the outskirts of Imperium, so that T225 loses track of where the Justina is, because T225 is also on the Yang depletion. So ideally, these two players need to fight it out for one of them to survive.
It's literally sharks and blood in the water, right? Just so much pressure with whoever start those aggressions onto a player. They know, like Moxie's been mentioning, who has a Yang depletion timer off the character alone in the kill feed. And if you're a lone wolf like Star is, it's rough to try to survive. As you see here, he still has some pressure onto him, I believe, from Lipo, Asia as well, starting to move on in. We have a fourth party as well, T225 trying to get the elimination onto Star as well. He has the cleanse. He's going to go ahead and invest the Lonnie ultimate. Lipo in the back end as well, trying to get a final hit as well. Potentially keep the Lonnie here for the end circle if he's able to there for T225. But Star now.
In spite of those, turn fourth party back to come through.
He does manage
they cleanse. They do manage to cleanse. It's really unfortunate for Star. Like, Lipo continues to see where Star, like, disengages through. And then T225 is also on the Lonnie, and he needs that Soul Bloom. And, like, Lipo wants another Lonnie to survive so that he isn't the one sole Lonnie against everybody, because Lonnie is one of those prime targets that everyone turns to when we get closer to those final zones. Off of just the fact that she can sustain with her V2. She's got knockback as well. It's going to be able to hit multiple players when they're all stacked up when the zone does eventually close at the end of the game. So she's one of those targets that has to be removed for the same reasons that Kylan tends to be focused on, as well as Syra. Though a lot of the pressure onto Syra also comes off of how impactful and dominant she was in the previous season and patches when we were looking over at Jacob. As now everyone is very much not wanting to go over the aggression line. So Benfield's also going to be directly on top of Spirit Well, so we've got an interesting wrinkle. It's going to be base F abilities, weapons, and soul gates only to be able to hold this base down.
We go. Lots of investment here from these players. You see Verus being the center of the Spirit Well, trying to pick up this Mystic Might buff. He is going to be able to secure it as well, and everybody's going to start scattering pretty soon. First is going to be the one controlling the aggression here for this half of the lobby. We have him focusing Lipo here, aligning the pull. Drops down very low in the backhand. Flying knives from every direction as well. Big damage. The flying knives are just flying from every side once again. And Lipo now is going to be forced to try to back on up. He is going to be investing that Lonnie ultimate as well. Throws the ball up if he needs to. He's going to TP on up, get a little bit of health back off of that as well. So now the kite is on, but multiple players on his trail. Edward, Mike, Frosted is as well with the flying knives. Azhao on the backside as well. Spider, pistol shot, musket shots connecting. We see Azhao trying to cut the line of sight to the right. We do have him being able to get the line of sight for now, but Lipo doing a really good job being mobile here. Is going to find a good place to try to kite. He is going to get a full reset in, I believe, as well, but Verse might be pulling up before he's able to pop another Vitality / Powder. We do have him getting caught up in the zone. Verse, first one in. Big damage there in the backside there from a R&B fan focus there. Lipo still alive though, doing a really good job cutting out the pressure. Azhao XY on the top side. It's just so much damage, so much pressure from the rest of the lobby, but it's gonna be Mike snagging up the elimination there, and Palm Lightning's in the pool as well, I believe.
Yeah, that's gonna be a solid to keep your eye on, as with that elimination, do we see the aggression continue? Azhao is down a lot of his armor. Mike is hungry to pick up this lone ACOS. The ultimate has already been paused, and Azhao is just having to utilize all of that increased mobility on this ultimate to try and keep himself away from everyone. He goes Moonbane surfing in the hopes that that can deter everyone from chasing on top of him. If a Moonbane does come out into his location, he can use one of those Tiger Bounces, but the flying knives are just so brutal. Moonbane is the saving grace for Azhao right now. He was able to put himself between one or the other, but Moonbane giveth, Moonbane taketh away. The double stack almost takes Azhao down, and he has to keep himself moving. The F1 comes on first. He gets a huge parry onto Edward, but he's still not able to get himself out. That parry kept his movement static and gave enough downtime for Verse to collapse on top of him, comes on through with those nunnies, and now has to try and find a way of turning the aggression onto another player in the hopes that he doesn't get chased down himself, since the Syra was the one that everyone could potentially have turned onto, given that he left that fight down so much of his armor, but he's got that verticality. He slips down the side of cliff, manages to pop the armor powders to heal it all the way back up before anyone else can aggress.
Might be one of those players who always controls the tempo of the game, and having a player like Verse on the same character as you, it is a very scary sight, as we saw it there. Verse with that Mystic Might buff, being able to get as aggressive as he wanted to in this I would say late game now, zone 5. It's gonna, you saw the damage it did there for this lobby, but now it's a little bit of waiting time for that next buff to come into play. We do have Spider, TT25, XY, Edward, Frostivus, Arano, and I believe we have another player back left that I can't see, but our overall leaderboard, Frostivus with 3 leading, 8.3 overall total points. Spider with 2 eliminations, 6.7. Azhao gets eliminated with 2, but he did manage to snag up 7.4 total points for this game alone. Arano as well with 2, 6.2. Star eliminated with 1, overall game score of 6. Verse with 3, overall game score of 6 as well. Edward, 0 kills, but still in 7th place with 5.2. Mike with 3 eliminations on the board, 5 overall game score, and XY with 2 as well. So, I mean, this is where you really want to make into that top 1, get that multiplier if you're able to. Players like Mike and Verse with, as well as Frostivus with 3 on the board, potentially get 5 to 6 in that end circle, plus that multiplier. It is a crazy way to open up the grand final. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of less aggression for now. We have Edward with that Palm Lightning.
Everyone's turning on the Cyrus. Hold on a minute. Mike and Verse are on the wrong side of that zone. The corruption's gonna actually push them into repositioning. T25, Spider, Genuine, Arano, all in positions to try and jump on one of these Cyrus and force that ultimate. Mike now has his ultimate force, is trying to turn the Sun Dazzle onto T25, gets the stun, manages to find the laser. Verse holds onto his ultimate, doesn't want to commit it because he knows if Mike goes down, he's going to be the target of focus that comes under fire. Next, they need this elimination onto the Lani. T25 gets hit by 1 Stun Dazzle too many, and the Aya gets turned onto that Soul Hero instead. But Mike, now outside of that ultimate, is potentially vulnerable, puts himself onto the verticality, tries to find a position of healing up that armor and turning T25, managing to offer up the Lani as a sufficient sacrifice, buys him safe passage in the rotation.
Wow, that is a big upset there. We are going to be seeing him fall there in that situation, but Spider now as well on the Shayo. Getting a little bit of love taps there from Verse. Dropping down with the RB focus, making sure he burns out more of those powders. Cannon shots flying on in. Verse making sure he doesn't manage to full top off, but Spider does manage to do so. Rondo in the middle of the attention. Looking at the pair of characters, we have a pair of Liam, Skylands, Cyrus, and a Lone Wolf Shayo for this last circle of this game. 7 players still up. Palm blinding once again there from Edwards and be able to control a lot of this right-hand side of this end zone, making sure these players don't get too close. We see everybody just playing that blue focus game, make sure nobody gets too close. We see Mike back left on the launcher, Frostfist, R&B in there off the staff, top side there from Spider and Arano. These players are going to be waiting out for the last and final moments. XY a little bit lower there, but now it's going to be who's going to be able to come on top for this last zone. I'm looking at the character pool. I am gonna give it to a Syra Moxie. I don't know how other way we can see if they're not getting full focus now. But being able to have the Syras in the center circle is gonna be very dangerous.
Yeah, they're not getting focused on because everyone's worried. If you overstep your boundaries against the Syra, we saw what happened to TD5. You can force the ultimate, but that is not going to mean that you can safely win that fight. Sun Dazzle will take you down, as we can see. Verse doesn't want to get his ult forced. Arano has had his ult forced. Unfortunately for him, no one wanted to leave a Liam V2 up for potential grab for that first party opportunity of catching the back of someone's head and throwing them into zone. Frostfist is going to burn his combo breaker. Now has to make sure that he just dodges around all of the damage coming in through. Does still have his ultimate, but gets put out in the Shayol. Has to hold on to this V2 as long as he possibly can for the 4 seconds of immortality coming through. We might see a draw come out. Verse with his ultimate is getting a lot of damage down, but it's not getting the kill credits as Frostfist and Edward are both going to still be standing. Frostfist prioritizing holding that V2 for the healing guard to come out, and then making sure to kite over towards those fallen bodies and pick up the soul blooms. I think it's gonna come down to the potential kills that got picked up. Then again, he did outlive Mike, so he'll get higher ranking points for, but might get more eliminations. So it's very much up in the air. No, it's WBG's Verse who also outlived Mike and did the same thing as Frostfist. He made sure to prioritize his own survivability till the very end.
Yeah, I mean, pre-finals we had a 4-way tie. So when you mentioned that we're gonna get a draw as well, I was gonna deja vu back to that night because in these situations it's just hard with just so much sustaining these characters. Syra being one of those top ones, Shayo being able to break as well with the shield. But I saw the kills coming into kill feed. I need to see how the overall kills went throughout those last and final moments because we don't have the leaderboard on the left hand side, but Verse is going to be coming out on top with the MVP for this game alone. But wow, I mean, crazy game one. Saw the aggression off drop from all of these players, and these players came to play. And I was saying when Mike walked out, I know he's on some serious time. Not getting a haircut and you going into that LAN event, you know you're on some serious time, dude.
I mean, strong performance for a lot of the players here. Very stacked end game. Yeah. So we're not really going to be seeing a whole lot of distance created. It's also probably going to be making up for some of the pre-final, pre-post points that some of these players were lacking. Mike for sure, because he was coming in with a horde of eliminations. To that last circle, the Syra is not being forced, like everyone being so worried. The one time that everyone in the lobby essentially tried to take down the 2 raid bosses that were the Syras, who had so much scaling of their gear because they were able to control that Spirit Well, and also getting the Spirit Well buff meant that they got the double cycle of the ultimate. So like everyone tried to band together and take the raid boss down like we were playing, you know, an MMO RPG. Didn't work out because you could sort of see in the positioning when everyone was approaching those Syras when they were trying to force the ultimate out from Mike. Everyone was like, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. So that they weren't the ones in the immediate line of fire when that Syra all came through and the Stun Dazzle was looking for a prime target. But you can be looking to get your hands on the baseball cap. This is actually an easy question to start things off. No one should be getting this wrong. How many players chose ACOS who in game number 1? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? Get your answers into the Twitch chat and keep your eye on that whisper box. We cannot stress this enough. Do not miss out. If you get that answer correct and you are the ones picked, don't walk away from your PC. Sit, have the patience, and then check your in-game mail because you'll be walking away with a baseball cap cosmetic.
Yeah, and I mean, we know how everybody at home has been wanting to get that baseball cap. It's not guaranteed because you're also able to get that tail wag emote. So, if you guys win, you still have to win the 50-50 apart from that, but still, it's a chance to get in the baseball cap, and you probably will be one of the few people with that cosmetic in game. But needless to say, amazing game one. We've seen how strong all these players are looking. Love that first pick there from Mike on that Syra. Being able to get matched with that with Verse as well. You saw how well they were doing throughout mid to end game. Just so much pressure, especially getting that Mr. Mike buff there from Verse. Being able to control moving into that full final circle was just a crazy opener there. Mike not being able to snag an elimination, even though he got forced out his ultimate there from T225. It just gave him that those placement points that it's so hard to get. Like Moxie mentioned, just stack in circles, 7 players for our first game. We usually have a full W key fest for our first game, but tonight it's not the case, and we see how close the kills are here from all of these players in the server. Verse with 4 kills, 5.5 overall game score. XY matching the 4 eliminations as well, but with 5 game score. Frostivus with 3, Spider with 3, both players with 4.5, Mike with 3 with 4 overall game score, Arano and Asia with 2 eliminations, Edward with 1, and all 3 players with 2.5 overall game score for this game alone. Star with 1 elimination, overall game score 1. T225, Lightboom, Fong, they do drop Perdona, but T225 hands off with a 0.5 for this game alone. Now overall standings, I mean, it's so close, Moxie. I don't know, this could go anybody's. I mean, we expected this stuff.
Yeah, we definitely expected this. 22 points for the match point threshold. None of these players within 1 game of it yet, so still very much all to play for. We've seen players at the very bottom of the standings suddenly come through like 8 eliminations, last player standing, kill score multiply, and instantly rocket on up to a podium position, as Frostivus is going to be leading the pack currently. Spider in 2nd, Verse with his MVP win, going to be picking himself up into 3rd, as Aja is on 4th, Edward 5th, and Shen Yuan on 6th. But you can see from the scoreboard, like even Shen Yuan on 6th with 6.5 in comparison to Frost's 9.3. The spitting distance of each other, so we can have a look and see how that game number 1 played out with our replay system, brought to you by China Unicom, as unfortunately we got to watch the one lone Akos get caught out in the middle of a multi-way fight, and unfortunately not able to take his win. This was Frostivus managing to take the elimination against the Syra, anticipating that ultimate to come through. You can see the moment where he actually leaves her, being like, okay, she's gonna pop the V1. I'm gonna have to weave in and out of the fight. Wait a minute. Blue screen. She didn't use the ultimate. Back in I go.
Yeah, that caught me off guard. When I first watched it, I thought he was gonna pop the ultimate too. But now Frostivus quickly adjusting to that, gets elimination there. Verse this time around gets Frostivus. This was outside the realm. F called in there from Frostivus. Verse on the Syra, catches the crouch on the beach as well. Frostivus waits it out, pops the ultimate. Verse being able to weave that slash there, gets cut off the 2nd, re-juggled after 3rd as well off of that alone. Into the 1-2 while Frostivus overholding the R&B there from the Nunchuck meter burn. But Frostivus snags up Gold Hong Sword this time around his first round. Recatches Pile here against T225. Big damage, LB's R&B's. Forces out the Lonnie ultimate. Gets a crazy parry in the air there. Plus the elimination off this alone. I mean, that was disgusting there from Frostivus.
Oh, speaking of disgusting, poor T225, man. Starts out by Mike's ultimate, and out comes the rookie to crossbow with Venom Chip, and from there, the Lonnie is just dead. As Verse celebrates his win, just full like deadpan face, like, yeah, I'm that guy. MVP game number 1. Just, another day at the office.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, we stress every single night how important it is to win those Realm of Yangs, and I mean, seeing how much value it comes apart once again, just being able to scale off of those weapons, getting that buff. But Verse, his 11th MVP of the season, 14,000 damage, 4 kills on the board. Nice setup in the Jade apartment was running a Soul Smolder, Fire Arrows, Target Lock, Alchemy, Tuna, Sap, plus Tempest Kick, and I mean, Sap being one of those staple Jades, get a parry, get that health back. It's just so good to run, as well as Phantom Step. I mean, we know how good Phantom Step, not getting auto aim while you're crossing up. Your opponent really gets thrown off of that alone, but Verse did not have that in his inventory, but still, crazy game. Just players being able to draw out there. It's starting to see that a little bit more of a trend that it's very rough to try to find a last man standing in these lobbies, especially if it's stacked like we just did for this game alone. But still, multiple games up. Nearly almost halfway points there from Frosted. He's like 9.2. The threshold is 22. It's just the pressure is on now. I mean, even if you're 11-12, like you really have to lock in now, and you don't have that much time to do so because this is the finals here for the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Soul Jade setup, like, that goes to show why Mike was the Syra who was forced to ult, because Verse is playing the long game for sustain. Not only did he have Sap, he had Tuna too, so he's able to continue, like, that continuous tick of healing, even as he is moving, as long as he keeps it procced up with that rest emote. And then also, he was the Syra that was able to cap the Spirit Well, and what was really interesting when we actually followed him capping that Spirit Well, he didn't instantly grab the Legendary Armor, he sat on the purple armor that he had for a really long time. We actually saw when he was trying to find the elimination against one of, I believe, it was the ACOS that we were following along with for like so long, with the ACOS having to kite around and utilize the Moonbane. We saw that that purple armor pretty much almost got entirely just snatched away, and he has to drop down below the cliff and get it healed back up. And it's actually really smart from him, because since he's the only one who can access that legendary armor off of the ground, he's going to be able to kite over to it no problem, but legendary armor takes much longer to heal up than purple armor. So you're going to want to make sure that that purple armor is going to be filled as quickly as possible, and then if you find yourself coming under more pressure and you don't have the opportunity to slow things down, to break noise, to give yourself a little bit of space, to either go for an armor powder or to utilize the tune-out proc, then you kite over and grab the legendary armor, and boom, instantly you're full HP all over again, and the player that's chasing you gets their legs swept out from under them. So really smart heads-up macro play coming through from this.
Imagine trying to rip off an armor from one of these players 3 times in a row. It just sounds like an impossible challenge. Just being able to get those armors reset. Forgot who, I think it was Wufang that found 2 purple armors off drop and just juggles one in the corner. Once again, you gotta keep taking out those armors off. Another player who's very known for those armor swaps as well is Mike. Mike literally has a calculator in his head to know where every single armor he spots. Every single time, he's always able to find an armor swap. So, I mean, that is just something that these players have been accustomed to now for quite some time now, being able to get those armor swaps. And now with the change of this patch where you're spawning in with common armor, we've seen those distant early drop fights opposed to how it was before, where you had to scrabble try to look for these armors. But now when you scrabble looking for these armors, that's an armor reset, so these fights are literally lasting a lot longer than they usually do. So it gives the ticket for these players to get a lot more aggressive than they usually were right before this patch. So that change alone, I've seen it, the changes that has done in these lobbies overall, just being able to get these players to get more aggro off drop, and just how long it takes for some of these eliminations to come into play. It's a little detail like that has really changed up the game, in my opinion. So overall, throughout the whole NARAKA BLADEPOINT season, everything with the implement of the flying knives as well, we've seen how strong that weapon is. And players like Frostivus, who love that weapon, has been found.
I mean, Mike even, he cancelled Syro because he knew he'd get more value in the pocket with flying knives.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Microwave beam? Nah, I'm gonna finish this fight with flying knives because I can look for a full POD strength. Like, those knives are crazy because they're really strong up close. They're really good at punishing as well, like when players try and disengage, because the reach that they have, so that chip game is really strong too. So instead of like where some weapons, you have to sort of swap over to the pistol, chip them down as they try and weave in and out, especially around the realm of Yang, where players are constantly maneuvering around those pillars. Flying knives can still keep up that pressure without you having to go cycle through all of your weapons. And then you can also do like so many of the mix-ups, because you've got the LMB, which covers a huge width of range. You've got the RMB, which is just like immediately on your location, and a lot of the time comes out a lot faster than people are anticipating. You add Palm Lightning or Moonshot Storm to the mix, 2 of the strongest Soul Jades. Like Palm Lightning, when that release was a death sentence, essentially.
Yeah.
If you ended up getting hit by it, and woe betide you if you find yourself between two players with Palm Lightning as they're trying to grab up a Spirit Well.
As well as chase game, right? We saw this this trend that was happening on chase games. The player who was the aggressor will raw uppercut to try to knock them off the skirmishes. But with fly knives, you just R&B them down, and it does the exact thing as an uppercut, but just 2 times faster, right? Being able to knock them down from a skirmish off of one button is just so strong. Being able to do that with flying knives, and like you mentioned, Mike canceling that Cyro ult, knowing that he gets so much more damage off the prior, off the flying knives alone, being able to grapple extend into the full punish as well. So it's just so good of a weapon. Gotten tweaked, but overall it's just still very, very well. Frame traps as well. We saw Frostvus pre-finals being able to use Liam backwards F into the player, frame traps him with the R&B on the ground, catches Pry off of it as well. V2 and Realm of Yang catching with the flying knives as well. Flying up in the sky, charge up your LNB focus, gets the damage off that alone. You get like 2 R&Bs after that into the V2 extension. I mean, it's just so good. That weapon is just overall so good overall. But yeah, I'm not surprised that it hasn't changed at all. Obviously, it's been a very good weapon throughout the whole season. But now, you know, still waiting to see if we have our Tarka, our beloved Tarka, being played out for one of these games. But if it does happen, it won't happen this early half of the night. It will definitely happen towards the end, potentially game 7 or 8 if we do make it. But with these 22-point threshold, they could end up pretty fast here, Roxy. It could end pretty fast.
It could definitely end pretty fast. The thing is, like, are we gonna see the same players consistently get to endgame? Because like what we've started seeing is that Mike doesn't go first round with Yang a lot of the time unless he feels entirely confident to take it.
Yeah.
He prioritizes looking for those cave openings when everyone else's head is turned, just trying to vie over the realm of Fangs. And it is a good idea, like, to pivot into. It keeps you relevant with the gear that you have access to. You get a lot of coins as well with your Riptide currency, as well as being able to pick up a whole bunch of Soul Jades so that you can keep yourself in play, because Soul Jade currency in Immortal War, they're so expensive.
Yeah.
To be able to get your hands on. That's why Realm of Yang is so coveted. That's why Salvation Podium on Holoroth is so coveted, because you can immediately get your hands on top tier Jades without having to break the bank to do so.
So as armor, right? Armor being another factor. After first round, we start seeing those purple armors come out a lot more. But early game, you're constantly seeing those common armor stuff. We've seen even now. These players still moving into round with common armor. Blue is like you're getting a luxury going to the realm. But still, it's just so much to come into play for these games. So many adjustments, and with how the game works as well, just being able to just the changes that come to the game. These players have to quickly adjust to those changes, and that's what makes a champion, right? Being able to adjust your gameplay with whatever the game throws at you. It's not an easy task, and these players work on their craft every single day to be able to perfect that. And we see it here how well they do so, with just how aggressive and how insane the fights look alone. And I mean, that's what Finny just looking at them. I just picture myself being in a lobby like this, just how fast I would die going against any of these players. But I mean, it's just insane.
I mean, that, like you said, there's so many adjustments that you have to make, because no one fight is the same. Like, if you're fighting in upwards terrain, then you have to worry about the uppercuts much more, because you're going to be able to get juggled far longer. If you're going down a slope or down staircase, and there'll be players actually who purposefully kite you to those locations. Back when we had Heaven Step, the amount of resets that you could get when you were going downwards. Oh boy, a lot of the time that was just a TOD if you didn't have your combo breaker up. And then also you have to take into account the way that you play at the beginning of the fights is wholly differently to the way that you play when you're looking to finish them out, because combo breakers are in play. So you can't look for the TOD, because if you try and over-aggress and look for those TOD openings, they're just going to slip out of it with the combo breaker. So you sort of have to like pull your punches, still have teeth in the fight, still make sure that you're enough of a threat. But that was like another thing that you pointed out. These players are being much more reluctant to part with their combo breakers, to part with their F abilities early in these engagements, because now it's just common knowledge. The first time that you actually take a fight, you're not looking for the kill, you're looking for the resource pause. So the way that you can circumvent that is by holding on to the resource.
And we saw it there, right, for game one. I think it was like 2 times we saw where these players were kind of holding on their F for a little bit, and the opposing player kind of just backs on up, was trying to bait out the F, but these players kept the F in their inventories. And the craziest thing with what you mentioned is all that you said, as well as you're gonna have eyes in the back of your head, because those third parties, there are no jokes. And if the fight is, you know, a very long fight, and somebody just comes on in, you know, like a Sunday afternoon coming from the grocery store and just manages to see 2 players who are fairly weak already, I mean, that is a surprise for them, and they're able to snag up those 2 eliminations and all that loot that they just work hard for throughout that whole fight, right before the fight, getting all the shobs or whatever the case can be, just go to waste, right? So it's just so many factors that this game has, and I mean, that's what makes the game incredible, right? Being able to manage all that and come on top is not an easy task. So you know, it's a very not structured. It's a very complicated game to play, and these players, like veterans, like Mike and Spider, have been doing it for a very long time, and still to this day they're still competing, and Mike showcasing that he's still one of those top of the pyramids, like he did for Bi-Weekly 4. Spider, even though he didn't take a Bi-Weekly home, he still, you know, has showcased that he is strong in these lobbies with just the amount of points that he's able to put up in these previous bi-weeklies. But now this is where these players have been working for the grand finals of the spring split, and you know, this is for the brag of the whole season, and these players definitely want to take this chip home. As you see, once again, Mike no haircut. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mike no haircut. You know he's locked in. As we see him here, he is ready to get his second game ready, locked and loaded for tonight. And man, it's crazy to see how the hero picks are going. Once we saw that first round selection, Moxie even mentioned we were used to seeing Liam, Lonnie being those first 2 picks for our first round selections throughout this season. Liam being one of those characters who was always first round selection last year until Lonnie came into the pool. So on top of that, we're getting a little bit of mixture now here for the grand finals. It's just, you know, another mind game that these players have to deal with.
Yeah, but they stopped MVPing. They stopped having as much traction.
Yeah.
I think there was like one day where we would play like 6 games and we would only see one, either the Liam or the Lonnie actually MVP. Justina started picking up MVPs. Sheol picked up MVPs. Temmie picked up MVPs, especially if Shen Yuan was playing that Temmie. Like, his Temmie is so strong. And then Kylan started picking up MVPs as well. So like, what we would refer to as personality picks started actually overtaking, because more players found out more ways around. Like, when something is hard meta, everyone is looking to analyze how to best play into that, especially since, you know, there's going to be a maximum of 3 of those heroes allowed to run in that lobby for 12 players. So 9 players at least are not going to be on those premier picks, which means that they have to do their homework and figure out how to fight into them. And like, at the start of the season, when we were looking and being like, okay, Liam's probably going to be the premier pick, everyone's going to want to get their hands on him because of just the V2 and how strong as well the combo breaker is, where if you get parried, you can hold on to the weapon. And so you could like look for more focus hits and be a little bit more overzealous. All of that started changing because people found ways to work around it, which, funnily enough, happened when Liam first came into the mix with Arano engineering the V2. For a week, everyone played V2 and it dominated. And then a week later, everyone sort of figured out the dodge pattern of avoiding the grab, and they were like, okay, now we go back to the V1 because this is getting 0 value. The same thing started to occur halfway through the season, where if you take something like the Shayol, they worked out that if they committed the animation of throwing out the Tortoise block onto a Liam, the Liam would still be able to grab them into the V2 even through the headlock. So Shayols started using their ultimate but not committing the animation, and then they started winning against the Liam inside the realm of Yang, and then Liams were put under the Yang depletion state, and they never got to actually get all the way to endgame, and they lost the ability to MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a big change that happened to Shayo, right? Being able to throw the shield whenever after it's procced, it was just an amazing change to her, as we saw how fast it came to these players' hands in the Pro League. just that alone, and Liam being able to have that V2 for his disposal was a good counter for the beginning, but then the adjustments came into play, like Moxie mentioned, for remainder of the season. But yeah, like I want to talk a little bit more like where you were mentioning where these players were usually trying to pick that first Liam, and those personality picks are now arising more. I also feel like when Hadi was in the meta heavily, you know, I would always watch my stream, and every time I would go and stream, it was like every week, once a week. He's just practicing that Hadi, right? Just Hadi, and then, you know, one nerf to Hadi, and he's just completely out the meta. All that time that you put into that character for 6-7 months is gone, right? So. Well,
temporarily, because Hadi is likely gonna make a comeback at some point, right? Because a lot of players who were in the meta have not been in meta, and then they brought back. So I think like there's still value for putting all of that time in. In fact, like we sort of got to see when Justina came back into solo play, all of the players who'd been a staple of the solos back when the solo meta used to be Yodo Justina. You either got to play the Yodo or you got to play the Justina. But then like all of those players who had that understanding, because Justina was such a high skill ceiling character, you had to get your freeze timings correctly. You had to know your TOD combo strings that you could play, whether it was a true combo or not. So like everyone who had that prior practice was starting at a massive head start in comparison to everybody else, and that's part of the reason why like Spider and Mike have been so dominant. They've been around so long, they've already got all of that prior practice baked in. There's the usual 50-50 split of the Lobby Liam. There's the unusual swerve though, and there's an opportunity for free Liams to be put into play. But again, this goes to show how wary these players are of actually committing to that Liam pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toss-up now, and I feel like also depends of how the rest of the lobby looks. And right now, as you see it here, third round selection not biting off that Liam as well. Fourth round selection might get one contestant, possibly in Wu Fang's hand, but as you see there, Arano offered to pick that Xiaoyu for his second character of the day. Wu Fang talking to his coach. Think so, Justina?
He could go Justina. No, he's gonna go Syra. I felt like he's either gonna put into play free shells, or he's gonna try and go for maybe his Justina, but he opts for the Syra. But yeah, like there's still like these players had the opportunity of grabbing 2 other Liams, and they're just not locking it.
And that is very rare to see, because even moving into the pre-finals, I think we also had 3 Liams in the pool, and for tonight, I mean, it's just 1 Liam. I don't remember the last time we only had 1 Liam in the game. But now it's for our second game of the day. We are going to be having that. We are going to be having 2 Temmie games. Lipo, we saw this in the pre-finals as well. He had a very strong pop-off game in with his Temmie as well. He ended up MVPing with his character alone, so we've seen how much more comfortable he's feeling that character if he's often to select that for his second round selection as well. But now character picks are in for this game alone. Stadium full over there as well. Every fan waiting to watch this, as well as everybody on Twitch, YouTube, wherever the case may be. Just a reminder, if you guys are watching on YouTube and are, trying to win those answer for treasures for the baseball cap or the tail wag emote, you guys have to swap on over to Twitch for the answers in order to get a chance to take that prize home. But our second game, locked and loaded, players waiting to get into the server. We're gonna take a quick overlook at our hero selection with the skills and ultimates. Nothing too crazy on the pool. We had some Liams running V1 for pre-finals, but it looks like just the V2s are still the staple for our first and second game. We are not getting that mix up there for the V1. I believe Wu Fang was running V1 Liam, so if he ends up playing Liam, I am going to be keeping my eye out on his ultimate ability for that character alone. But the Temmies, staple F1 V3 on the Tomoe, Spider and Lipo both being on that character alone. Xiaoyu for Frostfizz, nothing too crazy. Everything looks pretty much standard for the abilities and ultimates across the board, so nothing catching anybody off guard. The post that we had for our first game, where one of the columns was running V2, which I believe was Frostfizz, and then Edward was running V1 on his ultimate. But that was our first game. For this game, nothing out of the ordinary. Look at the split here, Moxie. It's just
Oh, we're running Salvation Podium. Oh, we're running Salvation Podium. The question is someone gonna go ballistic? Are we gonna have the dice? I love Salvation Podium because you have the two parallel-sided ballista placements that you can go. City of Tank also sees a lot of action because of the loot that you can pick up for Battle Way. There's so much of it, all of the individual buildings, and then also the main building of Courtyard. You can go underneath it and then takes you outside of City of Tank without running into people. But now there is a lot of people who are going to be either immediately dropping onto Salvation Podium or are going to be dropping around the outskirts of it, looking to hit on through when some of those players are awkwardly having to maneuver themselves underneath the cabin. As it's not trios, so you've got to go down there. You can't have one person holding that space and giving you the scout call of when someone's moving into position to take a fight. As Mike and Asia are going to be the two that we follow along with. Asia unfortunately does not have a weapon just yet, so out comes the combo break as well as that slap. Just trying to buy a little bit of stagger so that Mike can't follow one through. Without a weapon, he doesn't have any movement abilities other than just the slide bunny hop though. So he's gonna have to try and kite over to one of those throws. Unfortunately for him, he gets intercepted by Burst, who's also been able to get a weapon. And then Mike with the RMB scoop of the staff grieves Asia out. He opened a trove and didn't get to pick anything off of it because he was caught in the animation of the purple hit focus.
Oh no, and Asia managed to stack up a flying eyes, but Mike first one in, gets one hit as well. Storm's taking a lot of damage. Mike snagging up the elimination there against Burst, and now both of the Justitas are going to be going at it. The follow-up there from Burst gets the damage onto Mike. Burst is about to potentially get eliminated here from the zone. He is, and Mike snagging up 2 kills off drop here for his second game. And I mean, that group is scary there. Mike and Burst, I'm probably going to be talking about them all day long. Just being able to have them spawn on you there, how Asia had there, it was just unfortunate for him. But it looks like T225 on the Syra, Lipo on the Temi once again, fist blades in hand there for Lipo. T225 with the purple spear, it's gonna be able to outburst a lot of damage right now with Lipo nearly almost all out of that blue armor. Looks like the F is gonna be invested here from T225. Recatches Pyro, the F called in here for the Tumult as well. We have some players, I believe, falling in the kill feed. It looks like we also have the opposing player, Arano, in the back end. He's going to be showing up. It's going to get parried, and now Arano's going to be forcing out to pop that F as well, but T225 still has his eyes onto him.
Yeah, T225 very much favoring that spear currently. On that tower gets a lot of that if he can find the drop, and RMG loses a lot of his armor, all of it, and now that zone damage is going to be starting to be a little bit of a threat. Does have the ultimate, will be able to use it. Out comes the stun dazzle. Arana was able to find a great armor reset, but unfortunately for him, he's now away from his purple, getting chased down. Has to try and live a little bit longer, just utilizing the F1 of that trail mid-air. T225 is going to be able to find the elimination with that beam coming out immediately, but the Tumult ultimate from Lipo over the body means that he's not able to pick up the Soul Bloom and get that health reset. And Lipo, with the advantage of sustain, will be able to take the Syra down. Verse potentially thinks about dropping into the mix. If he actually goes just a little bit over towards that tower, he'll see the purple armor and pick it up for free.
Yeah, and Verse has to play still aggressive but conservative as well. He lost his first life here against Mike early on, so he can't get taken out early in this game. As we see him here backing up, and Mike full punishment here against Wufong. Big damage off the flying ass, catches a stagger into the area R&B, and it looks like Wufong could even move there. Mike snagging up his 3rd elimination of this game, and this is scary here for the remainder of the lobby. 3 kills off rip there for Mike. He had a great game 1 as well. We see him climb up the ranks very, very early already.
Yeah, big parry from Frost forces the F2 out from this Justina. Genuine now has to be sure that he doesn't overcommit. Spider looked for the third party, but parry isn't forward facing anymore. It's full 360, and Frostvus is able to find another parry. What that has done though is grant Genuine a grace period of navigating away from that fight from Frostvus, even though he opened up the fight perfectly. He gets caught out by the Temi was coming on through from that F1. And Spider with the legendary longsword that he's been able to pick up from solving Salvation Podium, the only legendary weapon currently in play, because in a Mortal War, that's the only way. Realm of Yang wins, and Salvation Podium is the only way that you're going to be able to get your hands on one of those legendary sets. Oh no, are we going to see?
Oh no!
Kill? Is that what the text was coming through in the kill feed? Edward stuck the landing of the Lani ultimate activation. If one of those trick balls catches one of these players in that stagger, and there it is.
No!
Grand finals, ticket off the bucket list. Thorny roller somewhere in a stadium in Shanghai. Seb is going to be over the moon. He loves the thorny roller hill.
No way. Usually the MVP of the matches is the Moonbane. But it looks like today we have our new contestant being the thorny roller, snagging up 2 kills there. Spider though being able to stay up. Guess that go long story. He's lucky Fog is not in his lobby because Fog would sit up in those ballista tower, those ballistas on top of that Salvation Podium. He was just lay down those ballista shots there. We've seen Fog do that time and time again, but unfortunate for him, he is not here tonight. Mike though has been having a great start off of game 2, already scaling up there on the armor and weapon department. Purple nunchucks in hand, and I mean nunchucks. I feel like nunchucks has been seeing a lot more love from these players this season alone, which is how well that weapon is, right? If you have nunchuck meter burn, being able to hold LMB and not having to parry, it kind of cuts your gamble off there, and being able to get more aggressive off of that alone. So overall, I think this weapon is very nice. As you see there, A Zhao with a blue pair as well. And Mike and A Zhao are going to be scrapping up here for the round pass. And it looks like A Zhao does snag up the pass, but Mike now double tap touching back. Beautiful there to avoid the R&B. Massive jump parry there from A Zhao. Big damage as well. Snags up the purple nunchucks. Mike is going to be forced to back on up to get a quick reset in. A Zhao as well is going to re-top off that blue armor. Mike ready to go back in, wants to get his weapon back, I believe. He is going to possibly just let loose of this fight. Looks like A Zhao is going to be securing his Roma Yang here, as well as Spider next to Plume Castle, snagging up a purple flying knives for his inventory for this game already. Purple armor, just waiting to get inside that realm. I mean, every single time we've seen how strong it is to be able to come out victorious in those realms, and I feel like a lot of the momentum is carried with those realms, right? Being able to enter. Oh, XY.
Hi, Mike. I was going to say, the last time Mike wasn't able to get into a realm of Yang for those first portals, he navigated over to one of those caves, and Shen Yuan just opened it for everybody, because one of the changes that they made is that 15 seconds before that cave opens, everyone gets the immediate indicator on the map that one of those caves is going to be opening, and the exact location off of it. Unfortunately for Lifer, he's the lone Tammy in between 2 Jelsinas, and he is not going to have a fun time. He's just going to have to try and kite away. Both of them trying to hunt for the elimination too, as I believe a lot of that loot has already been grabbed on after. Spider is going to be activating Kuna so you can continue that heal tick. Unfortunately for Spider, he's not against a Justina. That's his ideal matchup inside the realm of Yang on this Tammy, but he is going to be up against that Lung. Goes for the grapple into the focus strike hold in case one of his opponents tries to stagger him out. He's got the purple flying knives, keeps up that pressure. Like we talked about, if someone is on the base of that pillar a little bit too long setting up for a scale rush kite, you can immediately use the verticality on the flying knives rather than opening yourself up with an uppercut. And Spider looks for that wisp, doesn't manage to find it, does still have the ultimate. Bonnie still hasn't invested any of her resources so far though. Spider does not want to use his just yet. Waits to try and catch Edward. Does manage to find one successful down shot. Edward looking to the exact same. Looks for the one into the uppercut. Forces the combo breaker out. Out comes the LMB. Now that the Lani space tries to activate the V2. Edward with the overhold. Spider dodges it perfectly to the left. Now gets to come on through with the wisp into his ultimate. Keeps up the pressure. Forces the Lani behind the pillar. Out comes the cannon. Out comes the wisp. But out comes the trick ball. And Spider doesn't have the combo break available to him for a couple of moments later. Now he's going to have another wisp to try and throw. Edward goes for the hold of that blue, anticipating that wisp coming on through so that he doesn't get staggered out from it. And Spider yet again looks to try and chip away from the range with that LMB, forcing yet again that combo breaker out, and we go right back into neutral.
Wow, this is a beautiful fight right now. Both players waiting to find the perfect opportunity. The F invested this time around once again from Spider. Edward doesn't have the health advantage. The wisp does not connect there. Since that'll be focused, big damage now, even out the health, but 10 seconds remaining. Both of these players, I believe it's one catch, and there it is. Spider now with a catch. Edward is gonna be forced to bop that F as well. So now going back to neutral, massive parry as well. This could be enough damage. Doesn't connect. He gets a little bit too early, and Edward is not gonna let that one go for the rest of the night. That one alone could have been potentially elimination. You see him there trying to swap to the pistol, and it was just unfortunate for him swapping on over too early. And now both players are going to have that Yang depletion timer on their back, and there's going to be a lot of aggression moving on in tier 4 the second half of the game, with two players that did not deserve a Yang depletion are going to be having it.
That's crazy, because like they played around each other perfectly.
Yeah.
Gonna be really fast revive from Spider right in the center of the map over a plume. Has to take a fight against Star. Remember, Spider, despite losing Realm of Yang, does have that legendary longsword that he was able to pick up. Gets the toothpick into the grapple, into the horizontal follow through, into, unfortunately, Star's connection off of that V2 grab. So this Temmie is losing a lot of his uptime right now. But Liam Ultimate has run its course. Star not getting the opportunity to reset. Weaves perfectly outside of that Temmie V3. Manages to dodge the F1 too. T5 sees the fight. Now wants to try and grief. He's coming on through a legendary fan and is pulling out the fan RMVs into the back. Spider's got to burn the combo breaker. He's down all of his armor. He's got to throw the wisp out to get a little bit of space to heal. But unfortunately for him, the fan has more reach. The LMB from Star connects at the same time, but T5 is the one who gets the elimination. And Spider could have had Vermilion Birdsmite, but the timeout on that Realm of Yang cements his fate, and he's out of the lobby.
That is just unfortunate there for Spider. We did see him playing a different game, not waiting out that timer a little bit. He literally comes out of Yang into that full aggression, and he pays the price for it. And now T225 as well, eating up a lot of damage there in the back end. Frostivus is going to be the engager here in this third party. T225 snags up the Soul Bloom there from Star, and now having the health advantage. Frostivus trying to snag up this kill against T225. It looks like the Shaya ultimate is going to be coming into play. T225 is going to count his blessings, going to go ahead and take the Vermilion's Birdsmite buff as well. Frostivus coming out with one kill off of that situation. Asia Wufang going at it. Let's not see another Thorny Roller kill now. We do not need three players down with the Thorny Roller for game 2. But now, second Romy Yang started form R. Now, Asia still has Yang depletion timer. Frostivus still in the lead with 2 eliminations. We have Mike with 3, Asia with 1, Star with 2, T25 with 3 as well. And it looks like the aggressor is going to be Star against Asia, but Asia didn't snag up the pass. Star manages to snag up the Yang depletion, the Yang pass, and now Asia eating up a lot of damage in the situation. There's tons of players around this Yang. It looks like the Cactus is going to get a little bit of stun there in the back end there against Star, and now the attention's going to be going towards Star's way, I believe. Cannon shots flying on in. We see Arano with the pistol shot in the back end, but Asia drops off very low as well in the health department. Pistol shots connect times 2 in the backside, and now the finisher there from Edward, and Star now in a very bad predicament is going to be called out here from the Justina ultimate here from XY.
Oh, that Justina dash got 2 people, so XY's gonna get another dash and another elimination. I think he might be able to have picked up, yeah, he did grab the legendary longsword too. As it is now going to be, unfortunately, the Lonnie who had Yang depletion getting sent out of the lobby with Edward's pistol shot kill coming through. It was so unfortunate that the fight got kited over to the Cacti fields, because he needed to be on top of that Liam when he went down to grab the Soul Bloom. But because he was so low in HP, he wasn't able to slow down and drop. He had to continue to follow along that action. If he slowed down and fell behind the pack, that body would drop. He wouldn't be in position. He wouldn't grab the Soul Bloom. But since that Cacti is doing continuous damage in the area of effect of the plan, he's not able to be on top of it. And he just opens himself up to it being spotted out by Edward. He just swaps over to the pistol. There's Frostivus and Mike now are going to be going head to head. Justina versus Cheryl inside this Realm of Yang. Mike with those nunchucks that we've seen him. Not with the purple tab, but with the blue. As he's already lost all of his armor, kites over towards that pillar. Isn't able to complete the armor powder. Frostivus able to keep the distance, keep up the pressure on this Justina. Mike goes for looking for that skill rush kite out. Gets caught by the uppercut chase down that Frostivus provides. Now comes that Justina ultimate. Frostivus and Mike taking an opportunity looking for a kill. Mike not able to find the first dash for his crew. He's only got 2 left. Round the pillar we go. Frostivus trying to just force Mike into getting a stagger. The dash finds the Xiao. He's got 1 more to his name. The clanks come on through. Mike with the drop down. RMB trying to find the connection. Frostivus now going to be outside of that Xiao ultimate. Mike also losing the ability to use his ultimate too. But the F2 has come back into the cycle for the Xiao. The Casino, but Mike gets parried. Will be able to use the F2. Avoids the consequences of it. Now doesn't have the combo breaker. Goes behind the pillar. Gets 1 armor biter off. Doesn't have the combo break. Gets hit by the grapple extension. Into the fan. Follow up. And Frostivus does it again. Before Mike can get the F2 back into the mix, and Frostivus wins the 1v1.
Oh my god, crazy mind games there from Frostivus. Reading Mike like a book there in that situation. Baiting him out 2 times there in the last and final moments of that fight. Being able to catch that power off the scare rush into the raw uppercut from the fan was just disgusting there from Frostivus. Playing out of his mind, coming out victorious in that second round, is going to be able to get that buff plus the weapon upgrade. We do have Mike now with 4 minutes and 50 seconds with that Yang depletion. Looks like Lipo is going to be falling there to T225. Frostivus and Arano is going to be this matchup here. It looks like, no, both of these players are shot, yo. It's a little bit of love taps here. Not full commitment. Trying to move on in over to this end game. They might spot Wu Fong there in the back end, and that's a lone Syra. Trying to cut noise. We see him there and make sure he doesn't get caught up by any of these players. Mike's still in the range of this situation as well, and Mike needs to cleanse, so he's definitely going to be third party here in this situation. And the center of attention is going to be Frostivus and Wu Fong. Wu Fong already investing the Syra ultimate here, trying to find some sorts of damage there onto the Justina Mike in the backside. We see Mike being able to kite this out in just a matter of moments. Wu Fong's ultimate is going to fall, and the rest of the lobby is going to fall on top of him here to try to snag up this elimination onto Wu Fong. We do have T225 being able to find, being able to be there for a little bit of peel here for Wu Fong. It looks like he is going to be safe. No player trying to full commit. They still know that T225 has that ultimate online. So Frostivus Arano buying up some resources there off of the buy zone. Looks like they are going to be topping off the Jades, any powders or vitalities that they need as well. The dust has settled for now. T225 still have White Tiger's powers buff as well. Did Frostivus not pick up his buff? Is that what I'm seeing here? It looks like he didn't pick up his buff because he should still have that buff online, so potentially didn't pick it up.
This is how 2v5 was able to win against Lipo. 2v5 losing a lot of that purple armor. Looks for the parry, doesn't find it. Has to use the combo breaker so he doesn't get punched in space out. Looks for the scale rush. Closes up into the pocket. Out comes that Cyril. He just needs 1 Sun Dazzle. Finds the Sun Dazzle on the tail end of that fight. Goes for the dash first. Lipo looks for the overhold. 2v5 immediately committing that scale rush, looking for the stagger opportunity. Overholds into the RMD. Small ultimate has now been forced, but 2v5 is directly in the center of it. And Fan RMD is not counted as a range attack. It still goes through the wind wall. T2v5 now keeps up that pressure with the scale rushes onto the top. Tries to connect the RMB if Lipo looks to challenge him by scale rushing on top of him. Now again, forces the Temi to space out. Out comes that Fan RMB. Lipo just not looking for the parry opportunities. T2v5 was really like seeing if he would. The amount of times that Fan RMB actually got thrown on out when the combo breaker was in play for 2v5. He was feeling his opponent out, trying to see if Lipo would commit that punishing parry animation. Lipo doesn't, and T2v5 knows that it is a green signal the second that that Temi space is out to commit the RMB, that it's not going to get parried and it will finish the fight for him.
See Lipo trying to cut line of sight. It's going to be able to go to the left side of the zone. Mike's timer is still ticking as well, so Mike's going to have to turn pretty soon in that pack to try to get a bloom there to stay inside this game alone. We do see him playing a little bit more conservative here, waiting out the timer with 1 minute and 45 seconds still up. Starting to rotate on in, and this is a time where he needs to try to find an opening. He has XY and his Shrell, so they could potentially see he can find a cleanse, but it's a very hard task here in this lobby. We do have just the pair staying together, as we see there on the left-hand side. Lipo still with that Yang depletion timer on the Temi. Might be in a harder situation in the opposed to how Mike has it right now. We do have our Spirit Well coming in here with that Mystic Might. It's gonna be a full-on throttle to see who can try to snack up this buff now with that random Bane. You gotta be careful with that random Bane. Just seeing so many upsets with that alone. After a fight finishes, it's just the Bane knows it's the perfect time to hit, and it literally lands on top of the last player there once those players are fighting. So it's not a surprise now, but Mike, 55 seconds. I think he's just gonna give up his life to Zone maybe if he's not getting active now.
I mean, Temmie is still in play with Yang depletion. If he can cross paths with Lipo in the next 45 seconds or so, there is an opportunity. He knows that Temmie has Yang depletion. He knows that Temmie hasn't completed the kill. In fact, no one's completed the kill in the time that these players have had Yang depletion, so there's been no opportunity to cleanse it. Lipo is just watching to see whether or not he can find that opportunity. Spirit Well coming up is going to force a lot of fighting. He's also got a little bit more time than Mike does. Mike lost his run of Yang fight faster, so it does seem that, yeah, Mike has made the decision. Yeah. Unfortunately, out comes that Justina ultimate, just carrying himself into that zone, out into the darkness of the Hollow Earth Knight a little bit faster. As Lipo sees the dome pop on up, he knows there's going to be fighting. He might be able to shot down a kill. He can lock everybody all into the space if he wants to commit the D3. There's Mike going down. Wukong almost goes down. Lipo, you could see the dollar signs in his eyes. He got so close with that staff. Unfortunately for him, the Sora had the ultimate. Forbidden Shield was not in play before then, and Wukong is able to navigate his way outside of the Forbidden Shield, anticipating it coming through. Doesn't get burned out of his V1 early, but Lipo now knows he's got 10 seconds left. He might be able to find this miracle turnaround. He's just got to drop the Syra to do so, and unfortunately he doesn't get the opening he's looking for, and he's got to go behind the rock to try and stop it from getting the elimination of that last hit. But Arano gave him a love tap on the way out, and Lipo does not manage to go out to Yang depletion. He gets hit as Wukong is still trying to recover. They know that the Syra's ultimate was full. He goes into the Forbidden Seal. He hasn't been able to recover. And you know what? Lipo might be out of the lobby, but he griefed Wukong out alongside him.
Oh man, just flying knives. Edward snags the elimination now with 2 on the board. Rano getting a freebie there onto Lipo, snagging up his first kill of game number 2. We also have Justin the player still here in the mix. We have the old zone still up here for this area, but the Bane in the back end, T225 eating up tons of damage. And I was saying this, we do have Dragon's Ward to get hit times 2, and the Bane being the MVP once again. Arano snagging up the elimination there onto T225, and just like that, you can't Bane serve. I see Arano playing around the Bane as well. Frostivus snagging up some of those resources. And it's just super unfortunate to get caught off and getting your game cut in half, just getting eliminated by the Bane. It's just sad to see there.
Time warning, guys. Time warning's up. The seas are not safe to sail on. No one is Valda in this lobby. You are not cleared to sail. Right now, Moonbane very much staying true to its nature and being the absolute bane of every single player's existence. Oh my goodness, this thing has missile homing levels of precision right now onto all of these players' locations. Frostivus is probably having flashbacks. If there's any player who's unluckier than Frostivus, please tell me one singular person. So I think Frost is the only person I've seen who got hit by 3 Moonbanes, all stacked up in one specific location. As Moonbane has now ended, and it is safe yet again to continue this fight. Frostivus has also still got that Mystic Might too, so he's going to be more than happy to keep up this aggression as they spotted out the last Justina in this lobby. Genuine without his ultimate is just going to have to rely on the fan skill rush disengage before he can get that V1 and those dashes to keep himself safely out. Because he's taking damage from multiple angles, he is generating a lot of range in a very quick fashion. He just has to survive falling out of the F2, but the Dragon's Roar, that meter jump comes on through from Arano, almost fries him. He's got enough HP left to activate that V1 and try and dash away, but Edward meets him on the disengage from the other side of the doorway and takes him down, and we go down to a 3-player standing situation.
Yeah, and there it is.
节将至。在这无尽的痛苦中颤抖。
I'm just getting dots for connection right now, unfortunately. And we're back as we're still in the three-person standing. Oliver's going to be showcasing Aurora to hold his space. Edwards with that pistol swap going to keep up the pressure onto Arano. Doesn't have his Lottie ultimate. He is going to be that vulnerable target that Frostbus and NARAKA could potentially turn onto, but Arano having lost all of that shield. Frostbus not committing to either of these two targets. He's more than happy to take down whoever it is from most vulnerable, as he's absolutely untouchable currently, C8, on full legendary armor, just sitting in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, full confidence there from Frostovitz. We saw him controlling the tempo at his last and final moments of this game as well, applying tons of pressure. Edward did end up snagging up that elimination there, but Frostovitz being that main aggressor, as well as Arano with that Dragon's Roar, to be able to spin back there and stay in that goal from to avoid getting parried. Edward already investing that ultimate, manages to catch the ball, go into the rethrow as well. Arano's going to go ahead and invest the Shaya ultimate. Edward playing up high here, trying to stay up in the situation. Both players now duking it out on the bottom side of the terrain. Frostovitz turning against Arano. Both players holding. Nobody's trying to release the blue focus in the ground. We do have the Shayo proc here from Arano. Frostovitz being able to stay in the center of his zone, getting tons of damage there onto Arano. Now the catch there from shield throw onto Arano. Big damage there from Frostovitz. The double catch there from Arano onto both of those players. Frostovitz and Co. We do have Frostovitz being the last one standing. I believe he snags up both kills. And Frostovitz with a massive game 2 was already running up the leaderboard for our first game, and now plus that multiplier, he's going to have a crazy bump up there in the overall standings for this grand finals alone.
Yeah, lovely last hit with the LMB on those knives. Managing to come on through, like you said, with the full MVP, most amount of kills, and last player standing, so he'll get the kill score multiplier as well. He's going to be barreling towards match point. I told you the little broadcast against, like, Frostovitz is feeling very confident coming into the day. He's done his homework, and you can see, like, it has all paid off.
Edward with a little bit of words with these players. Oh no. I mean, that was upsetting, right? Being able to take that fight to distance there with Spider in that realm and not getting the last hit for the elimination, getting a depletion timer off for that alone, and still being able to manage getting to that top 3. It's just a nice bounce back for him, but no, he's not going to let that one go for the rest of the night. We do have our winner, though, for this game alone, Frostovitz, with a spectacular game 2. We see how much more polished he's looking with those flying knives, and personally for me, Frostovitz already had the strongest flying knives in the game prior to this pre-final, or to this grand final, sorry. Like I mentioned, he was doing these frame traps with Liam, and we also saw when the flying knives first got implemented into the Pro League, he was able to get just full extensions off that weapon alone, and he knows the ins and outs of that weapon beautifully, and we see it here. He's still rocking with that weapon. I think he mentioned in an interview that that is his favorite weapon right now. So he is clearly showing it to us for this whole spring split that, you know, he's very good with that weapon alone.
Yeah, I remember like the day that Flying Knives like dropped, he was streaming, and I remember like jumping into his stream, and you know, like Raven was there, Taki was there, Dunk was there, and he was literally just like going into all of his games with Flying Knives and showing like as explaining like this is the combo for this is the combo for this, like hold the direction input for this so that you can guarantee to get your follow-up off of this catch. As ooh, spicy question number 2. Which player killed Spider in game number 2? Well, we know one player that it wasn't because of that timeout situation. Was it A, OUG's Mike? Was it B, OA's Edward? Was it C, YTG's T225? Or was it D, Alliance's Asia? I mean, yeah, that timeout situation is definitely going to be a frustrating memory. It's probably going to be more frustrating for Spider, though, given the fact that he lost that Realm of Yang fight and then immediately went out to one of those players of the aforementioned. Not gonna give it to you guys. It's not that simple. To one of those 4 players in Plumed, as opposed to, you know, if it was, say, Edward, if he'd, like, lost the Realm of Yang fight because of the mistiming of trying to go for that swap a little bit too early and tricking himself out of the follow-up damage from that parry, and then he'd rezzed up on Soul Altar and Plumed and immediately died when he could have had Vermilion Bird's Might. That would really have stuck with him for the entire day.
I mean, that's one thing you got to work on, right? Mental is a very strong factor in these esports games. So that is something that you just have to brush off and continue going throughout the remainder of the night, because you can't really hold on to that and try to stay up. So Edward's gonna have a little mental fight with himself off of that alone. But our overall scoreboard for this game, we saw Frostvis there getting 7.8 overall game score because of that chunky multiplier. It's just beautiful to see there from BBE's Frostvis. 4 overall kills from that as well. 2-2-5 matching the 4 eliminations, but getting 5 game score. Edward, Arano, Mike with 3, but Edward with 5 overall game score. Arano with 4.5, Mike with 3.5. It's still very close throughout the full circle of this lobby, and our overall standings as well. Lipo, unfortunate enough for him, gets eliminated there by Yang Depletion Timer with 3.2. No, I think a player got the last love tap here onto him too, so he was not able to cleanse. Tries to bounce back there off the aggression from the Spirit Well, but he does fall. Look at Frostvis right now. Frostvis with 17.1 total points, nearly hitting that threshold of 22. Not gonna say anything because I don't want to cast a curse, but that is a beautiful showcase to hear from Baby Frostvis.
Yeah, Frostvis having a gargantuan game in game number 2, and already he was leading the charge with the pre-post points that he was able to pick up, so he was already ahead of the pack. He's now widening that distance that we didn't see after game number 1 has started to build, as we can have a look at game number 2 replays brought to you by China Unicom. This was the moment where Ajao, unfortunately, he had such a rough drop, not being able to find a weapon, being griefed by the 2 Justinas, Mike playing the health game. Speaking about such an unfortunate beginning, oh boy, for the roller elimination, not 1, but 2 getting taken down to that one. As Mike here looks for his uppercut connection into grapple bump follow through, and I mean, this is going to be an extension that we see all day. Because those Flying Knives, there's the wisp kill coming on through onto Frostvis. As T5 now turns onto Spider and gets the elimination. That was the answer to your question. It was close. He almost got taken down by the Liam. But no, as a Frostvis, this was his win against Mike, which was really monumental in scaling up, finding a really good parry, forcing Mike to have the space back behind that pillar. Frostvis more than happy, not looking for a heal opportunity, just looking to set up that scale rush into stagger, knowing that the Justina doesn't have the combo break, managing to get the uppercut into fan RMV back to back. Speaking about back to backs, here comes Moonbane. Bye bye T25.
Oh no. It was crazy because you said 30-roller with the back-to-back. I'm like, oh, we still have that bait as well. That big problem there for T225. Frosted snags a 1 kill there, but it was enough for him because he was the last one standing to give him that multiplier. And this is going to be Frosted's 9th MVP in the league here for the spring split. 22,000 damage, 4 kills on the board, 3 gold jades, Aurora Burst, martial art, will hook form, Sky Force, Sky Punch, slow shot, Sunwing shot, soft step, and Gecko's foot. On the shot, yo, I mean, Frosted is just fully stacked. We saw him there, beautifully showcasing. Once again, I always like to say that Mike is usually the one controlling the tempo, but Mike had Yang depletion timer, was not able to do so. Played the Yang depletion just very conservative, didn't really try to be the center of attention, and Frosted is quickly taking matters into his own hands and being able to aggress a lot of these players there in that end circle. And I mean, it's a big change coming up from game number 1. We saw our first game where we still had 7 players up in our first game for the last and final moments of that game, and now for this game alone, 4 players were alive for zone 5, which was a different change of tempo opposed to what we had our previous game, where those bodies are dropping like flies. It's just now these players are feeling a lot more confident in their skills and knowing what fights they can win. But I just want to say the Yangs are looking very, very crispy throughout the whole server right now. They are going through those neutral fights, nobody trying to get parried, and it just has to be an insane parry for that opener to get that damage outburst. And we're seeing it throughout these first 2 games that those Yangs are going to distance, and they're looking very scary if you're going in there and you're not prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the mind games too, because you're going to be like, the closer Yang gets to timing out, the more sort of motivation you have to try and finish out the fight quickly. So you're going to be trying to throw out things like that focus strike coming on through, which then means if you're looking and anticipating the focus strike, you can look for a parry. And we get the mind games of one player's going to look for the focus, one player's going to look for the parry, who's going to be able to get more value. I mean, we saw inside the realm of Yang, like Edward was able to find the parry onto Spider, who did get antsy. He tried to finish it out quickly. Unfortunately, he doesn't manage to finish it out, so like that mistake is gonna haunt him. That like really could have changed how the game played out. But speaking about throwing things like those parries, we're gonna be throwing to a break. We'll be back with game number 3 after this short interval.
everybody to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split Grand Finals. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Moxie, and we just saw 2 games played out here for the Grand Finals. Frostvus running up the leaderboard right now with a crazy lead against the competition right now, being able to be potentially the first player in the threshold, but we still have a lot of games to be played out. Players still in the mix. Moxie, how do you feel about these games thus far that we've seen? Just the aggression for our first game being a little bit more heavy in the early game opposed to the late game where we had more players up. Now to our second game where, you know, we only ran into 4 players in the last and final moves of that game. The tempo has changed drastically. And how do you feel about the remainder of the games happening now?
I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure and motivation for everyone who's not close to match point threshold to try and take Frostvus down. Like, he's one good game away from crossing the threshold of the 22 MVP eligibility score point necessary. Like, you and I, we were debating before the day began, like, whether or not we're gonna go. You thought it was gonna go the entire distance, so we could potentially go to 8. I said, like, yes, maybe gonna go for 6. But I mean, that 22 points is looking incredibly achievable. So these players, just like they had in the bi-weekly finals, they've now got a secondary objective. Do well themselves, but try and groove Frostvus out so that they can cut him away and he doesn't hit like the scaling momentum. Because one of the major things that changed when we had the way that the ranking points work and how it's only the last person standing in the lobby who gets the kill score multiplier. That changed the game, because now if you actually pop off and get a lot of eliminations early on before we even go anywhere near final zones, you're still going to actually be bagging yourself a tasty amount of game score points.
Yeah.
Because those eliminations are just immediately going to add to your tally.
Yeah, I mean, and like you mentioned, I mean, they're going to really try to keep an eye out of what round selection Frostvus is now, trying to see if they can scope out what character he is. And that's just pre-threshold. Once these players get closer to the threshold, we've seen it time and time again that the aggression is fully on to those first 2-3 players who make it to that threshold. So it's not, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit more slower now until the points start accumulating for the remainder of the lobby. But you know, this is where you really have to put your full practice into, and I mean, the way Frostvus is playing right now has been spectacular. So, you know, moving into game number 3, that is something that he has to think on forward for this game alone, and even for the next few games as well as it goes to distance. It's just, you know, an extra set of pressure that you have already from being into this grand finals, and it looks like the winners are getting some extra money as well if they take the MVP home. So, you know, even in the grand finals we see this, and now for the for the bi-weekly finals we see this, and now for the grand finals we see the same system implemented here for these players.
Yeah, more motivation too to finish the day early, because if you go like early, if you finish early, whoever finishes it early gets every single bit of money that would otherwise be put onto the MVP of the games that don't get played out. So not only are you walking away with the money for first place, you're walking away with all of the additional moolah that would come along with placing as an MVP for the games that don't get played out. As we can have a look and see the statistics coming on first. Frostvus is going to be the front and center of focus currently, as everyone is going to have their eye on him. Where is he going to be dropping? Which hero is he going to be playing? Like we talked about, like the phase selections, they're not going to change. Everyone is going to be very much still in the sort of duo pairs that they had off of the standings from the pre-post points. So we already know the phase that Frostvus is going to be with, the play that he's going to be paired alongside. And now it's just a matter of which hero does he play.
And it's like we're getting that mix-up too, right? For that first round selection, we did have the normalized selection for our second game, but even how we had our selection for our first game, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a little bit of a mix-up for that selection alone. So that's definitely something to keep an eye out for these remainder of the games. How these players are trying to take on in those first round, those selection pools for themselves. Because I mean, even that is another mind game alone. So that is something that these players are, you know, constantly talking to their coaches about, as we see every single time right before the games get into that first round selection. We have the player cams showcasing conversations with their coaches, trying to get the best information as possible to lock in their character picks. But yeah, we were talking about Spider just running that Yang, I mean, call it salty run back. The salty run back after that Yang where he falls to, well, both him and Edward fall due to the timer. I'm not opposed to it. I think it was a different mix-up to how these players usually try to take on Yang depletion timer. As we saw there, Mike runs to the zone, didn't really play aggressive, was trying to play a lot more conservative, and was forced to give up his life to the zone. And Lipo as well didn't have enough time. So I think the game plan that Spider had, even though it was a very frustrating situation that he went against Edward in the Yang, I think it would have worked, but I think just that ult just being unfortunate where he popped the ult and the Liam was just casually walked right outside. I think that was kind of just a big factor where he didn't find the value, and then the third party coming in from T225, and it's just a very high risk, high reward kind of thing. But I wasn't really opposed to that decision that Spider took there in that situation.
We're gonna have 3 Liams running around. It is Morris Isle, and I mean, Liam gets really good value off of the V2 on Morris Isle, especially if you're fighting around placements like Celestra, where there's so much signpostage, where you can just throw someone into a signpost, manage to get them concussed, throw them into a fire cage, manage to get them burn damage, which is then gonna eat into the effectiveness of the heal cut. As now, what does Frostivus take? Temmie! Okay, I was wondering if he was going to break out the Temmie. Edward is going to be breaking out the ACOS, so we've got lone ACOS coming into the mix. 2 Syras in play. But Frostivus with that Temmie is definitely going to be a target for a lot of people to try and turn on to. I think this is pretty smart though, because like, who hasn't picked Temmie is Shen Yuan. So people might see that Temmie in play and think that it's him instead of Frost.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody knows how dangerous XY's Temmie is. I mean, we've seen crazy wish extension off the olds. I think he has the cleanest Temmie in the league. His whiffs by far are the cleanest. Mid to long range whiff catches from players who are trying to kite off pressure. Time and time again, XY being able to do that, and that alone can secure eliminations. And we see it there from XY where he's able to do that. And now Frostivus is playing the Temmie. Temmie is more is definitely more of those counter pick for these players. Temmie overall just in overall strong character in any of these players' hands. Just being able to have that quick F back on cooldown, it's just a very good tool to have. Being able to get aggressive off of that. I just always been a Temmie fan. I think Temmie is an amazing character. Can't wait to see how his rework will be. Hopefully he gets a little bit of an extra bump to, you know, give him a little bit more love. But still, I think Temmie is overall a you know, the most well-balanced character that I've seen. I mean, we don't have to talk about it.
The most impactful change for Temmie when his rework comes through is changing the V3 so that things like Syra Beam and fan damage doesn't get through that wall.
Through the wall.
That is going to be one of the problems that Frost is going to quite literally run into in this lobby. There are multiple Syras in play, and Temmie has taken a significant hit with Syra both in solos and trios, where Sand Siphon has now started running the Syras that when you run into other Sand Siphon compositions, it's the V3 drop is not the safe haven that it once was. As we can have a look and see where everyone is going to be dropping. Where is Frostivus? Where is the BBE logo going to be headed? I see TE, I see 521, I see WZ. Is Frostivus going to be in Shadow Jade? Yeah, he's going to be headed on over towards Shadow Jade. Not dropping directly into it, he's going to be dropping on the outskirts of it to sort of timing attack in, since Shadow Jade is one of those gold loot high value areas at the beginning of this game, which means potentially a lot of players contesting those spaces. And I mean, it's an absolute labyrinth in that with all of the tunnel systems that have been caved on out. As we can see, Mike, there's the RNG, instantly already got his hands on the purple staff. Spider, unfortunately, on the budget. Common dagger. He has been able to force the Justina F2 out from Asia, and Asia puts himself into that building, now plays the mind games. If Spider tries to commit for his door frame, he's likely gonna get That door answers with a scale rush directly to the face as Mike manages to find the 1-2, looks for the scale rush into that 1-2 stagger up, and yet again, ooh, almost caught the grapple disengage from Verse mid-collision too. That would have been really clean. That is still one elimination locked on up for Mike, and he's done it without burning his combo break, which is huge. If Edward was a little bit close to that fight, there is no punishment third-party opportunity.
Yeah, and both of those players, Mike and Verse, have been going at each other off drop. I believe all 3 games now. But this time around, once again, Mike coming out victorious in this fight. I think he did also win the second game too. But now going against Edward on the Aquos F2. Managed to get full armor off of there from Edward with that purple staff, being able to get so much damage outburst with these players on that common armor. Edward trying to create the space to distance, but gets caught off the LMB prowl into the aerial LMB finisher there for Mike. And now Mike's gonna snag up those flying knives, I believe. Bounty from Frostivus onto T225. Arano showing up to the mix. Mike's still with that weapon advantage against Arano, but blue flying knives being able to outburst a good amount of damage as well. Arano trying to back on up here from the situation. The aggression still going towards his way. Massive parry there from Mike, snagging up the blue flying knives quick as possible. And now Arano loses all that armor, trying to kite it up, trying to get the distance here on the tower to get the scale rush game on, as we see him being able to initiate it. But Mike first quickly up on the trail, getting some sorts of damage onto Arano. Still just chip damage after chip damage there. Once again, being able to pretty much eliminate him by just time passing by. The F called in from Arano. He is going to still play around the facility of this tower, but Mike not going to let loose of this gas pedal to snag up this elimination.
Yeah, he knows that this Ira doesn't have the combo breaker. He's more than happy to just relentlessly chase. If you can get, unfortunate vertical. R&B comes out, drops Mike's position further down as opposed to keeping up the pressure on that tower, and that might actually have allowed Arano to try and lengthen out the distance between himself and the Shiol. He's going to grapple over to where he thinks he can potentially find an armor reset, and he does manage to find one. Picks one up from one of the troves that he opens. Still hasn't found the opportunity to get a Vitality Ruffo, looks for it, doesn't manage to find it, gets the 1-2 into uppercut. Still doesn't have the confidence to try and continue this fight. Mike goes for the 1-2. Goes for the RMV and then jumps out of it before that Sun Dazzle can actually connect onto him. Fire Ult now comes on through from Arano. Mike's about to run out of stamina. No more wave roll. And that's going to make this a little bit dangerous, but Mike plays around it so far perfectly, jumping and managing his stamina. When his stamina bar went low, instead of rolling, he went for the double jump, and he's been able to survive the entire duration of that Fire V1, only getting Sun Dazzled once, so he can keep up this pressure. Out comes that Shiol ultimate, catches one of the charges, gets the headlock onto the tower, but no, the verticality meant that the vertical R&B didn't connect onto him. It delays the kill. Mike does find the elimination, and there's no player nearby, so no third-party punishment for Mike having invested that ultimate. Arano has to revisit the Soul Altar as Frostibus is also currently mid-visit to the Soul Altar. However, he has found one elimination. I believe he got a kill onto Shen Yuan at the very beginning of this game with the pole sword. That is probably the one that T25 has in his hands, as the bounty was placed upon the Liam's head by the Temi previously.
I mean, once again, like game 2, Mike started off hot with 3 eliminations on the board right before first round. We see him now potentially taking that first round to enhance that his kills as well for this game. But XY trying to back on up. We have T225 potentially starting rotating on into the next round, but Mike and XY might be going at it. T225 going to be that third-party potential. We see Mike actually, oh my god, massive parry as well. He's vibe checking, seeing who has the worst armor, and he clearly sees it there from T225. And now both of these players are going to be full aggressive T225 in the back end. XY with the R&B focus, but XY snags up the elimination there onto T225. Mike not going to full aggress that now, potentially rotating on into the realm. Edward is going to staple his Yang pass as well with the Moonbane. Frostivus in the zone. Once again, already lost 1 life, but can, you know, just chill out a little bit. Already in a good fitting here with 1 kill on the board. Gonna have to wait and see if he wants to take that first round, man. This is how he got eliminated or potentially got his elimination for this game. It's gonna be XY, gonna get parry here from Frostivus, snags up the flying knives. Beautifully done there from Frostivus. Big damage, look at this combo here. So much damage on the ground, into the aerial R&B, knocks off all the armor plus half of the white health with that combo alone. Now trying to recast the pile, we see him overholding, sends it, gets parried there from XY, and now XY snags up the weapon there and tries to go for the stagger on the ground with the R&B, but a pole sword now swap here from Frostivus. 1 hit is all he needs for the elimination, and the aerial R&B is enough there for Frostivus to snag up his first kill of game number 3. Spider and Star going at it. I don't know who has the pass, but Star is very weak here. Spider wants to get the elimination. Verse not joining the party as well, and it looks like Verse might be swapping on over to attention onto Spider to potentially get some damage.
No,
I
think like Spider might have just okay, there we go. Being able to get it, but like no one had the pass initially. They're all like colliding. Star and Spider were just uppercutting each other on repeat off of this tree. As Star is utilizing that tree to give himself a little bit of cover as well as spam out the stun dazzles, the orbs of that Tyra V1. Not doing all that much healing, but definitely keeping enough space.
Oh my god.
Now he's got to be careful though. Because Liam's feeling it. Out comes that Tyra F1 perfectly positioned to deposit him as he drops into the spacing of teleporting into that Yang portal. And he will be able to avoid the threat that Liam brings with it. Mike is also just dancing around the edge. He's not immediately going in, so that does show that he's not just running without a care into which player he wants to fight against. We are seeing the finesse come through from Michael. He's trying to catch on to a little bit of a lower tiered opponent in terms of that gear scaling by trying to put himself into the 2nd and 3rd round. As it's going to be Mike versus Edward. Frostivus not in a realm of Yang.
Yeah, I like it because, you know, he got limited early. He needs to try to see and not get that Yang depletion time if he potentially loses it. But the way he's been playing, it's been a good showcasing of his skill. But Mike going out against Edward, already investing both ultimates from both of these players. We do have Edward trying to find an opening off the V2, and the Oculus can V2 off of that Shayo proc, but doesn't connect off the first one. Mike still playing the neutral game against this. Oh, we have Edward leaping around, trying to find an opening for himself. Scale rushes, trying to find an opening, but can go ahead and play the pillars to try to cut out the ult here from Mike. But looks like Mike still find the pressure, catches the aerial LNB, catches R&B. The F2 called in, but it's being able to block that off with that ultimate alone. The shotgun burst there off the flying knives, being able to get some sorts of damage onto Mike, but Edward just chip damaging away here. Might be falling off the chip that off these clinks alone. We do have the counter grapple. Oh my god, beautiful counter grapple there from Mike to snag up, I believe, his 4th kill of this game already. He's going to be picking up a gold dagger off of this, plus a Vermilion's Bird's Might. And I mean, what can we say? Mike is now on 1 here for this game, but he also had a great start off of game 2. We just have to wait and see how the remainder of this game pans out for him.
Okay, this is Frostivus who went for cave strategy, taking a fight against Arano since we saw Frostivus' PV. Oh no. The poison shrooms. The fire No! Arano gets concussed directly on top of the fire, and it's just repeat after repeat fan R&B focus commitments from Frostivus, because, I mean, he's concussed, he's stunned, he's not going to be able to parry, and that's one of the fastest charging focus moves in the entire game. Oh, that's a tilter. That's 100% a tilter.
Oh my god, definitely one of the worst ways to go out. You just get stunned from a flame cage and you're just taking mad burn damage, and then the opponent's just full focus attacking you over and over again. And I mean, that was just a crazy big brain shot there onto that burning cage from Frostivus. Being able to find that is just not easy, and we see it there from Frostivus. But now the 2 superstars going at it. OUG's Mike against SR Spider. Lonnie ultimate invested already from Spider. Mike trying to read the ball throw, is going to be able to iframe with that ult pop there from that 2nd ball. And it looks like Mike is trying to retreat out the situation. And this might be a hard task to do here with this temple being that playground for these players to get that movement game on. And now got more action here in Celestia. Wu Fong drops very low. It looks like Star as well is low in this Cyro ultimate, but now being able to catch the dazzle gets a ton of damage onto Wu Fong. Wu Fong's still trying to cut out the pressure. Scare Rush is back in. The 2-beam charge does connect there onto Wu Fong, and now the ult is gone for Star, and it looks like it's gonna be a full chase out between both of these players.
What's interesting is that both of these players have buffs. Like, we don't normally see the players with buffs want to fight it out, but they want to eliminate each other. They want to try and deprive the other of having that buff, since it allows the other to go so much more aggressive and hunting for kills. And they can't allow that momentum to continue when so much is at stake in the grand finals. Every elimination counts. Speaking about eliminations, Far's gonna claim that one onto Wu Fong. Mike potentially wanting to continue this one, but the next Yang portal is actually going to be right on the outsides of Celestia, so everyone's going to be setting up to position to try and take themselves into the best possible opening of grabbing up that Yang pass. His Star backs away. The Million Birds might about to run a night. He can't afford to take another fight. He doesn't want to get spotted on out. Mike doing the exact same thing. As everyone looks ready to rotate. Possibus on 2 eliminations. A total score of 19.1. A flying nice edge away from MVP eligibility with that 22-point threshold. A couple more eliminations, some ranking points, and Possibus is already going to be in that position. And Mike is the next closest player, but he's almost 10 points behind.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is if Mike is the last one standing, that multiplier will be massive, right? We saw it there from Frosty from game 2. Being able to get that multiplier with 5 eliminations alone, even 4, it's just a great bump there to your overall score. So the way Mike is playing, and he's able to stay up there for the remainder of this game, he could have a crazy amount of points for this game alone. But Frosty is going to be that tower in front of him to make sure that does not happen with him already on that 19.1. But it looks like XY is going to be throwing out a lot of pressure towards his way. We do have him trying to kite out, gets caught on the side of the wall there off the V2 from the off goes to the back end. Edward, we do see him trying to full focus XY. XY still being able to cut out the pressure, has the movement ground to be able to do so, but on the backside, Edward with that Yang depletion timer has to find whoever is in his way to try to cleanse. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Azhao, and Edward snags up the elimination there onto Azhao, and now being able to retreat off of this, gets the Soul Bloom, being able to back on up, gonna go ahead and retreat back to that temple in Celestia. We do have Spider playing the spirit well. He is looking for the resources off this as alone. I believe Wu Fong as well is right next to him. XY starting to move on in, Edward as well, and I think Frostivus might be potentially contesting this, but it looks like all the loot is going to be going towards Spider's way. If anybody has blue armor, there is one on the ground as we see it there. Edward snagging it up quickly, plus retreating to make sure he is not the center of attention. Frostivus once again looking to see how he can do wonders for this game alone. We do have our second round, and it's going to be Verse against Mike. Gold dagger in hand for Mike. Verse with the blue flying knives. And this is going to be, I believe, another interesting fight here for our second round.
Cheryl versus Liam. Cheryl started winning against the Liams before, not committing that ultimate animation. That parry is already going to force the combo breaker from the Liam. Goes for the overhold of those knives, not committing the focus hit. Mike continuing to keep up that pressure. Scale rush, making sure that the Liam isn't on the ground behind that pillar, getting a heal off. He's instead going to pass it to the side of it. Out comes the musket shot, still chipping away some of that armor. This time around, Burst does go for the commitment of that focus coming on through with the RMB. Mike losing a lot of his armor, but still holds on to the combo breaker. Look for that stagger off of the scale rush. Isn't able to find the opportunity. Still keeps the scale rushes coming on through. Goes for the soul break. Gets caught on the exit with the LMB from those knives. Isn't utilizing his ultimate nor the combo breaker. He's just utilizing the movement that the dagger provides to weave in and out. Now comes the ultimate. Mike too low. He can't afford not to use it. That's going to buy himself a little bit of space. He does manage to get one armor powder off. Gets staggered by one hit. tries to anticipate where Verse could be positioned from behind that pillar, throws out the block, doesn't manage to find the opening, gets another armor fighter up for his efforts, though. Gets staggered yet again just before the ultimate ends. Could potentially throw it out, and he does catch it with the last possible seconds, but because he commits the ultimate animation, he gets scooped up by the V2. He's got another block which he can throw it onto Verse, just as Verse's ultimate ends. And now we go right back into the neutral. Mike looking for the parry, not able to find it. The overhold on the LMB from Verse. Twice in a row, Mike misreads the window, and Verse finds the win. Mike, he started so incredibly strong, just like the previous game. But where it derails, just like the previous, is the second realm of Yang. The first time it was Frostivus beating Mike out. This time around it's Verse. And now he has to make them recovery. Otherwise, those 4 eliminations he's picked up aren't going to be converted into a lion's share of points.
Yeah, man, with 4 on the board already, I know the skeleton off the gold armor is just way too good not to go for it, but now, like Moxie mentioned, it's just so much pressure. Oh my god, wait, hold on, Star. Wait, hold on, Star. Hold on, Switch. Wait, what is Star doing here with the Switch Dazzle? Lipo drops very low there off the common armor, or off the armor alone. We have Lipo trying to kite this out. We do have the raw uppercut there, big damage off the fist blades there. Star being able to tap dodge roll there, gets the damage there off the gold nunchucks. We do have him charging up the nunchuck meter burn. Lipo still very low, just the damage going towards Star's way. Gets caught up off the V2. Switch dazzling on out. It just one taps him there with the crossbow. He's playing an FPS game out here. He was.
Is that the first time we've seen Switch Dazzle get elimination in Nbpl solos? Oh my goodness, that's memorable. That's going in the highlight reel. I'm sure that's gonna be like popping up on Billion before the day's end, as we can have a look into all the players have stacked on up. Frostivus not going super aggressive. He's currently just hold on up at the very top of Temple right now, not wanting to get scared out. He's actually in the zone corruption tick, in anticipation of these players with Yang depletion going from top to bottom and trying to clear the entirety of that temple. And Frostivus does not want to get spotted on out. He's the only Temi in this lobby. He doesn't want to have his ultimate forced. Syra is potentially still in the mix too, since FX's star is still very much alive. So if he does get forced by the entire lobby to drop his ultimate, he's still not going to have that blanket of safety. As we can see, that Celestra is not safe in the slightest. Every single player other than Frostivus is gathered in a very small space. And Lipo on the outside has to try and hope. Oh, no! Time post. Edward gets hit in the cranium. And he's going to be feeling that one in the morning, as Versus gets to commit again, just like we saw from Frostivus with the fan RMVs. Flying knives focus back to back to back when there's nothing you can do.
I've never seen anybody avoid an F2 on a skirmish just D keying away. Lipo literally just pressed D, and his character did a little bit of movement to the right. He avoided the F2 there from Edward. But still, what a heartbreak situation there from Edward, getting eliminated there off the sign hit. It's just unfortunate in the zone, just so much damage. But still, Mike having to cleanse. Lipo as well. The aggression is going to happen pretty soon. 2 minutes here for Lipo. We see him grappling on in. Not sure if he spots a player around. He potentially might be going against Mike. Mike in the backside. Might see some sorts of aggression from him, but no, it's gonna be Spider trying to cut out the pressure here on Delani. Gets the LMB focus opener here from Lipo. We do have 2-5 as well, and it's just 3 Liams in the mix. It's just super rough to be in the center of these 3 characters right now. We do have Lipo now, still full focusing in. Spider might potentially get his ultimate bursted out here pretty soon. Gets caught up there on the top of the roof, just big damage. Investing that F now, still trying to cut out the pressure. Bang surf now. We've seen the damage that this thing can do last game as well, so you gotta be real careful. We do have him kind of back on in. Frosted is starting to show on up. Wufang as well on the top side of the map. All these players now are going to be congested pretty soon. We do have a minute here on a Yang depletion timer. Spirit Mystic Might is up for anybody who wants to get it. So we do have Lipo now still trying to fight it up, trying to find an opening with a minute left. Mike with 106 as well. So the pressure's on with both of these players. And this could be very heartbreaking there for Mike, not being able to stay for that multiplier and getting eliminated with that good amount of kills that he's getting in that early to mid game can really hurt him once again throughout the whole tournament. As we see here, Verse is going to be the center of this Spirit Well with 3 Liams in the mix. This could be bad, but Lipo's still trying to fight it out. 30 seconds to counting. Star already invested the Syra ultimate. Gets caught up off the V2 there very early. Sends him out, but Lipo still trying to cut out the pressure now from that Syra. Mike spots him, catches Mike into that V2, and Lipo trying to do wonders right now here in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, Lipo holds Mike in that V2 too, so that time is time that Mike can't spend trying to take a fight, as everyone has identified, or at least Wufang has identified, that Lipo is trying to go out to zone damage. Spider has also identified that there's someone trying to go out to zone damage. Wufang will be able to claim the elimination. Mike about to run out as well, and he's not going to be able to get away. The kill goes to Shen Yuan, and those 4 eliminations, we did bring it up. We mentioned when Mike lost that round of Yang fight, that's where it derailed on Holoroff. That's where it derails now on Morris Isle as well. There's no ballistas in play here, but it is very much off of the tracks that Mike's game goes. Frostivus still in the lobby, still sitting at 19.6 points, but the more players we lose, the more ranking points Frostivus is going to be able to gain. He needs just a couple more eliminations and some high ranking placements, and he is on match point eligibility. And the 2 players who were closest in this competition have gone out of the lobby already.
Yeah, I think right now the biggest issue right now is gonna try to fight off these Liams. I mean, we see the aggression that Verse has once again with the Mystic Might, being able to control that battlefield like he did for game number 1. We see the pressure going towards Star's way. Even though Star got his ult burned out pretty quickly earlier there from Lipo, he's still in this fight. We see him trying to cut out the pressure with the switch dazzle still in hand, playing out with a repeating crossbow. Gets caught up in the corner there. 1, 2, 3 there from Verse. Big damage onto Star. Drops a quarter of that white health. We do have him now getting headshot dinked there from Spider from mid-range. Elimination going towards Spider's way. His first one of this game. Bane right behind him, needs to be real careful. We have it in the center of this end zone. These players might be trying to pick up some of these resources. T225 in the back end. I thought he was gonna clip off of that, but that was just a little bit, that was just the camera positioning there. But now Spider trying to go for the loot. Wufang and Burst going at it. If they're able to get out one of the Liams out, this could be good for the lobby. Wufang invested his Lonnie ultimate in the backside. Doesn't catch, yes he does. Off the ball throw, gets the damage onto Verse, but doesn't want to full commit as he sees T225 in the back end. And now a little bit of congestion there happening on the top left-hand side of the map. Wufang offering to back on up here from the situation, and I love what Frostivus is doing. He's playing this out for the long game. He does not want to be the center of attention. He sees the aggression that one of these Liams has, which is Verse, and he does not want to get eliminated. Now, as we see it here, Verse full focusing whoever's in front of him, and it looks like Spider is going to be the one getting the aggression now.
Yeah, Cross is very much playing for ranking points, not to get his ultimate force. Spider is unfortunately in that position. His V2 has been burned out. He was able to survive the last time. He actually was able to crouch his way into one of the haystacks. And looking for a Lonnie in a haystack is apparently just as difficult to identify a needle in a haystack, as he was able to slip away from the focus of all of the Liams that were currently chasing him, as he now slips into a building, procs up the tuna. Takes a little bit of that downtime so that when the zone moves, he has to reveal his position. Yet again, he's going to have the continuous heal ticks moving on through, even as his opponents pursue him. Plus was 20.1 off of the ranking point he was able to accrue when players got eliminated before him. So you can see Shen Yuan holding the space. Dreadful wail off of that blue dagger on top of the rooftop, just trying to keep himself as far away from the Liams in contention as he possibly can. Spider also actually playing inside this building. Verse doesn't want to try and contest it. He is one of the Liams. TV5 also going to be holding that same space. No one wanting to overstep, though. They all understand that there is a lot on the line. They don't want to give a kill away. Spider taking an opportunity, goes behind the wall, keeps up that tune. He has to keep this up. He's the only, or rather, he's one of the only 2 Lannies left. and now he's been found out. The hunt is on. The Liams are mobilizing. Spider is down a lot of that armor, but remember, Tuna means that it's going to be continuing to heal up even as he moves. Unfortunately for him, though, his hiding path token inside one of the buildings, and out came the cannons with the Rupture Gale flame strap, and all of that recovery is for naught as he's being chased down by the flying knives. He's got his ultimate. The zone damage is going to be chunking through directly to his health bar, and TW5 is going to claim the elimination. Frostivus is going to gain another part of ranking, and that's going to close up the distance between himself and that 22 points necessary even more, as he's going to showcase the Soulgate in his pocket. Soulgate of Destiny. Is it his time of destiny? No! Merciless Havoc gets parried out! Frostivus might have overplayed his hand. The parry comes on through. He's got to make sure that he doesn't come under too much fire from the Moonshot Storm coming out from TW5 on the lower level of the building. The Temi invests that V3, puts himself directly into the center, goes for the full reset. There's no Sire ultimate to challenge him and chase him down, and he's been able to pick back up that staff to keep the Merciless Havoc in play.
Yeah, I mean, you just see how well Burst is doing here, controlling the tempo. Nice parry there from Frostivus to respond. Was forced to pop that ultimate, and now could be bad, but it looks like the remainder of the lobby is just waiting out the remainder timer of the zone. The only aggressors are going to be Burst and T225 like they've been doing throughout the whole end circle. But Wufong right inside that building, playing out more slowly. We have Frostivus trying to get a full reset on it inside the building. Now, a little bit of love tap there from the Scare Rush. Lots of damage now in the backside. Looks like he is going to be able to reclaim the top side of this terrain, but now the pressure's still happening there from the Liams, the back-to-back there from the Flying Knives, and the Gold Flying Knives being able to do tons of damage down the backside. We do have him dropping all that armor once again, so the play inside the zone. Oh my god, through the window, gets the damage as well. Frostivus trying to stay alive. Cannon shots flying on in. He is going to be caught off the Dreadful Well as well, and XY there with the elimination onto Frostivus. Frostivus, I don't believe he gets the threshold there off of that alone. It's just so much pressure now from the Liams. We do have Burst playing the top side now, trying to secure this win, and with 4 kills on the board, if he's able to get the multiplier, this could be great for him. Wufong invests in the Lani ultimate already. I don't think he connected with anybody off that first throw on the bottom side of this map, but Burst playing the high ground. Wufong, 1 layer right under him. T25 playing the mid side of this as well. XY was clearly on the bottom there off the shot. Yo, none of these players want to be in the center of that, but do have the V2 called in now by T225. Snags up 1 player. Burst picking an elimination onto Wufong. That's 5 there from Burst, and now recatches another player, but 2 players are up. Not the full multiplier for 1 player alone, but I think Burst might be taking this MVP here for game number 3.
Yeah, I think Burst potentially, yeah, it is maybe T225 was in with a shot, considering the eliminations that he was able to grab up on the tail end of things. But Burst is going to be the one that walks away with a second MVP of the day. We did remember taking number 1, so he's going to be feeling very happy with his performance, getting very close now to Frostivus' position. Frostivus, so unfortunate. Like, he probably would have been able to find either the ranking points of the elimination, but everyone knows that there's a 10 still in that lobby. They need to force that V3 before the zone collapses and they're all boxed into the V3's area of the back. So the parry coming out onto the Merciless Havoc from there is just a matter of time, since those 2 Liams were just relentlessly trapping Frostivus in between the flying knife hits. Everywhere the Temi turned, there was just no place of escape.
Yeah, I mean, just throughout that whole end circle, just Burst and T225, being able to control that whole tempo there, especially if you do capture the Spearwell buff, as Burst did there, he has full green light to be able to do so, and they were doing that perfectly there for this game alone. And I mean, we saw there Frost did have the J that he needed to try to create the space. Just unfortunate enough for him, Burst found the opening that he needed to be able to parry Frostivus off of that top roof there from that hut, and off of that alone, he was able to force out his ultimate as well, which stops out any of the safety nets there from the Tomok. And being in a lobby like this, being alone with Temi, where usually it's not very easy to be in that end circle of your Tomok. You saw it there. Frostivus is getting full focus. XY just letting loose those Dreadful Wells to make sure he doesn't get any damage thrown his way. And unfortunately enough, Frostivus gets caught up there behind the wall and does get eliminated there from XY. But still, crazy game 3. Oh, man, I'm thinking about Mike going into round with 4 eliminations. I don't think that was very smart, just due to you already having a good amount of eliminations, right? Moving into that second half of that game alone with 4 kills, we know that in these end circles, a lot of kills happen throughout the last final moments of the game. So Mike just trying to get I don't know, what do you call it? What do you call it? He's just being ambitious in that point. I'm not sure what you would call it. He was just
caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He was trying to get a little bit more. But you know, sometimes you're like, oh yeah, Home Alone can raid the biscuit barrel, and then your parents come home just a little bit too early, and you're there just standing on a chair, cupboard door open, and you're like, oh,
my fault.
Hi, Mom. With this, I'm just putting it away. No, like it was like really unfortunate because like it's happened now back to back. I think he wanted to make up for where he was in the standings because he was very, very close. Like that standings constantly fluctuated between Mike being in second and Edward being in second based off of who was coming in with the most eliminations that round. And I think like Mike knew with how far ahead Frost was and the potential for Frost to actually qualify to MVP eligibility, he needed to try and shorten the distance between himself and the other person, because it's one thing denying someone on MVP eligibility, MVPing one game. It's another thing entirely trying to deny them like 2 games in a row. So we're going to have a look and see the overall game scores for everyone involved in game number 3. Versus 5 eliminations picked up for him, 6.5 is the game score he's able to achieve. Mike, the 4 eliminations that he had tie alongside Shin Yuan's skills, but Shin Yuan getting 1 point higher in game score because of living a little bit longer, as Mike unfortunately found himself at the wrong end of a Yang depletion timer, as many of our players are prone to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rough trying to bounce back off of Yang depletion timer. We see every single time a Yang ends, there's gonna be a lot of aggression happening, first or second Yang, if you have that Yang depletion timer. And we saw a little bit of difference there from game 2, there from Mike playing a lot more conservative opposed to how Spider just full throttle back into the fight to try to cleanse it out. So you know, it's just a way to try to cleanse that out, and it's not an easy task in these lobbies, but gotta find a way if you're able to do so. It's literally like a gift if you roll into a third party, right? That's probably your best chance to be able to cleanse. But looking at overall standings here for our grand finals for the spring split, Frost is still in first place with 20.1. Burst now trying to close out that distance with 14.5, but XY as well coming in the trail with 14.5 in third place. Mike with 13.5, even though he gets eliminated very early there for game number 3, is still in 4th place with a good amount of points for the overall standings. Edward with 13.2, Spider in the mix with 12.7, and I don't think Spider has seen a end game. And did he see an end game game 1? He didn't really see him, but he still got a good amount of points there for the overall standings. We're going to be taking a look at the highlights there, powered by China Unicom, how our third game of the day unfolded. And once again, Mike and Verse been going at it off drop every single game. Verse falls once again here from Mike, and now quickly after that, Mike going at it against Edward, and it's just that purple staff Mike hand was able to snag up those kills so fast there, being able to outburst so much damage. No Jades, blue / common armor in these opponents' hand. It's just very rough to go against a purple rarity weapon.
Yeah, I mean Mike as well, able to, with the threat of the pill pattern from that LMB on the staff, just force the F2 from the ACOS when the ACOS is looking to disengage, rather than set off an extension off of that ability. So when the fight progresses into the next stage, he's still in full control of the tempo, as we can see. Oh my goodness, this one.
Oh no.
Poor Rana gets put into the highlight reel, or I guess low light reel, as
oh no.
Caught out, Frostivus absolutely on top of it, sees the opportunity, seizes it with both hands, hits the fire gauge down, gets the concussion into the back-to-back R&Bs. This is where it all went wrong for Mike. The commitment of the LMB, the failure to read that it was going to be committed onto him. And Mike loses off of the back of that one, isn't able to cleanse the Yang depletion. versus turning MVP moment. Gets hit outside and pick up some damage by that shield F1. But does manage to keep himself for the most part away from all of the fighting going on down.
Oh no.
Gets grabbed into the ball by T5, but that's actually a little bit of a silver lining, or I guess golden lining, giving the Liam's color shading of that utility. If he's in the ball, he's not taking damage from other players in the lobby. So T5 gives him a little bit of a backpack to just hide himself safely in until he's ready to pop right back out and onto that MVP stage. The 12th time that he's going to be frequenting that, as we can have a look into the Soul Jade setup. Jabbing for the staff tuna. Again, a highly sought after Soul Jade for all of the reasons we've currently talked about. The Assault Smolder tier, something that we haven't yet touched upon. The ability to commit fire tick damage off of grapple damage coming on through from your follow-up horizontal is absolutely invaluable. If you're like running into the likes of Cyrus, but also if you're trying to apply that fire tick, a player who's having that fire tick debuff onto them, even if they try and use like an armor pad or a vitality, it's cut in efficiency by 50% as long as that fire debuff is applied to them. So when you go to like these situations where so many people are stacked on top of each other, those reset moments become crucial for you to get the most amount of fire, because you're going to be getting so few and far between of them. If you've been hit with fire debuff, that reset opportunity is slammed immediately shut.
Yeah, I mean, even like how they were controlling that end game, where the zone is a lot more closer. Being able to get that soul smother damage off the burn ticks is just so good, because the zone is also taking a larger amount than how it is in the early game, right? Obviously. So being able to do so with that Jade alone, taking white health, as well as I remember we had the time where it was a heavy fire arrow meta. Everybody was trying to look for burst arrow fire. Yeah. You know, that kind of started the whole burn tick era. But, you know, Soul Smother being more of that grapple Ellen being in, if you're able to catch that burn damage is an overall still good Jade. But, you know, there's also crazy Jades, like you mentioned it out the whole night, just tuna, just taking that white health and being able to get active off of it as well. It's just so strong of a Jade. If it's on the ground or if it's in the buy zone, that the buy station, every player who is able to buy it will be purchasing that tuna. But yeah, just crazy games thus far. Verse now jumping back here for this game, having a massive pop-off game. Love the way Frosted has played, though. I mean, that was a very hard situation he was in, being in an end circle where a lot of aggression from a set of character was roaming around that whole area, and he was able to make it, I believe, like top 5 in a situation like that. I think that's still a overall good game for this game 3 on alone with Temmie there. Mike, unfortunate for him, gets too hyper aggressive, goes into realm, falls off short there, gets the Yang depletion timer, not being able to cleanse. Same situation he had in game number 2. It's just rough for him, but I did understand what you mentioned. He was trying to close out the distance a lot more, opposed for it to being just a 1 game differences to, you know, that 2 that he had in that situation. So, you know, it was another, I guess, double-edged sword that you would call. But another thing that we can talk about is an interview. We're going to be moving on into an interview with one of our players. When we come back, we'll be moving on into our 4th game of the Spring Split Grand Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our players standing here, and let's say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，over 打招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是OE 的王良。
欢迎王良来到我们赛后采访。Also today we have a special guest. Yeah, Seb.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, welcome. We would like to say welcome to the grand final. Welcome to the China. And also, I know Seb is really excited today because he like the first time like face to face with Edward. A lot of things want to say to him, right?
Yeah, it's really nice watching everybody play over the years through a computer screen. It pales in comparison to actually being here at the NBPL Grand Final.
其实王良就是想，我刚才也说了，他 Seb 其实今天见到你也有很多的话想跟你说。平时呢 Seb 只能在线上其实看我们的直播流，然后作为你的解说在解说。但是今天其实见到本人了之后，他也觉得特别的开心。然后就是终于有机会从线上走到线下，可以面对面了。那有什么话可以给我们的 Seb 也不远万里来到中国，特意来看决赛，有没有什么话作为东道主吧？有什么话要送给他
？Love you 。
也是非常可爱的一段 Very lovely， 非常可爱的一段互动。Okay, so first I know Steph, you have some question asked Edward, right?
Yeah, so I was wondering, going into the game, grand final, spring split, you've got 2 games left to put it all on the line. What's going to be your strategy? Are you going to be playing really aggressive? And what place?
特别想问一下，其实今天我们已经来到了我们这个总决赛了。特别想问一下王良呢，那对于今天就3把已经打完了嘛？那目前对于今天的整个决赛，你觉得目前场上的一个节奏来看，接下来的一个战术是准备怎么样？是要打得更加激进一些去拿分呢，还是想打得稳一些，然后等慢慢去看有没有机会我们超过赛点之后再去够这个冠军呢？
因为前3把，因为我是5号池嘛，前3把其实只有1把是2选，然后剩下的都是5、6选。我觉得下3把应该是我发力的时间，因为都是首轮 pick 嘛。
Okay, so because of the BP, so maybe I don't have a lot of chance in the game 1 to game 3. Like I have the hero selection, and I'm really good at. So after the 3 games, I think like the rest of the game is my way, it's my turn. Because like the game 4 to game 5, I will be the first one to choose the hero, and then just look at everyone. I will like all the power. Okay, and I think it's time for us to answer pressure. Okay. Let's move on to next part, answer pressure. 我们来看一下接着题目。Okay, so first we can see the question is which hero did OA Edward use in game 3? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，王良遇到了是哪个英雄？其实刚才我们在赛前聊到很有意思的事情，我觉得王良，我给他了一个关键词，对于这个赛季就是说王良成熟了很多。这种成熟和进步不仅体现在自己的游戏水准上，而且包括脾气上面啊。前几个赛季，前3年吧，我们其实可以屡屡看到王良拍桌子的名场面。但这个赛季其实真的就是感觉王良脾气也好了很多。但是今天好像又跟桌子有点渊源了，我们一会儿讲讲好不好 ？Okay, so before the answer, I asked the question is about because we know that like the 4th year for Edward to be an esports player, and I think he improved not only the strategy and like ability in the game, and also his temper. He now like this season, he really have a good temper. We seldom or we never see in this season like you hit the table, but today in the grand final again in the first game. So I would like to know what happened at that time. 给我们聊聊那波回阳到底发生什么？
就是我跟 Spider 的回阳嘛，然后就是时间剩的不多了，大概就只剩个3秒，然后我震到了他的刀嘛，然后那个主角本来就是一脚给他踢死，然后就是因为距离原因没有踢到。就我震到了，但是主角没有打到，导致我们2个双阳，就当时非常生气。
已经其实本来有机会拿下这波回阳，结果真的是一个小小的失误，加上时间正好到了，没有机会，太可惜了。So you know, in the realm beyond, me and Spider were together, and at the time, you know, the numbers counting only like 3 seconds, and after that, I just parried the weapon, and I think I have chance to kill him. But at that time, like my skill only a little bit like because the distance, and that's why I just missed and I didn't kill the spider. And after that, we have like Beyond application together. Oh, really a pity. 这波我说实话，王良，这不是你脾气不好，这个我也生气。For me, I also will be angry. Okay, it's a joke, and I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得王良应该也。现在我们继续倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer together.
C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And also, I can see Steph is file here about the question about the story. So maybe you have anything because we still have the rest of the game and anything or like wish you want to talk to Edward.
I want to see Edward MVP next game. I think he's gonna be able to do it. We saw it almost happen to Spider and not helping too much, but at the end of the day, he's a very strong player. And I really
那其实我也问了一下，因为 Step 在这边其实看着你，他也是非常的高兴嘛。然后我就问了一下他，那么今天特意来到这边有没有什么祝福？对于后面几把的一个祝福要送给你？他说，其实 Step 看来呢 ，Edward 是一个非常强的选手。就是我们可能总说双骄，但是在双骄之后，我们一定能看到你的身影。 所以说 Sab 在这边特别希望因为刚才也讲到了后2个回合轮次，没关系，可以擦擦汗，我看汗已经下来了，都不敢擦啊。那放松，然后下2把发挥一个好的状态。Sab 也希望可以看到你拿到接下来这个 MVP， 也希望今天你可以拿下这个冠军。
我也祝福他，希望他在上海玩得开心
啊！上海玩得开心。对于自己接下来的比赛有没有信心？如果说这样吧，我们不说有没有信心了。对于这个春节，我们即将对于这个春天画上句号，在这个故事的结尾，希望给自己一个怎么样的结果，以及整一年你今年的目标。
今年的目标肯定是，我觉得拿一个联赛冠或者铁杯冠嘛，这也是我打职业这么久来一直以来的目标，到目前还没有实现，我希望会是今天。
还没有改变过。Okay, so first he would like to say Sab and thank you, like you here and you talk a lot and your wishes. He's really thankful, and also he would like you travel in Shanghai will be happy. And also because I asked him about because it's the end of the spring and it's the grand final, and we still have a long way in this year. So his ambition for this year, Edward told me, still is the championship, not only in this grand final but also for the J Cup. And like the championship, always ambition for all the esports players, also for Edward too. And he wished that championship will be today.
And I think he's got a very good shot of becoming the champion today. These next 3 games can all go his way. Anything is possible. I think he's got a really good shot.
今天其实 Sab 觉得你目前为止状态非常非常好，非常期待接下来你3把的表现，觉得今天一定是有机会，所以再次加油，好不好？Thank you for today's interview. Thank you, Sab and Edward together, and we will take a break and be right back.
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000伤，几曾着眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗叹欧陆。
everybody, and welcome back to what could potentially be the halfway point of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring 2025 Solos Grand Finals. Because, see, you thought it would be 8 games. I'm kind of on the money at the moment. I'm on the right path. I said 6. Frostivus being just under 2 points in terms of reaching that match point threshold. Some of the other players being a little bit further behind. We could be definitely seeing this day finish with a total of 6 games played. Whether or not that's going to see actual light of day, we'll have to find out because we have plenty of NARAKA still ahead.
Yeah, our top 6 right now is very close to entering that threshold. Obviously, Frostivus being the closest one in that department, but still, I wouldn't be surprised if we have our first player in that threshold after this game. But still, it's been a crazy sequence as we've seen thus far. We're kind of having like a back and forth in those end games. This last end game was not super stacked, but we did have a lot more players than, or we actually had it in game opposed to our second game. So you know, it's been up and down there in that department. But still, these players are giving it their all throughout these games, and we saw the aggression that we saw in game 1, and it kind of chilled out a little bit for game number 2, and now just game 3, just the tempo changing just a little bit there for throughout the whole game. Upsets already happened throughout the whole throughout the tournament. We had Mike going into the realm, getting that Nbpl timer once again like he did game number 2. You know, bite the bullet for that. Does go down once again with 4 kills on the board, puts up a decent amount of points still on the board. He is in that top 6 in the overall standing still. So you know, this is a little bit back to the drawing board possibly for him. If he's able to have those pop-off starts like he's been having throughout the whole night, where he's able to snag up those 3 kills very early into the games, could potentially have a better route throughout the whole game if he's able to, you know, just to calm down a little bit, chill out, and just ride the wave to the last and final moments of the game. But still, game 4 on its way. Is there anything that you're potentially looking forward to for this game that we're about to watch right now?
I mean, I want to see the hero phase selections, because like they've really swerved. We've seen so many curveballs come through from the hero selections. We went from one game with only 1 Liam being picked to the previous game where there were 3 of them running all around the place. But again, like as we talked about, certain heroes are stronger on certain maps, and Liam definitely finds a really comfortable home in Celestra off of just all of the potential plays that you can make with that V2. Same thing in Imperium on Pedoria. Holoroth does a little bit less, other than things like the phony roll and the corruption take damage too. When we get towards the tail end of that game, and the damage is doing all of that take, not even at your shield, it goes directly to your health pool. So that's an execution sentence to definitely keep your eye on, as it's going to now be 24,500 yuan that we've bumped the prize pool for MVP up to in game number 4. So lots of motivation other than just a high game score. But I mean, the real motivation is right there. Picking up that trophy and all of the bragging rights that come alongside it. As you can see, TV5 trying to just dial in. This is a man who has been denied many a title, many a time, falling just at the finish line. He got his bi-weekly final, and now can he take his championship?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the crazy upset in the intro starting off the night, where he's just so close for J-Cup, but not being able to close out. And like you mentioned, he is able to snag up a bi-weekly, but at the end of the day, especially you're a veteran player, you're kind of working towards the bigger chips, right? Spring finals, summer finals, and I mean, even J-Cup, right? When that comes around. But that is our last tournament of the year for all these players. But still, T225 has been a staple in the Pro League for a very long time. Once again, I'll always mention this. When I first found out about T225, went over to his doyen, saw, you know, was trying to scope out how he plays, and he's a very range heavy player, and he would just full chip damage you with just range shots over and over again while applying pressure with his melee weapon. But you know, now into the Pro League, it's just a different play style that you have to get accustomed to. And T225 has been working on that craft for a very long time, and we see it now this year that it did go out towards his way to find success, taking a chip home. But now for the spring finals, he's still looking to take that home. But another player that's also trying to take that home is Frostivus, opposed to everybody else in the server. But Frostivus being that runner-upper right now in the top of the pyramid to be able to do so for himself, has been playing very well throughout the whole night. Love how he's playing conservative in those sticky situations like he was last game, just trying to snag up as much ranking points to potentially get into that threshold, which he was very close to do so, but just Verse and T225 just having that full pass to control that game tempo for game number 3 is just a little bit too much to handle there, being a lone wolf Temmie, which, you know, it's normal to see being a lone wolf in the lobby like that. So even though now with this game 4, he does have another chance to make it to that threshold as fast as possible now. And I wouldn't be surprised, like I mentioned earlier, we have our player or one of our players making it to that 22-point threshold off of this game 4.
Yeah, but we have seen in the past, like when these players get close enough to going and crossing over the threshold, there's a moment where some of them freeze on up. Like, it does get rough where there's so much stress and pressure because, like, you're going into this game. If you're Frostivus, you're thinking, I just need 2 eliminations. I just need 2 eliminations. I just need 2 eliminations. But then if you lose your hot drop fight where you're like, oh, I didn't get that first elimination, now I'm behind. Now I have to try and scale up. Now I probably have to go into a Realm of Yang. If I lose the Realm of Yang fight, I'm going to have Yang depletion. I'm not going to find that first or second elimination. Like, both in trios and solos, we've seen where these players will be 2 or 3 points away from qualifying to MVP threshold. They'll take back-to-back rounds of 0 points coming on through. So there's additional levels of stress for Frostivus to deal with now, and then that's going to be dialed up even higher when he crosses that threshold, if he crosses that threshold, because he's likely going to be the only player that crosses it outside of like a record-breaking run from the likes of maybe Micah or Shenyuan or Edward. Frostivus is really the only one realistically who is going to be able to qualify for MVP off of this game, which means headed into the next, headed into game 5, everyone in this lobby is going to be gunning for him. As we can have a look and see, Arano is going to be grabbing the Lonnie, Wukong, the Liam. T225 locks in the Temmie, and Spider locks out the rest of the players' access for the Liam, who picks it up alongside Wukong.
Potential 3 Lonnie game though for this game alone. Still, if Frostivus picks the Lonnie, there's going to be two Lonnies in the field, but Edward is going to be snagging up that Shayo for his pick for 3rd round selection, and Frostivus is going to be able to snag up that Akos for this game alone. Now Asia and Star, still 3 Lonnies are able to be up for grabs in this situation, but Asia opting to pick that Syra for his 4th round selection, and Star now locking out Lonnie for the rest of the lobby. So it's just 2 Lonnies in the field, 2 Liams, and then a single lone wolves for Temmies, Akos, Shayos, and Syras. But now Mike picking up that Temmie for his 5th round selection. XY potentially as well picking up a Tomok, and that could be a 3-piece. Yeah, that is probably the best sight, especially for a player like XY who favors Tomok in these games.
Yeah, Frost is gonna be like, why couldn't this have been last round? Where were my Temmies then? Because like Shenyuan known for his Temmie, Mike also. Like Mike is known predominantly for his Tiger. He's known as the Tiger King over in China, but his Temmie is insanely good as well. He's always had very strong Temmie games where we've seen him like MVP multiple times with this hero, even when others weren't on the same one, getting to this sort of puppet string all of the fights around him, force other players into taking 1v1s while he sits on the sidelines and waits for the opportune moment to be able to strike. Not surprised that Frost is locking the Akos in. I don't think he would have wanted to go for the Lonnie because he knows like he still has to have that MVP rank after this game. He can't burn a hero choice on the game where he's not looking as the champion to take that full round. I am interested to see though, is it going to be the F1 or is it going to be the F2? because the F2 is really good in the 1 versus 1, so that you can really lock down your opponent or catch them if they disengage and turn it into a great opportunity for you. And if you're Frostvus, like I said, you're looking at just taking 2 fights and winning them. So you're going to be playing for the 1 versus 1. What that does mean is if you go into something like a Realm of Yang and find yourself with Yang depletion, you don't have the F1, that multi-wave fight when you've got Yang depletion and everyone's after you becomes even scarier.
Yeah, and I also think these players are trying to get a lot more comfortable with the F2. I think the F2 now is a little bit different. It just comes out faster. So that's just something they've probably been playing with in the live server that they are potentially scrimming in, or even just playing at a day-to-day. But even so, we did see uproar of the F2 Aquasis throughout probably like a year and a half ago. The staple was F1 for a very long time. Just having that 30% damage reduction off the F call-in alone was just so well for that character alone, and being able to get aggressive off the ultimate as well. But the F2 found its shine, being able to catch that prio off of that alone, and getting these players mid-air with F2. We've seen kill eliminations come into play as well with that skill, being able to get that third party last hit in with the F2. So F2 always being a strong suit, and also strong suits being at this hot drop there in the center of Perdoria. 4 players. I think I see Frostvus, Wufong, Spider, another player in the back end as well. Not sure who is going to be contesting that Volpine Essence drop spot, but starting off here with Frostvus already snagging up a common armor, and it looks like he is going to be going against Spider here for the first fight of game number 4.
Yeah, Frostvus though, losing all of that armor, does get a blue armor reset off of that floor. Has burned the F2. Oh, commits the focus, gets parried. And like, this is what I was talking about, right? That pressure is dialed up now. You've lost your hot drop fight. You specifically dropped Imperium trying to find a 1 versus 1. That has now been lost, and you have to spend the entire time rotating over to that soul ult. I mean, granted, Fedora gives a little bit more opportunity for these players to come back in terms of the loot scaling with things like the floating pile spawns, but it's still going to be eating away the entire time that you're revisiting that soul ult. So we can have a look and see Edward versus Verse. Edward with the fan, Verse with the Hallies. Edward going to be giving a little bit of time to start healing up that common armor as we head back into Imperium and have a look to see Spider still utilizing that purple staff he picked up from. Tries to go for the focus. Both of these players on the Liam greeting, trying to bait the other into burning that combo breaker, and Spider is able to actually hit the full R&B of that staff coming on through. Doesn't even go for the overhaul, just goes for the early release off of it. Now he's committing the ultimate. He gets the ball catch onto Wufong. He's looking for the R&B follow up off of the throw into the jump LMB, tracking Wufong's disengagement pop. Wufong does try and find the toothpick with the longsword, but Spider, instead of dodging out of it, just sets the opportune moment to go for the second ball catch on that V2, and this time around it's Wufong who's able to get the grab back and forth. These two Liams go, that V2 giving both of them the advantage when that snatch comes on out. And now Spider, outside of that ultimate, is just going to look for a scale rush. He knows that he's got the better advantage, but the scale rush is anticipated. Wufong finds the parry. Spider's too far away to actually pick up the weapon. Gets the uppercut into the flying knife. So wait a minute, the turnaround is potentially here as he reads into the scale rush coming on through with his combo break to avoid it. The gold frame, meaning he doesn't get staggered. Looks for the musket swap denial in case Wufong tries to chase him down, and gets a common armor reset, which is so much better than Wufong.
Wow, what a nail biter fight thus far. Catches a shotgun burster off the scare rush there from Wufong. Spider now with the health advantage, still trying to apply the pressure onto Wufong. He does have that purple pole sword, and he's going to be doing a lot of damage here. Catches the pry onto the ACCA. F called in from Wufong. He is going to be able to back on up, but Spider's still full committed to this fight. I don't see any third-party potentials here in the mini-map, so this is still going to be an isolated fight between both of these Liams. The pry is going towards Wufong's way. Catches the backwards F into the R&B in the ground with his flying knives. Nearly catches the aerial R&B off the flying knives alone, but looks like the parry's gonna connect there for Wufong, and that's enough damage there for Wufong to snag an elimination onto Spider, and Spider's still taking a fight there, takes one elimination, but does fall in that situation. And now Mike and Lipo going at it. The Temi here for Mike has that ult online. While this Shaya ultimate is already up here for Lipo, does manage to find a common armor swap. Mike is going to go ahead and swap his armor as well. And now the chase is on here for Mike. Lipo nearly almost out of this ult, I believe. Does manage to catch that shield throw onto Mike. Now the skill rushing happening here on top of this pillar. Looks like he is going to be able to create a little bit of distance against Mike here. And Mike still not being able to catch the line of sight here onto Lipo. Lipo doing a really good job to avoid the aggression there from Mike. But now he does manage to catch on up. Purple fist blades in hand from Mike. 1, 2, 3 sensei. Musket shots nearly connect. He connects off the third one there. Lipo one shot in the dream. Catches another armor swap here in this area. And it looks like it's the same fight that we had there from Spider and the opposing Liam as well. But now Mike being able to try to stay in this fight is going to be able to find a little bit more damage. But Lipo's still running for the hills. Catches another common armor swap. And it looks like this might be a battle going towards distance again.
Oh, Mike gets parried. He did have that common armor swap, so that's going to be all that ripped off. Now he's going to go to the low ground, potentially looking for another armor swap. Tries to find anything that he can from the loot that's left behind. Yeah, there it is. Common armor has been picked up. Mike now wants to keep up this pressure. He knows that Lipo does not have the ultimate. Mike still has his fully charged on up, so he does have control of the tempo. Currently is Frostivus is knocked out of this lobby.
Wow.
TDD5 with the cannon takes Frostivus down and opens up the day significantly wider as Shenyuan, Edward, Verse, all of these players who are above the double digits get an opportunity, a full game, to close up the distance between themselves and first place.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate there from Frost. But I mean, this is what I was mentioning, right? Being able to get that common armor off drop. You see how distance these fights are happening now. Mike and Lipo have been going at it, potentially even when Spider was fighting Wufong in the center of the map as well. And now you do see Mike is going to retreat for a little bit. First round already up, and this fight has been happening since the start of this game. And it looks like Mike is just going to back on up, trying to seek and scavenge a little bit more resources to try to enter that realm of Yang. But T225 getting active against Edward. Musket shot finisher or pistol shots here from T225 off the re-wisp there from that Tomok ultimate. And T225 now nicely scaled off the purple rarity armor and weapon. We're going to be taking a quick replay to watch how Frostivus get eliminated here against Edward, I believe. This was the first fight that he had, the second fight, sorry, with the third party T225 in the back. And it's just a third party action here. He eats up tons of damage off the fist blades there from Edward. Now trying to cut out the pressure. Edward first one in. T225 with a cannon, trying to get the last shot and catches him mid-air there for the splash damage plus the elimination. And now T225 being able to snag up the Yang pass. We have Asia trying to get a little bit of aggression there onto T225, but Mike as well in the backside could potentially see some sorts of damage here in the situation. XY posted up for his realm, has the Volpine essence as well. So this could be a big game changer in this realm with whoever opponent he goes against.
Yeah, we saw it on the first Pedoria where Mike canceled his ultimate. Oh, risky. Someone tried to go to open up that chest and almost went into that fire cage coming on through. Mike will be able to go and pick up all of the loot and resources coming on out. As Verse and Spider are going to be matching. Yet again, we see that traditional pattern. Mike not going for the first round of Yang, prioritizing that cave opening instead. And it's Spider and Verse definitely with the loot disparity advantage coming on for purple flying knives in comparison to the blue. Looks for the drop down, already getting a lot of pressure onto Spider, chipping down a lot of that blue armor early on from the Broken Knife Force, from that Kylan. Into the ultimate we go. Verse looking for the opening with that V2. Hasn't sent out the dashes. Just yet, he's anticipating Spider, kiting all the way around. That pillar wants to wait out the full duration of this Liam ultimate for as long as he possibly can. Because if he goes too early, there's the V2 grab. Up into the air we go. Where we fall down, unfortunately, it's after we've been juggled by a lot of hits of the R&D coming on from those knives, and that is the Kylan V2 burnt out immediately There's Verse now, plays on the other side of that pillar, keeps up the pressure with the R&B, sends the second stage of that focus to keep up the pressure too. And both of the players refusing to back on out of the fight fully. Spider trying to get on close into the pocket with the fist blades. Verse lets him so that he can get close enough to come on through with the trailing combo breaker connection. Space is out of the fight, out comes the cannon. Spider holds on to the focus, the hyper armor through, the damage coming on through, and the risk pays off. Spider holds the focus, closes the distance, gets into the face, and gets to play exactly what the fist blades want.
Whoa, hold on. Whoa, that was disgusting. All right, nunchuck uppercut into the whisk, into the pistol shot mid dodge nunchuck meter burn from XY. That was disgusting. But wow, what a fight. Yeah, that's the Temi for real. That's that was clean there from XY. But I mean, you see the pressure that we saw that and from that game from Verse and from Spider, right? Just how far these players have come there with the neutral, and nobody try to get too aggressive. They're waiting for the preferred opportunity. We do see some mid-range blues being released and the opposing players trying to read it to get Bryle, but it's just a very close fight throughout the whole round. And now T225 winning his Roma Yang has the Vermilion's Burst Might buff against A Zhao on the Zyra, being able to invest the ultimate. It's gonna run out pretty soon, and T225 is waiting for the opportunity to get active, and he's getting that splash damage off that cannon as well. It's gonna invest the ultimate as well to lock down the Zyra there from A Zhao, and I believe A Zhao is out of game number 4 as well. 2 players out now for this game alone. Wufong and Verse going at it. Just so much aggression happening towards game 4 already. LB focus opener here for Wufong. Verse needs to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. 3 minutes and counting. Lipo now with a little bit of grapple checks onto one of these players. Also has Yang depletion timer, so he needs to try to get into this fight. Second Yang starting to form line up. 3 players still with the buff. Nobody has gotten eliminated in that department yet, but Verse being able to get the shotgun burst there onto Wufong. Wufong's gonna be forced to pop that Liam ultimate. In the backside, he does miss that B2. Verse still fighting tons of value there onto Wufong. F into the musket shot. B2 misses for the second time around there for Wufong, and the pressure is not letting go here onto Wufong. Verse doing a really good job making sure he avoids anything that Wufong is throwing his way. But now on this side of the terrain, he could get a little bit of movement game happening here towards him, but gets caught up off the shotgun burst there from Lipo, who's gonna snag up the bloom, and it's Lipo picking up the bloom against Verse. Verse still having to pull come into this fight, and it looks like he is going to be doing that here in this game.
Well, Verse does have his ultimate at least, but now he's got to win against the Shale with hers. Gets hit by the first block. Comes on through with the V2, dashes himself up onto the rooftop. He's going to try and kite, will be able to dodge away from the next hit connection that Lipo sends out his way. Because Kylan is going to be able to outlast that Shale ultimate too, so Verse knows. Yeah, if he can just get a couple of these dashes through and avoid the subsequent blocks coming on out when the stagger hits, he should have the green light to try and win. Lipo understands the scales of favor are weighted against him currently. He's got to try and find a better opening. Comes on with the R&B off those fist blades. We've got Edward as well, rolling him for potential third party. He plays it up and a little bit too close to that next Yang entrance. The F1 gets forced off of the parry that Verse is able to find. He keeps up the pressure with the combo breaker, but the terrain misses Lipo entirely. The Shale is so low HP, but so is Verse. He can't afford to let the Shale out of his sight. He's got to keep up the pressure. Lipo trying to figure out whether or not there's going to be a skirmish sent his way. Holds his distance and
no way.
Gets the skirmish connection on top of Lipo and will be able to cleanse the Yang depletion. If we can have a look and see Shenyuan on that Temi. Oh my goodness. The realist onto Spider after he just forced him off of the stagger hits coming through from the dual blades into the wrong side of that wind wall, and then he can just close up the distance and full send focus with his dual blades. Genuine's Temi is just the best. He is the best at this here, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, and look at his overall kills. 4 kills, total points of 19. Crazy game thus far here for XY. Has a very good side already with those gold dual blades as well as a gold band. You've seen the damage that he's able to do with his character alone, and that is just on a 1-on-1 fight. Like I mentioned, he has the crazy whisk game as well while these players are running for any sorts of kiting situations. So he's able to snag up kills in that department as well. But now Star finding out, I believe that was Mike in the outskirts of this Yang, and it looks like it's gonna be Star against XY. Gold fan in hand here for Star. Gotta be careful not to get parried here from XY. XY will be snagging up those weapons if he does have the chance to do so. But Star on Delani, XY on the Temi. Both players starting up high. Pistol shot openers here for XY. Trying to find a drop down R&B. Looks like he's gonna get clipped off for 1-2 there off the bench. Trying to respond off of this. Cancels the follow up there with the grapple to avoid getting parried. Swapping on over to the dual blades. F called in here for the Tomo. We do see him now trying to find an opening here off the whisk, and I like this from XY. Being able to hold off that whisk to get the value, and there it is. Catches the first whisk. Pistol shots connection as well. LB upper confidence as well. Can re-whisk. Get the damage as well. 2.0 is not gonna be able to kill off of that. The F called in from the Lonnie, but the follow-up R&B there from XY. Beautiful showcasing there for him, and he's gonna be able to snag up this Rumba Yang there for himself.
Let's see if T5 can find similar value with his own Temi. He throws in the V3, the Kyle dash sends him directly into the windwall collision. T5 gets swept out with the after image coming in through from that V2. Tries to park the whisk. Option denies one of the angles that Verse could appear from, but the Kylan full sends the dash through that pillar, and TV5 yet again loses a lot of that purple armor. He gets intercepted before he can skirmish reposition. He goes for the roll. He's down all of his stamina, goes for the overhold. Verse reads into the overhold and punishes with the first commitment of the LMB on the fist blades. 34 seconds left. T25 so incredibly low, can't keep himself behind that pillar because of fear of the cannon shots coming on through from this Kylan. LMB from those knives trying to buy himself the spacing, but Verse has enough damage to be able to just kill on Clank. And unfortunately, T5 will not find that same level of value as Shenyuan did. I mean, Shenyuan's run with gang fights, it's like the really little things that he does when he's getting the extensions off of you in the melee. You make sure that his hitbox goes through the Temi window so he can instantly get that next re-whisk and catch you as you come out of the grapple stagger. Like, it's so clean.
Yeah. Spins back though. I mean, it's just overall, like I said, you mentioned it too. He definitely has the best Temi in the whole league. I mean, it's just incredible what he does with that character alone. But Verse though, losing that first round, cleanses and goes into the second round is just see the confidence that Verse has being able to come out victorious now in the second round, not phased that he was in a sticky situation off that first one. Goes back in, he's gonna snag up the gold armor plus the gold weapon from that box there, from that Yang, and see it playing out perfectly for him now with 2 on the board. XY getting active outside the round right now already with the White Tracker's powers. Looks like Arano is gonna be forcing out that Lonnie ultimate there for himself, and XY potentially get the old lockdown, but I'm not sure if he wants to do it with so many players in this area. It could be too much of a high risk thing to do so. We do have Arando being able to back on up. It's trying to kite up to this building, as we see it time and time again, that these players love playing around this building. You can look at this as a Celestial Temple or a Plume Castle puzzle bottom side. Just those staple areas that these players love kiting in, and this is definitely one here for Perdoria. Time and time again, these players just being able to get their movement game on here to avoid some of the pressure that the whole lobby, as we see it here, is applying to that player. And in this situation, looks like Star is going to be able to back on up here. And now the damage on the top side of the terrain, might not having that ult online, still in the mix. Verse as well, trying to find some value here in the situation. Star with 2 minutes and 26 seconds to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Gets caught up there in the staircase, does manage to back on up. It's gonna be forced to pop a full reset in for himself. T225 is trying to get the information off the bell call, also with 3 minutes on the Temi. Has to try to cleanse out on this situation, and there's a lot of bodies here, but like I mentioned, it's gonna be very hard to try to catch one of these players here in this terrain.
Well, the good news is if you're on the Temi, you can immediately lock them down with your V3. And Star is going to be the target of focus. It looks like there's more on the line for TV5 as well that he cleanses, because he's got 5 eliminations and he's also so incredibly close to match point threshold. Star is going to get clipped by the RMB coming up through from the pole sword. Mike appearing out of nowhere like a horror story for Star to have to live through. 1 minute 37 seconds left. T25 is going to have a longer time on his depletion too. So even if like Star tries to go out into the zone and keep the elimination out of the hands of these other players, TV5 will be able to spot it out. He knows that this Lonnie has gang depletion. You can see that he's just continuing to track it down. He's not full committing the fight. He's not committing the ultimate until he knows that he's guaranteed to find this elimination. He doesn't want to overstep the plan. Look for potential overhaul of that spear coming through with the RMB. Lonnie ultimate comes into the play. TV5 manages to put the divide down, and there's the wisp into the RMB into the re-wisp. A Star is just suspended in animation on that V2 throw. He's gonna try and turn it onto someone, potentially onto Mike. He's gonna try and slip away. 50 seconds left. He's out of his ultimate. He does have his combo breaker. He's having to take his chances against Moonbane, as well as all of the 6 other players in this lobby. TV5 still relentless. He understands Star is going to go down to Yang depletion. All he has to do is be on top of the body at the right time. And Star is going to get stuck on the staircase. The Spirit catching him with the light hits. And he manages to find the elimination, and no one is within distance to steal the Soul Bloom. The relentless nature of TV5 is finally rewarded. 5 eliminations go up to 6, and he is now going to have the turnaround potentially to hit match point threshold alongside Genuine.
Yeah, and we do see Arano Bane Serpent as well. Second Lonnie getting applied tons of pressure here in the situation, forcing out to use that ultimate. Is going to be able to find some sorts of space to be able to top off that armor once again. Looks like Dust has settled for now. The players stopped a little bit of the pressure. Nearly gets clipped off that Moonbane. Oh my god, there it is. Grapple swords. I thought he was going to cancel it, but nobody around. No one sees it. He's good for now. We do have the pressure happening towards the backside of the map right now. We have the 3 Temis posted up for the Spirit Well. There go Palm Lightning there. 4 T2T5 off the Flying Knives. XY's going to go ahead and stop off the pressure, get his armor back up. He is still trying to contest this Spirit Well. We do have at the backside Mike applying some of the pressure there onto Arano. T225 showing up. I mean, Edward showing up. T225 applying a little bit of pressure there onto him. Backs him up for the time being. Massive parried up from Verse. Sends it. And now Verse is going to be able to get some sort of damage onto both players there. Assassin's Lens in the back in there off that gold dagger. Edward now in the center of the Spirit Well. And there's the Wisp. And it's from XY. Putting up tons of pressure there onto Edward. Still in the center of this Spirit Well. Filling up the meter there on the top side of the screen. We do have him now in the center of this Tomoko ultimate. Now being able to dodge out. Now is able to do so. Overholding the pole sword Verse, waiting up for the perfect opportunity. Looks like Edward is going to be snagging up the Spirit Well buff, and it's going to be Mystic Might. Everybody retreats. No one wants this piece of his action now. They are going to be backing on up, and we do have the Colin showing up as well. Edward in the backside is going to be potentially focusing one of these Temis, and it looks like it's going to be T225 getting some of the pressure thrown his way here by Edward.
Yeah, this is not what TV5 wants to be, and he was the Temi that committed that ultimate. And now he's coming under fire. There was no motivation for the other Temis to try and keep the pressure up on Spectral, given the fact that other Temis do not receive the refresh of their Wisps when they pass through enemy Temi ultimates now. And unfortunately for TV5, that one play might be his misstep that takes him out of this lobby before he can hit match point eligibility. Mercury River's in play. Maybe he tries to survive, but it is just going to be the skill rushes. He's trying to find Genuine so he can take cover behind the front of another Temi. And Edward knows another Temi has been spotted. This one still has the ultimate. And the Temis are here. The V3 catches the shield. They don't care if he's got Mystic Might. That purple armor gets ripped away. Edward kites over to where that Spirit Well was, picks up the legendary armor that was only available to him, tries to find the uppercut next onto Mike, which was the previous punishment before Temi Wisp jump was turned into gold focus. And Mike was able to find the Wisp onto Edward before the shield could try and keep the track. Oh no, movement error comes on through, carries him directly into that next Moonbane hit, but there's no other player within sight to pick it up on, because everyone is trying to chase down. Verse got turned onto, the force of the Kylanol comes on out, but now that attention's on Mike, because he's a sliver of HP. He gets the heal off, the armor powder comes on through, absolutely clutch. He gets a Vitalia off as well. The dagger is out in the hand so he can scale rush away, and Mike gets out. Not quite unscathed. He burns a lot of his resources, but I mean, when you've got Phantom Step, being able to dodge away from the target lock when you're actually dodging is literally the reason why Mike is still in this lobby.
sneaky sneak here from T225 as well. Being able to live out the pressure there from Edward, it's just, that was just the perfect kiting there for him. He does manage to regroup with his stack here, and we do see a little bit of replay here from Mike against Arana. The 1-2 hold there from Mike gets the damage, burning out a lot of HP there onto Arano, catches the grapple LMB, cancels it into the whisk, into the LMB finisher there from Mike, and that was a beautiful play there from OUG's Mike, snagging up that kill onto Arano, and now top 5 still up for game 4. Bodies dropped very early here for this game 4 as well. We do have Edward still trying to apply the pressure with 5 seconds remaining off that Mystic Mike, but with T225 and Mike are going to be able to ice off some of the pressure there from Edward, but Edward not caring. He is still trying to get some sorts of value off of it. He does manage to make T225 burst out this ult here for this side, but now Verse on the bottom side in the Mercury River is going to be taking up a little bit of that damage, and it looks like XY has his full eyes onto Verse, the Kylan, for this game with 75% off that rage, nearly getting that ultimate up pretty soon. Plus, he is going to be able to get a little bit of damage towards inside the zone, but the big R&B there from the Pulsar from Edward and the Whisker from XY. Now, cannon shots flying on in, and this is what I'm talking about, the values off those whiz. Not confirming kills yet, but now Edward's in the back foot, needs to try to back on up, and I think Mike has slow shot armor pierce, I believe.
Yeah, and we're likely going to be seeing a 1 versus 1 versus 1 Temi off. It's been a hot minute since we've seen 3 of the same heroes all face off, but given the fact that Edward's ultimate has already been forced, he's not in the greatest of positions. He does have that legendary armor, but he's only got 2 armor powders left to his name, as all of the loot that was on the Kylan got absorbed by the Temis, since Edward wasn't able to hold his ground. Like, that whisk coming through, catching him out, meant that the Shaw couldn't go on a shopping spree once the body was dropped. Now, outside of his ultimate, he's going to have to rely on just the skill rushes and keeping himself away. Looks for the LMB connections onto as many players as he possibly can, but if he holds his position, the Palm Lightning comes out. If he tries to play the middle of the cliff, then someone just skill rushes into him. He's got to try and play the low ground, but already you can see the cannon fire coming on through from the players on top. It's a lose-lose-lose situation for this poor Shaol. He just has to hope that these 3 Temis, one of them is going to betray the other, but it looks like they're not going to. T225 seizes the opportunity, gets 2 cannon shot connections into a Palm Lightning, rips away all of that legendary armor, and as we talked about, Edward is out of armor powder now. You can see the 0 on his resource streak, the RMB from Mike, the Palm Lightning. T225 tries to find the finisher, but Mike is faster with the horizontal swing, and as predicted, the prophecy comes true. 1v1v1 Temi off, but Mike is down the ultimate, and T225 and Shinnyuan still have not committed to this fight because they understand that there's a Temi above them that's going to be way more vulnerable when that zone closes.
Yeah, when how the situation is panning out right now, could potentially have a player on a threshold if it's either T225 or XY, right? Just with the amount of points to get plus the multiplier. Even Mike not having that ult, he is going to be able to play that top side, but T225 still applying the pressure there on the grapple there from onto Mike. Temi ultimate invested from another player, I believe it's XY, now investing his ult on the bottom side. Mike is going to be forced to drop on down there, not being able to throw down any of the stamina there for the dodges. Overholds the 1.0, gets the damage onto T225. T225 now trying to get a quick reset in, gets stuck on the wall. Both players just trying to fight this out. Might not be able to move in the zone. Whisk throw down there from one of these players. I believe it was XY. Now the drop down from XY on the backside. Palm Lightning onto Mike. XY changes his attention onto Mike, but it looks like T225 snags on the elimination with a massive parry onto XY as well. Big damage here into the 1-2. And T225 now with 7 eliminations on the board. Shows up the celebratory dance as well. And it looks like he might be our first player in that threshold.
Yeah, he's definitely in that threshold, I'm pretty sure. Last player standing, got 2 eliminations, both onto Mike and onto XY, but XY outliving Mike might have been enough with his ranking points to tip him over the match point threshold too. T225, you can see just like the stress on his face. He's like, okay, I got the MVP. I probably hit MVP eligibility, but now I have to win. Like, he said in the VT that he feels like it's his year. He was like, this was my Zodiac year. It's literally 2025. 5 is in my name. For those of you that don't know, the reason why T25 is called T225, it's his birthday. 25th of February. Is why
I did not know that.
Yeah, T225. So he's never gonna change. As I like jokingly said to C8, does that mean in 2026 if he doesn't win, we're gonna see the sudden name change over to T226. He will never name change because it's a shout out to his birthday. But he's been in this situation before. He hasn't been in a situation where he's the only player eligible to take the title before, but he's been in this situation before, and he's made like one misplay. Like that's the most brutal thing. For those of you who've been following his journey ever since he began in J-Cup, he's been so close.
Yeah.
He's taken second multiple times, been one kill off multiple times. And every single time, because like he's been behind other people, he's been forced to have to play more aggressively than he would want to. Take a situation that is like really bad for him, but he has no other choice. It's a lose-win situation. He needs to either play that aggressive and get the elimination. If he doesn't get an elimination, he loses regardless. This is unknown territory for him now. He doesn't have to watch his back other than XY. He's the only person who can potentially challenge. Like, Frostivus wasn't able to qualify to MVP eligibility. So we're guaranteed to go another game in regards to him. So for T5, like, now he has an opportunity. He can play this next game however he wants to. He doesn't have to over-aggress. He doesn't have to overextend. But that has the chance of getting into his head if he doesn't find the win here and now. As you guys can find your own win by getting this answer. And just like game number 2's question, this one's pretty easy. How many players chose Temmie in game number 4? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? You'll be able to eliminate one of those answers immediately if you understand how the hero phases work. Make sure to keep your eye on your whisper box to see if you're the one walking away, because those opportunities might be phasing out in a couple of moments here, because we might be finishing things off a lot faster than anticipated.
Yeah, but now the pressure's on, right, for T225, like you mentioned. Unknown territory here for T225. And don't worry, guys, I'm not going to enter this time, so you guys can have the win. You guys can have the win for answer for treasure. We'll enter. But yeah, no, on a serious note, great opener, or great game there from T225. And here we have it, our only player in the match threshold being YZG T225. Currently with 25 overall game score, so we did get a little bit of sneak peek there for how many points he has into this game. XY has to be very close, like 21 probably. He has to be very close into that threshold. Frostivus, I believe he was like 20 point something, so he's also very close.
5, I think was Frost.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's like the pressure now is going to start setting for T225. He has this game to try to mask in a potential another 3 hero pick situation. It's funny that you mentioned that Frostivus is like, what happened with the Temmie's last game? Because that would have, that could have gone his way as well, like it did for T225, where, you've seen how much they're able to control the playing field with just being able to have another character of the same in that last and final moments. And I mean, even for this game 4, just 5 players were up there in zone 5 once again. So those end circles are not really going the distance. We are having our aggression early to mid game. I mean, we saw how long our early game fights are between any set of players, and with no third party potential, or no third party anybody in a third party area to be able to get those eliminations, those fights are being dragged out a ton for these games. But overall score for our game, did see it there, but now overall standings for the whole Spring Split Grand Final: Slipo with 6.2, Wufan with 8.8, Asia with 9.4, Star with 12.5, Arano with 12.7, Spider with 15.2. But what we're looking at is top 6. How close are these players to make it to that 22-point threshold, opposed from T225, as we see it there? XY with 21.5, Frostivus with 20.1, Edward with 17.7, Burst with 17.5, and Mike with 17 points overall. And I mean, all it really takes is just one of these players in this top 6 to have that pop-off game, just like T225 just did, to make it to that threshold and sit a lot more comfortably above the red line as well, right? I mean, obviously they're super close. like players like XY Frosted, 1 to 2 kills away. But if you're able to snag as much points, if it does go the distance, it is going to be going towards total points. So even though none of these players snag up an MVP, you still kind of gotta play for that long run, you know, try to set yourself up for game 8 if it does potentially go to there. But we're going to be looking at our highlights, powered by China Unicom. Started opening here, and this was a long fight here, Moxie. It was Spider against Frosted, and right after that, this is a long fight between Spider and Rufong.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many one fights off of the rip. You mentioned it perfectly, right? The fact that everyone has spawns with immediate common armor.
Yeah.
As we can see the flash come through, Edward finishing things off with the drop critical. Just being able to catch on. As now he sends out the RMDs on this. Hallies again look for that flash and try and capture this movement on that fire RMD connect. This is Season 5. Remember, Season 5 actually lost his second round of gang fight coming on through. This one here, though, tries to go for that cannon, got Lighter immediately trying to find the contact with that skill, knowing that with the ranged weapon out, he can't be parried. However, that cannon will be able to find his target with the Temi ultimate, forcing him to fall back behind that pillar. This was the turning point here for Season 5, the fact that he was able to kill Ajiao and get that cleanse coming on out, and showcasing his prowess. Just the Temi combos. This here is one of the cleanest re-wisps I've ever seen. Like, look how he positions himself. He comes on forward, gets the grapple, then goes for the wisp, and then makes sure to pass through. His character, literally every single attack is perfectly spaced so that he passes through his wisp yet again to get the refresh and send it out a third time. The cleanest Temi fight we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I mean, what a better way to having 3 Temis in the lobby, right? If you're a player like XY, that is probably Merry Christmas. You're having the best time of your life there with 3 of the same smokes. But you see the celebratory dance. Hey, they're from T225. He knows that was a massive game, and it surely was there for him. I don't even remember what placement he was going into this game. He was definitely around 4th or 5th. Possibly even lower. So crazy pop-off game there. 7+ the MVP is a beautiful sight to see here from YZG's. 225, I'm sorry, that's 8, not 7. That's 8 kills in a lobby like this with 28,000 damage there on the Temi. It is just a beautiful sight.
You know what's even more impressive too? Only 9,800 of that 28,000 was done with flying knives, despite the fact that he had Palm Lightning.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's so impressive, because like he really did make sure to have so many different weapons, and then he sort of like Swiss Army knife picked the correct weapon for all of the situations. We saw so many different things come out, sometimes for the temper change when he's trying to hunt down that player so you can guarantee get the elimination. He goes for the spear so that it has more reach, and he can immediately find the slam down prowess with the RMB off of a wisp. Like, really good stuff coming from T225, and as we pointed out, this is unknown territory for him. He's the only player on match point eligibility, and like, this is sort of something that he got known as when he was playing things like the Farrier, when he was playing the Takeda. He's always had this one game where he pops off and picks up like 8 eliminations and easily scores 12 points in one round. What he's not known for is doing that back to back. So now is the true test. If he wants to prove that he's deserving of that champion title, it's time to prove it right here, right now. He's got one round where he can play this however he wants.
Yeah, I believe it was bi-weekly 4 or bi-weekly 3. Mike had a perfect scenario like this. He was the first player in the threshold. He manages to snag up a 3-character pick, and he's not able to close, right? Even if you get that as an opportunity, it doesn't really give you the win off rip, right? You have to really fight for it, and that is just you know, the best case scenario. On top of that, if you're a lone wolf character, I mean, we saw what happened to Frosted game number 3. It's just a lot more pressure and a lot more harder to get value off these games alone. And if you're dying off drop, you have a decision to make, right? Just like Frosted did there for game number 4. He died off drop. He either plays conservative and doesn't scale up, doesn't take Yang. He's not scaled up throughout the whole game. Very rough to try to bounce back from that. Or he takes his odds and he gets aggressive and he's trying to snag up any of the resources that body drop. If he's able to win that fight. But you know, it's not easy, as we saw there. Frosted does fall in that situation as well. So it's just another gamble you got to take. I know everybody in chat, y'all love gambling. Gambit in chat there for those channel points. But yeah, it's another factor in the game, which, you know, it's a lot of mental you got to go through and try to see how you're going to play out your game. But yeah, like you mentioned right before this game as well, you said how important winning those off drop fights are, and you see it there. Just winning your off drop fights just gives you that scale-ish, gives you, you know, even confidence moving on over to the remainder of the game, which if it just gets shut down, you have another extra pressure being added onto you where you're not able to get as aggressive as you want, or if you do, you have to full commit everything and try to stay on top.
Yeah, I mean, there's one player on top currently. That does mean that 11 other players now have one target.
Yeah.
So everyone's gonna be looking to see what is TWD5 going to do, and I mean that is obviously dangerous because TWD5 has a very known strategy with how he likes to play. Like the 0.9 has often been referred to as the TTD5. He has been mixing it up, definitely. He's sort of moved away from always throwing the 0.9, so like there has been a little bit of mix up, and that's definitely benefiting him, because he was also like what piqued my interest when I first started watching TWD5 as a player. It was Takeda meta, and he had really good combos off of his Takeda ultimate, but more importantly, in the Takeda mirror, he read his opponent perfectly. Like, he was the Takeda who most consistently would be able to dodge the Furin shoves and dodge like the activation as well of that ultimate coming on through, where he would then be able to come on through with his second and catch out his opponent in those animation locks. And unfortunately for TWD5, Takeda hasn't been meta in solos for a very long time. Oof. There was a famous moment in 2024 where TWD5 actually pulled out the Takeda, MVP'd with it. That's the last time that we've seen Takeda in solos. I don't think he'll pull it out today. I would love to see it, but now it becomes the question, what does he pull out? Because he gets one opportunity to double pick. Obviously, we've got to remember as well that we have the caveat of hero phases. So if anyone double picks the same hero in a phase before him, he gets locked out of that option. He has one opportunity to MVP. Do you go for your double pick this round and really like throw it all into this one specific map? Or do you try and hold out the next round where you risk another person walking with the title, but you ease off, you split the pressure off of you, because that attention has to be diverted onto every player who's MVP eligible, as opposed to just 11 players all having essentially that red sniper rifle dot pointed directly at YZG's desk.
You were mentioning that was a Morris game, right? The Takeda game you're talking about. I think I remember. He got a slide uppercut combo, and I know exactly what game you're talking about. He ended up doing the full TLD on Takeda in that celestial game. But yeah, the pressure's on, right? Like you mentioned, it's just, this is what they're talking about right now. Him, his coach are trying to find the best situation that they can put himself into for this game 5. And yeah, 11 other players are full marking you. They are going to potentially know who you are just off of what round selection you're in. So trying to minimize the character selections. After some time in the lobby, you will be able to find out who's in match point. But now this is where TTD5 either has to get aggressive off of it, or he plays a little bit more conservative. We're gonna have to wait and see what direction he takes for this. And this is for the chip on the line. He has to really try to lock in for this game. Like you mentioned, this is the free game that he has. No other player in the threshold. Potentially after this game, we could have 2-3 players in that threshold, and that splits off the pressure off you. But now on that department, but the pressure now is on you with somebody else taking the chip home, opposed for you being the only one in that facility to be able to do so. So yeah, it's going to be a very hard task here for T225. I'm thinking at what characters will he play. I mean, we've seen some great value from along with Justinas, right? Justinas have been finding some value, where a lot of players have even said that Justina is kind of hard to play right now. But the way they've been playing it and being able to find solo MVPs in a character like Justina, where she's the only character in the field. It's a very hard character to play, but she gets the value. And you know, Justina for T225 has been one of those characters that he also gravitates to multiple times. So I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see what he selects for this round, but do have our MVP prize pool, and it's just going up here. I mean, every single time, every game, they're just seeing that. I mean, imagine winning the grand prize and then they're like, oh, hey, this is your bonus, and it's just like another 100K on top of it.
That's a lot of soul jades that you can roll. But then again, with the economy in the model world, that's not a lot of soul jades that you can. But I think like, if you're T225, what you're discussing with your coach right now is whether or not you try and win it out. And you're also trying to read the picks that your opponents are going to have. Because
Correct.
It's unlikely that the people who are close to MVP eligibility are going to print a double pick here. So we're probably not going to see a run back of like 3 Liams in the same stage, just like we're not going to be seeing a run back of 3 Tammys in the same stage. So if you're T225, you want to be landing in a good dual character who can hold their own in the 1v1s, but you also, like you said, don't want to be that lone wolf pick. You can't give away as well who you are, so you sort of need to swerve away from what you've done in the regular season, because people will have taken notes and been like, okay, game number 5, T225 likes to play this on this map, this on this map.
Correct.
So he's going to have to try and not telegraph that he's T225. So what I would honestly like say is try and imitate a player who a lot of people get intimidated by, someone like Mike, for instance.
I mean, you just like unlock some of my mind. Like, yes, like that is hard, right? All these players are VOD reviewing. They know where every single player drops in specific maps, right? So that is like another another add-on to just playing the game. It's just so much. It's so much. I try to break it down in my head. It's just always adding on time after time, just how much things these players have to deal with in these situations. But you don't have Fong in here. I keep mentioning Fong because Fong is Mr. Upset. All right, I don't know. I call Fong Mr. Upset. He is that player. He is that player that will hunt you down, not caring what position it is. I've seen it multiple times, especially against Mike. Might be one of those first players in the threshold. Fong always landing on him. I mean, what can you do? That's the name of the game. You don't want him to win. You don't want him to take MVP, and Fong knows the assignment, but he is not in this lobby. But that doesn't change the fact that these players are not aware of that situation and how this game has to pan out. On top of you making sure the threshold player is not winning, you also have to accumulate enough points for you to be eligible to be in that threshold as well. So it's also another thing these players got to think of. And you know, just a matter of seconds, we're going to see how the round selection is going to go for this game. And it's going to be very interesting because the picks have been a little confusing for me personally, seeing how the whole season went to today, where we're getting a 1-2 split from a different hero that is not Liam and Lonnie.
I mean, a lot of people, Liam and Lonnie, have not overstayed their welcome, but they've been figured out. It feels like there's multiple ways that you can dodge. The Lonnie trick ball requires you to be locked in an animation, which is like Tessa, essentially. You kind of have to wait. Ideally, you get them in the air so that they can't dodge out of the trick ball coming on through. But now everyone knows if you're going up against Lonnie, the last place that you position yourselves is into the air. Like you have to be just constantly waiting. So what a lot of the Lonnie players are essentially having to use the V2 for is just holding the gold frame focus so that they don't get staggered or hit by another ultimate coming through from their opponent. And then it just becomes a kite game, but anyone can use the kite game. Like Lonnie obviously gets an additional layer of the iceberg in terms of the kite because she can teleport to the trick ball's location. She doesn't have to be dead on a pillar to be able to skirmish away from it, and she can also go for the verticality, like she can teleport all the way up and then look to jump you with a drop down R&B coming on through, which has definitely been catching out a couple of players today, where all of a sudden someone's been up in the air, they haven't been anticipating the drop down R&B, and they just get entirely sunk to the ground and then locked into a tech chase. But like Lani's definitely not finding the same level of value, and then since she's not winning her Realm of Yang fights, she's not making it to endgame, where that V2 becomes like really impactful in the multi-wave fight with the amount of sustain that you can get with the amount of players that are getting hit by the trick ball, which is then converting into HP that you're gathering, as well as the knockback potential, and you're like keeping everybody into the zone damage rather than staying directly on top of you. So she's not getting to hit her true win condition, and as we've talked about on length, like Liam still sees pick potential, especially when we're on Morris, where we had the 3 Liams running around the field. But that's because the V2 finds more value on Morris because of the hazards that you can use to take advantage of the V2 grabs well. When it comes to Realm of Yang fights, Liam hasn't been winning his. So picking that hero in phase 1, you're kind of actually griefing yourself, because you're in phase 1, you should have premier access to whichever pick you want to go for. Why would you go for a hero that statistically hasn't been making it to endgame and is going to score you less points?
I think with the way these games have been going, I think comfort pick will... What do you think? I would get the comfort pick to Xiaoyu. That she's probably the most safe route throughout the whole characters. But yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly with Lani now being able to TLD, which, you know, that kind of made you save up on your ult. If you're able to catch that prio, you burn out that if you catch the prio, you're pretty much guaranteed an elimination with the TLD. But now with that out of the game for Lani alone, it just makes her so much more harder to play. Like you said, she's animation locked when she's holding that goal focus with the ball throw. It's just those options that she has with that is limited. It's not so many. Yeah, she can try to break someone's ankles and takes the TP. But even that, a lot of these players have been adjusting to that very quickly now. They double back and they see what the Lani's going to do. And most of the times they get grappled off really quickly and the pressure's still onto them. Yeah, Liam, yes, he can still TOD, but even that, it's just... the value has been drastically falling off there for that character as well. So I feel like it's just going to be a different first round selections into the next season. But you know, we still have EWC. If you guys don't know, EWC was announced for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, so that is going to be another thing that we can look forward to here for the game alone. But yeah, it looks like these players are still waiting to lock in their characters. It's been a little bit of wait time here for the round selections, but pretty sure we are going to be getting game number 5 rolling pretty soon. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy time so far. We've seen the progression of how the aggression of these players have been going throughout games 1 through 4, and potentially how it's going to go. I don't see them letting go of that W key. I think the lobby is feeling very, very confident of their potential of getting these eliminations, and there's players who feel more confident than others who can, you know, they just feel more confident getting those eliminations, like Verse. I mean, Verse last game lost his first realm, bounces back, cleanses, goes back into second realm, wins that realm, and then goes off of second realm gate and, you know, continues to get aggressive off his White Tiger's power. So, you know, players like Verse have very, very strong potential to take another MVP, right? It's just being able to get that value off. It's just gameplay alone. It's gonna be hard to try to deal with if you're in that threshold like T225, but still, it's just a very stacked lobby. Overall, it's just so many players in this lobby. It's just the skill ceiling for this game has drastically gone up, and everybody has pretty much reached that line now. I remember like a year or two ago, it's just Mike Spider throughout the whole game, but now it's just everybody's here to play, and you can clearly see it here throughout this whole season. Even Jacob from last year.
No, it very much was. Like, we even actually had a split screen developed on production's end.
Yeah.
The amount of times I saw that split screen, because it would come down to Mike on one side and Spider on the other side, and like they would actually sit next to each other as well in terms of the layout, because everyone wanted to be able to get like the reaction shots and the interactions between the two of them, because they're friends outside of the game. It's actually one of the most wholesome rivalries in esports. Like they fight with each other, they scrim with each other, they sort of like explore tech with each other. As we can have a look and see who is going to be up for first round selection in terms of those heroes. Lipo and Verse, what are we going to take? It's Hollow of Dusk, so there's going to be increased Firefly spawns.
Ooh.
What do you think it's going to lean into? As we get later into the day, though, less becomes available in terms of those hero picks. They can only double pick once.
I'm gonna say it again. I said it last time I was here with Duncan. Imagine, I forgot who was the threshold, but I said, imagine we have this player picking up Tarka, taking MVP, takes the tournament home. T25, make it happen.
Okay, so T25 has actually been playing Tarka. I will say, before the Tarka rework came through, T25 was playing a lot of Tarka in Tarka 1v1s. I think like he was hoping that the rework would be a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he was hoping that Tarka we would see maybe a little bit more of a presence in the scene, but like Tarka's always been a very complex hero, even in trios.
Yes.
People have gone on record and said in there, well, we wanted a Tarka, we got a Tarka. Genuine is going to be locking it up. I am kind of not surprised about this. Tarka is not a hero that you're going to be MVPing with, but Tarka is good in a 1v1 off-drop fight. Especially if you go for something... Dunk's going to crucify me for saying this. Especially if you go for something like Fireball. Because it's that immediate hit of damage and it applies a heal tick debuff. So you're going to... If you're Shenyuan, you're 0.5. You're decimal points away from MVP eligibility. Don't burn a hero pick. Absolutely don't burn your double hero pick.
True.
Pick up something like a Tarka or a Matari, which will allow you to get that one elimination necessary, and then go out of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised either. XY for pre-finals as well. I think Bi-Weekly 4 was one of the only 2 players who played Tarka. And it was in this map as well. It was game number 5 on the Holorod. So running it back here for the grand finals, we see a stacked Akos and Temi as well for our last selection. So it's gonna be very interesting with those Fireflies in the map. We do see these characters being played out a lot more, and we saw it there being snagged up from those last 2 selections. Double Lonnie pick for our first round selection. I think that is our first one of the night. So we are, going back to that double Lonnie pick, but still don't really, like Moxie's been mentioning, don't really, I'm not surprised that it's our first, because just of how these players have been accustomed to that character now with what we just talked about right before this game started, or is about to start. But yeah, game number 5, locked and loaded, our second Firefly map of the day, but now we're gonna start seeing full-on Firefly maps, and we have Star locking in a double pick as well as Lipo. This is Lipo's double round selection there for Lonnie, Star's double selection there for Liam. So those players are going to be having to play a different character if the rounds keep going after this game alone. XY playing the F2v1. I remember Duncan was like, no, F1v2. F1v2. He was showcased, but he has some great points with the F1v2. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's played out a lot more possibly next season. It's just the way that Tarka came into to the Pro League. This is the first year where we're getting these live patches being implemented into the Pro League so fast, right? We usually wait so long to try to get a couple weeks to get the new patch, but with just how fast we've been getting it this season, I feel like the players haven't been having time to experiment with everything in the field, with like Tarka rework and possibly whatever comes out after, which will be, I think, Yodo, right?
I believe so. They did a Discord Q&A. For those of you not in the know, where they mentioned that a Yoda rework was currently on the docket. So definitely know a couple of people who are going to be very excited. I'm one of them. I used to be a Yoda main.
Oh, really?
I was an F1 Yoda enjoyer. It's something that myself and Brandor always find ourselves talking about in the Nbpl chat, because whenever I mention Yoda F1, Brandor is just immediately summoned. So we're going to see whether or not T25 can summon a full season win. This could be his championship round. We're not following him, though. We're going to be looking at a potential three-way fight between Verse Asia and OUG's Mike, who's playing on the sidelines, hasn't committed in just yet. There he goes. You look for the skill rush, and you know what? Asia looked for an opportunity. The skill rush connected, the stagger came through, and it led into the follow-up of Asia's R&B first stage pulse sword hit.
Wow, just chunky damage, especially off drop, right? No Jades to your name. eating up all that damage off the blue pole sword, but Mike been gifted that purple armor off drop, catches power against Asia. What's gonna be the mix up here? It's gonna opt for the 1.0, but the F is gonna be called in there from Asia to avoid the damage off the blue longsword. And now the scatter happening here from Asia. Doesn't have that ult online yet, as well as Mike. Both of these players on the Liam trying to find an opening for himself, but Mike recatches Pyro 2-on-1 into the jump LMBs. Big damage, tries to catch the third, doesn't manage to do so. H-Chow overholding, big parry does connect there, and that's gonna be enough damage there for Mike to snag up the elimination onto A Zhao, and Mike snagging up his first kill of this game, and Frosted is going at it against Edward here.
Yeah, well, Frostivus and Genuine, two major things happened actually when we were watching that 1v1. Genuine did exactly as I said he should. He got a kill with Fireball, so he is over the match point eligibility threshold. If he goes out of the lobby, his job is done. Frostivus got one elimination as well. Now he's just looking for his second before he's cleared to be able to go into this next round. Whether or not they can continue is gonna be up to one of two Aetises. Spider comes on through with the V2, catches the F2. Red Wukong is still in the sky, and he's taken back down to the ground. What goes up must inevitably come back down. As T25 has spotted an opportunity. He's found the target in the lobby on Salvation Podium. Looks for the chase, the uppercut, not finding the value that it does. The F2 finds the value. The Genuine now utilizes that fireball to give himself a little bit of disengagement opportunity. Ballista comes into play, but T25 is the one with the faster hit. He gets the last chip of damage connected, and Willstar manages to get the Ballista shot onto the Acres. T25 finds the elimination, goes underneath Salvation Podium, and can now reposition to jump back into that fight.
Star role playing Fong right now. Star on the Ballista there, gets some damage onto T25, but now Aqua's all invested here with T25, trying to stay inside his game to be able to weave that V2, catches the V2 of his own onto Star. Spider in the back end now, and opposing Aqua is showing up to the party. Big parry there from Star, gets the damage onto him. Star still being able to create a little bit of distance, but T25 goes on top of the terrain. Nice V2 here from Star, throws him up high. What's gonna be the damage off of this? Flying knives. Oh my god, big damage. RB's in the back end. Spider though is be able to get a little bit of damage onto Star, I believe. So it looks like that the aggression is going to be going towards Star's way with no ult online now. T225 re-topping off that blue armor. He's going to have both T225 and Spider on his shroud. Dropped on RB, connects there for Spider, losing out that blue armor. T225 now showing rip right back up. F2 opener. F caught in from Star. Spider with the scare rush there to nullify any scare rushes there from Star. Both players get clip off the scare rush this time around, but in the corner, Star drops very low in the backside. T225 with the last hit, and that's two on the board, and it looks like Spider and T225 are gonna be going out of here for the two Aquases.
Spider knows this is T25 because he's in the same phase as him.
Oh.
That's why there was a moment where T225 was up in the air, and it actually looked like Spider tried to find the fan R&B onto the Acres rather than trying to keep up the pressure onto Star. So now he's got to try and take this fight against T225 because he saw T225 got the elimination, which means that he's one step closer to MVP. So T225 is going to withhold his resources. Spider is going to invest his resources to guarantee that he gets that pick and can stop the momentum from T225.
Oh no, oh no.
Realm of Yanking coming through. Genuine is going to be fighting against Frostivus underneath Salvation Podium. Edward is also in the mix. Genuine finds the back-to-back parry onto both of these players. This Tarka trying to play for his life as much as he possibly can. Grapples over the Thorny Roller, finds a common armor swap off of one of the troves on the ground. Edward is going to follow him, so wanting to try and find value with this Justina ultimate. The V1 ends, the F2 comes on through. Frostivus still needs one elimination. The Tarka Fireball is going to connect onto Edward and knocks him back into the Thorny Roller path. And Genuine with now the Great Sword looking for the scale rush engagement. And Frostivus is cleared for MVP eligibility with an assist from the Thorny Roller.
No way. Thorny Roller MVP again. Every Holoroth game. It's just gonna wait. Hold on. Don't go into the ban now. Let's not have the same situation as we had in our earlier Holoroth game. But Mike still gonna active against Arano this time around. I believe Arano's ultimate is still online. Mike as well has the Liam ultimate, still trying to catch the Temi flying through the skies. First Roma Yang already forming on in. It looks like this player is trying to scatter inside Plume Castle to get a movement game, Sean. We do see them always using this as movement ground. Arano, though, very low in the white health department. Still has full blue armor, but Mike still trying to find the value off of this. Has 2 kills already for game 5. Has been finding value on this Liam. T225, Frostivus as well, matching that 2-kill energy, as well as Spider. Edward with 1. XY gets eliminated with 1, and I don't think, no, he's not going to be in that threshold yet. Played it safe, but with 21.5, he's 0.5 points. Or is that +1 going to give it to him? Yeah, it is, right? He's going to be 22.5. I think he is. I think he's going to be safe there.
Casters don't do live maps on broadcast, and this is exactly why. But I mean, T225, he's run afoul of Realm of Yang in the past. Like, a lot of the situations where he was forced to go overly aggressive was because he had Yang depletion. So a lot is riding on his shoulders to win out if he does opt to go for this Realm of Yang. We saw him posturing up for it. Spider's already through his. Spider and Mike, the red fate of destiny, is going to yet again ring true between these two. I swear they really do have just a gravitational pull to each other. As we can see the chip damage come through with the bow. The Aegis looks for the F2. He's not going to have it up. Mike is able to dodge it with the combo breaker. Comes, finds that parry. Gets to turn a lot of this meter block now potentially onto that Aegis. Gets parried, has to burn his combo breaker. Doesn't have it now. Spider's trying to send him towards the invisible so he can get the extension into that carousel. Doesn't manage to find it. Mike gets hit again by the F2. This time around, the invisible is going to get dodged away with the activation of the combo breaker coming on through. Mike fakes out the reset, goes behind the hill to stop for a scale rush. Now comes out with that V2, misses the first attempt to grab, and Spider still got the Tiger Panthers to send into Mike. And Spider walks away with the kill, which is finished so incredibly quickly that this next Realm of Yang between T225 and Frost has only just begun.
Engraven 2 there for Frostivus on the blue longsword. T225 now has the call, playing common flying knives. Do have him with a full extension, but Frostivus manages to find that parry onto T225. Big R&B focus there, knocking off the remainder of that armor. T225 now has the potential to pop his ultimate to find the value. Frostivus still hasn't called his in either, but now Aqua's ultimate called in. Gold frames that leap there from Frostivus to avoid that. Doesn't catch the second freeze, but now the F2 opener there from T225 gets a little bit of damage. Doesn't catch the V2. Nice R&B catch there from Frostivus. Can extend if he needs to, but it was not even needed. Frostivus catching that prile there, manages to secure the elimination onto T225. He's gonna snag up gold longsword this time around as well for this Yang, plus the Vermilion's Bird's Might. And this is a nice opener here for Frostivus once again off of this game alone. Able to win these realms, gets you upscaled. Very, very nice as we see it here time and time again. And now Frostivus out the realm is going to be able to get as aggressive as he's wants with this buff and not pretty much losing anything if he potentially doesn't get parried. Will be the only thing he loses. But Mike still in the mix. Arano as well. Potentially be a little bit of aggression here from Mike. He has to try to cleanse. We see Lipo taking out Wufong in the kill feed, and Spider looks like he is going to be the one aggressing Mike. And Spider has the buff, and Mike has Yang depletion timer, so it's not going to be any let loose here from Spider to not let go of that W key.
Ooh, the F2 as well. Clips on to Mike too. The clank comes on for Liam. No choice but to go for the activation of the V2. There's so many around City of Tang, and they're all hungry for a piece of Mike. The fat R&B sets up the stagger onto Frost coming through with the V2 catch. But it's just not going to be enough. Another F2 cycles back into play from Spider. Mike is able to pick up a common armor reset swap from one of the troves around him. Frost looks for the dash, doesn't manage to find it. Mike tries to turn it onto the Justina. The horizontal connection sent out from Frostivus from afar, but Mike is able to parry it, hears it coming from behind him, and gets to turn it onto Frostivus. There wasn't enough distance between himself and the longsword user for that not to connect. And off of the back of that, Frostivus is going to rapidly lose that Vermilion Bird's Might buff. Speaking about those buffs, like, Mike was able to cleanse that depletion, but he's now going to have to try and take this fight yet again against Spider without his ultimate. Does have a combo breaker, was able to pick up blue armor instead of common, but T225 is going to be in a really bad position because Spider has no motivation to try and help out the other Aegis when it comes to cleansing this depletion. He knows it's T225. He knows it's the player who's MVP eligible. Why would you ever try and help them recover from Yang depletion? And you know that T225 is the Aegis with Yang depletion because you're playing the other Aegis.
Yeah, it's just rough here for T225. Now, very hard task. Try to cleanse out. I'm just thinking about the range of the sap there from Mike there. It was just, I thought Frostivus was safe with just how far he got the parry, because I believe he let loose a LMB focus off the longsword, but just the sap, just being able to catch off of that distance is just insane. He gets some health back plus elimination off of that. But now Frostivus still with 3 on the board. Play a little bit more conservative now, make sure he's not the center of attention. But T225, on the other hand, has a lot of attention thrown his way. Mike being the first one in against this Akos. We do have blue staff here for T225, trying to find Valley. Everybody in this area is looking at T225, forcing out this Akos ultimate. Massive shit parry there from T225 onto Arano into the V2 extension off the parry. That was beautifully done there from T225. Has half of that ult left there in the gas tank. Is going to be forced to try to kite out the pressure now. Might be going inside the zone. Mike, though, first one in, still trying to get the last hit here onto T225. But with a minute remaining, T225 will be able to have this area to continue to kite. Does get grapple stunned, but Mike still trying to find a V2. Does manage to do so. I think that was a, oh my god, he tries to go for the sign stun. Doesn't manage to do so. I don't know how they did not connect there off the sign, but he still lives to see another day. But with 40 seconds of counting, that has come to a close pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know what time zone that day-night cycle is. Because it might look like T225 is going to be out of this lobby. I mean, it's going to take a miracle. He's burned his F2. He's in the middle of a 10 EV3. 25 seconds left. These players, they're just playing with their food. They have to be careful that they don't play with their food too much, but that wisp is going to seal it. T225, this is what we were talking about when there's one player who's MVP eligible. The second these players work out who it is, what hero they're on, Chum in the water, and all of their players become just great whites circling, looking for weakness. And when you have Yang depletion, that weakness is great and very easily punishable. As Frostivus now looking to match up against Edward, neither of these players wanting to be put into a losing Yang situation, as we've seen what a death sentence it can be. Chip game has been completed. Hasn't found the value that it was looking for. Frostivus now comes on through with his staple weapon of the season. Flying Knives finds the parry. Justina doesn't have the combo breaker. Edward now forced to come for that pulse over. Frostivus finds the extension off of the uppercut. And oh my goodness, Edward is just absolutely melted in terms of overall health. Frostivus does get caught out by one of the V1 dashes into the follow-up from that pulsar, but now he's got his own V1 to come on through, and he manages to find the freeze, and that is going to be Frost walking away with the elimination and the win. Spider and Verse go toe-to-toe. Lani versus Akos. Spider rolls out of the way of the follow-through, hasn't been hit into the TOD just yet, but Akos, one of those characters who does not have a natural combo break, has to fear the Lani.
Yeah, it's going to be able to gold frame off that ball throw with the V2 there from the Akos. Now, still trying to fight to catch the Scare Rush. Does manage to do so. Gold nunchucks there for Spider. Catches the power, forcing out the F there from the Lani. Catches a leap into the V2. And that's going to be enough damage there for the elimination there for Spider. And I mean, I feel like this was deja vu. We've seen this time and time again with Spider on that Akos. He just has those pop-up games, and that's what we're seeing right now. I don't remember how many kills he has currently right now. I think he was already at 3, so this could potentially be his 4th kill. Yeah, so I mean, just like that, your tempo could be shut down, as you saw it there from T225, where he did eliminate him, especially knowing that that's the opposing Akos. I mean, he is not going to be forgiving about that. He knows exactly what he has to do, and already with this game alone, starting off really good. Frostivus as well with 4 on the board on that Justina, and we were mentioning how, you know, the Justina is finding these values in these games, but on the other hand, Edward, with 1 on the board, has a Yang depletion timer. He's trying to catch up here onto Wu Fong. Wu Fong trying to ice out some of that pressure. We have another player showing up to the party as well. Not sure who is that showing up in this Frostivus. So 2 Justinas, Wu Fong, the lone Temi here in the situation, running inside the zone, trying to find an opener, but it's gonna be Frostivus there with a massive parry there onto Wu Fong. It's gonna be forcing out that Temi ultimate. The Justina ultimate is gonna be called in here from Frostivus as well. Make sure he doesn't get staggered by any of these whiffs. It's gonna be caught up off the first one, and the backside force sword does not connect there from Edward onto Wu Fong. It's gonna be played deep inside the zone. Needs to be real careful about the white health. He does have still a one wisp online that we clearly see here around him. He's going to be throwing it down, but a nice reset from Frostivus to the LB 2.0 there from Frostivus. Snags at the elimination. Let's go with the blue. Gets the kill up. Gets his 5th one of game number 5. And what a roll that Frostivus on is here for game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, next to Flying Knives, Frostivus has definitely been looking the most comfortable on the longsword, especially when he has engraving, as that is the soldier that he uses to win out his longsword duels more often than not. 7 players left in this lobby. Frostivus sitting currently leading the overall eliminations. But this game, unfortunately for him though, like I was having this discussion with you, like the boom that comes to you if you're Frostivus and you're thinking, if I was already MVP eligible right now and I get MVP now on the round where I needed to cross the 22-point threshold, like, yeah, you've got a lot of momentum headed into the next game, but you also like have that voice in the back of your head that's like, I could have finished this out here and now. He's trying to keep up the pressure currently onto Mike, because on this Liam, the Justinas know that they have the majority of the hero pick in this lobby currently, especially since Burst is the only player currently under Yang depletion, and he's on Alani. Doesn't have any elimination. Spider, the lone Akos, left after T35 was knocked out by everybody focus firing him down, and Spider now is the one that comes under that massive microscope of attention, has to play around the trap clips and use them as a deterrent to stop other players from just jumping on top of him with the grapple so that he can find the space and find an opportunity to go for an armor powder. The Lonnies, though, are going to keep up the pressure on this Aegis since he's the easiest thing to lock down. They need to be able to get an elimination to cleanse that Yang depletion. Spider back against the wall literally is forced into burning that V2 as Mike actually gets picked off by OA's Edward out of vision and gets eliminated from the lobby.
Wow. That is a heartbreaking there for Mike. Already with 3 kills on the board. Could have potentially made that threshold if he's able to get that multiplier, but now in 5th place, 20.5. Not being able to do so. Looks like Spider, no ult online. Verse still having to cleanse. The aggression is still going to be going towards his way. First one in is going to be Lipo though on the backside. The opposing line here out of the 2. He's still getting a lot of pressure thrown his way. We see Verse in the mix. Edward showing up to the party as well with the Justina. I believe Frostivus might be in the area as well, but Spider playing inside the zone, trying to stay alive, eating up a lot of chip damage here from Verse. Catches Prior as well on the backside. Palm lightning there from Frostivus. Snags up his 6th kill on the board for this game. And it's crazy that you mentioned, like, if he was already MVP, this is the game he needed. I was literally thinking of that in my head. Like, it was going into that second realm, I was like, if he was already in that 22-point threshold, this would be the stamp there on the envelope. He would have just, oh my god, he has 2 gold longswords. He would have already secured the win. But yeah, I mean, still great performance here from Frostivus already, making sure he makes it higher in the leaderboard. Even if it goes to game 8, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a replay here from Mike and Frostivus going at it. And this is how Mike gets eliminated here between both of these Justinas. Frostivus first one in the backside, Edward on the backside, just engraving on in. Justina ultimate investor here from Edward, and look at the damage off the gold pole sword. Just one focus attack there to eliminate Mike.
Poor Mike, I mean, has to dodge out of back-to-back engravings, doesn't have any option of dodging away from the Justina dash her into that pole sword swing coming out from Edward. Like, that's a rough one that you're just literally behind every door that you open is defeat. It's just accept your defeat gracefully. And unfortunately for Mike, like, he's not on the MVP threshold. He's 19 points. This is around about the position that Mike is in currently. So if we go another game, well, we're guaranteed to go another game since T35 is out of the mix. But now he has to hope that all of the players who've hit MVP eligibility, which is T35, Frostivus, Genuine, potentially Edward as well, who has the opportunity since he's still surviving, especially since he's on that Justina, and the Justinas have the majority. 2 Justinas, 2 Lonnies. Who is going to be able to control this Spirit well, because they're going to be determining the tempo Frostabus with Palm Lightning is looking unstoppable inside that dome. Everyone else having to play on the outskirts of it so they don't get caught out by that Soldier. And there it is, Justina's in full control of the tempo. Frostabus double ult cycle, and his immediate first target. It's a homing line to Lipo. The first dash connects. He finds the pick, but he doesn't find the elimination because Arano steals it away. The Temi saw the way that the fight was flipping against Alanis, pulls out the musket and gets the pick before either Frostabus or crucially Edward could get it. Edward needs one more elimination and he's home clear. Can he find that one pick though?
It's gonna be rough right now with Edward and no, he has the backfitting there from Frostabus, and right now they're doing a really good job controlling the tempo once again. I was looking at XY. XY did make it. It's just potentially 4 players in that threshold now, opposed from our last game, or the start of this game where T55 was the only one. But Frostabus climbing up very high in the ranks now with 27.6 and potentially even more in this game. Edward drops very low on the armor department. Arano trying to full focus this Justina in the backside, the Temi for Arano. Do see him getting grapple stun there in the backside. Bane spawning on in as well. You gotta be real careful not getting a clip off of this. We see Verse potentially joining the party as well. Edward is gonna be off to go inside the zone, but Lonnie and Temis are full focusing the Edward right now, the Justina. Looks like he's gonna use that ult to dash on up to avoid the pressure for a little bit, but Frostabus now trying to find some sorts of value onto Arano with no ult online. This is the best case scenario here for Frostabus to potentially snag up his 7th elimination of this game. There it is, counter grapple for the opener. Now isolated fight for the time being. We see Edward and Verse in the backside with only 4 players still up. These 4 players are going to be duking it out, and it could be, you know, potentially an isolated fight between both players, but oh, you think it's gonna happen another Bane?
We're playing inside Moonbane. Arano has, I mean, he has no choice. He's got to just go into Moonbane, try and lose the chasing Justina on top of him. Edward is trying to hold on desperately with just sheer power of will and stubbornness. The refusal to die so that he can outlive someone and clear into MVP eligibility either off his ranking points or the one elimination. Arano has been the target of focus that Frostabus has been trying to get out of this lobby. The Temi needs to go for the Justina to get value in the end game. Frostabus has built up another ultimate, but unfortunately he's not getting to use it until now. There's the dash through onto Verse, and there's the elimination that Edward needed. He is cleared. 22.2 points have been picked up. And now, with Verse on 19, if he gets the elimination onto both Edward and Frostabus and gets the multiplier, he's going to be able to qualify too. It's going to be an incredible ask, though, especially off of the back of that parry already forcing the combo break, and we saw immediately Frostabus saw the fight going down, wanted to play the sidelines with the Palm Lightning. He's not going to commit to the 1v1. He's more than happy for the other Justina to take the full attention focus coming on through, and then he can just slide in when it's the safest point of the fight, and he can pick up that elimination instead.
Yeah, he's trying to find another parry opener. Edward drops very low. Elimination could potentially go towards Verse's way, but no, Frostabus now with the 7, and Verse trying to run inside his zone, and it's going to be another elimination there for Frostabus, and that's 8 kills plus the multiplier there for Frostabus. But you see it in his face, he knows job's not finished. You know, good game 8, obviously an amazing game 8, I should say, with the multiplier. I mean, that's what, like a 13-point game, even potentially 14. Just so many points off of that alone. I think I saw the overall points going up to like 30.1 right before the screen change, but I mean, that is a crazy game there for Frostabus. On to Justina as well. He did have another Justina in the field with him, but needless to say, I mean, it was just a crazy game there for Frostabus. Heartbreaking there for T55. Now, having 4 players in that threshold, the pressure is a lot more higher than what it was moving into this game 5.
Yeah, it's just, it was really unfortunate for T55 that he picked like Akos when he did, because Spider, who's in the same phase as him, can immediately see that the Akos pick after that phase is done gets locked out entirely, and he's like, okay, well, I was the only one that picked Akos, therefore the other one in my phase must also have picked the Akos. And it just like, it gives it away to the point that we even see when the 2 Akoses are sort of like batting the Liam around. that T5 is still having to watch his back, because Spider is just always constantly looking for the opportunity to twist the knife and look for that betrayal. And like even from the get-go, rather than those two Iguses trying to like prolong each other's lifespan so that they can make it to endgame and have the opportunity to costume change and also have like more pull when it comes to the Spirit Well, which isn't so much like one person holding down that space. It's become very much a tug of war. Like you have to have the strength equal to everyone else playing the same hero against you on the other side. So you want the people who are on your hero to make it to that end game, or you want to all be outliers, because the outliers will then sort of gather together and bunker up, and they'll sort of do the mathematical equation of one Justina alone plus one Temmie alone is greater than or equal to the strength of two Cyrus on the other side. That's the maths that I do live on broadcast. I will leave the scoreboard updates to the scoreboard.
I was just looking, I was like, hey, he probably is it. I don't know what that plus means to the side, so I think he's getting the points. But I mean, yeah, you know, it's just unfortunate there for T25, but like you mentioned, it's just 1 + 1 = 2 there for Spiders. Clearly for him to see who else was the what character T25 was playing. But there it is on our screen, our 4 players in the threshold, starting off with Frostivus with 32.7, T25 with 27.5, XY playing it safe there on the Tarka, makes it to that threshold with 22.5, and Edward snagging up that last kill there for game 5, or the second to last kill, snags up his pass for that threshold as well. And we have two out of the 4 bi-weekly winners already in that threshold. Edward and T225 already making it to grand finals threshold, which is going to be a exciting time to see game number 6. But another thing excited is these answer for treasures. If you guys are still trying to snag up the baseball cap, this is another opportunity for you guys to do so. If you guys are watching on YouTube, swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win the answer for treasure. And the question will be, which player killed YZG T225 in game number 5? Is it going to be A, BB Frostivus, B, TE Wufong, C, Alliance A Zhao, or D, WZ Arano? Make sure you guys answer while the countdown is being counted down in the Twitch chat in order to have a chance to win the answer for treasure. Good luck to everybody. I know you guys been going crazy. Every time the answer for treasure comes up, I'm looking at the chat, it's just like moving so fast for the baseball cap. But also, I mean, these games are moving pretty fast, right, Moxie? We're already about to lock in our game number 6 coming on up pretty shortly. It's just so much aggression from these players. I'm super surprised that we've only had really one end game, and that was game number 1.
Yeah, it was just like one end game. Moonbane as well has been a huge reason for why, as we can have a look and see that, yeah, Frostivus was able to walk away with 8 eliminations and 12.6 game score. So yeah, it's not the championship round that he was looking for. He wasn't MVP eligible when he completes it. But that performance was enough for him to overtake the players who had previously jumped over him to oust him from that #1 position. So if we do go to the full 8 games, it is really important that Frostivus continues to have that overall scoreboard lead over his opponents. Something to note as well is that like this could actually be the end of the 2 superstars, because of the 4 players that are MVP eligible, Spider and Mike are entirely absent. As we're gonna get to see the overall standings. I mean, Spider and Mike are definitely within a stone's throw of MVP eligibility, but them being able to lift the championship trophy is conditional now. They have to rely on 4 other players all messing it up. And I mean, as we talked about, like that pressure, it does get to you. We've seen it get to you. I hate to say history repeat itself, but when I saw T25 go for that Realm of Yang, I did bring up the fact that previously in his tournament life cycle, he's been put in a difficult position because he went on his potential championship round into a Realm of Yang and subsequently lost it. And lo and behold, he enters into a Realm of Yang and loses and then can't find the game recovery. So, if you're T25, I don't know, we're gonna need to get, you know, some sprinkles of salt, throw it over our shoulder, get the sage smudge sticks out so that we can cleanse ourselves of the curse that has been afflicting with us. Because it started out perfectly.
Yeah.
We found the talker. We lived the fireball engage. We got the last hit of damage off. We managed to kill the opponent that other Acus is fighting. We see, okay, Spider's not gonna give this fight up. It's better to just die quickly. Try and get into a position to go into the realm of Yang. This fight was crazy too. This is the kill that Frostivus needs. Gets for the uppercut.
Oh my god.
To just keep Shenyuan suspended, and then along comes Thorny Roller. And this is the moment where it goes really, really right for Frostivus, horribly wrong for T25.
Oh man, that dash catch into the R&B was just so nice there from Frostivus. Gets the power plus the elimination off of that alone. This was a crazy parry here from Mike. Look at the range off the sap. It was just so far away. Catches that plus the help back, and man, the ice burst off the Justina, right? It confirms into that OV2, being able to get that freeze, even if the player is holding blue. It's just so nice to see off the Justina alone. So another dash there from Frostivus into the 1.5 LMB from Longsword. Snagging the elimination there inside the zone. That's the final moments of this game 5. Frostivus palm lightning there onto Edward. Snags up the Prior. An easy 1-2 uppercut for the last kill there. I mean, it's just everything so well there for Frostivus overall. Just winning those rounds just gets you so much scaled, and we see it from Frostivus full confidence going into the remainder of the game off of those rounds. And you saw the value that he saw, and he was matching T25's energy, getting 12.6 points for that game. He matches that energy once again for this game for himself, so that jumps him high in the pyramid department now, being the leader up there with the most overall scores for this tournament alone. 18,000 damage there on the Justina, 8 elimination, his 10th MVP of this season. Prize Fall for Dagger, wasn't even playing. Starfall, Sap as well. He had Engraven on that longsword that we saw him being played out. Swaps on over to the Palm Lightning as well with the Flying Knives, and also had Moonshard Storm if he needed it for that Jade. I mean, it's just an overall powerhouse of a setup, and you see it being utilized by a powerhouse of a player like Frostivus.
I mean, he really is just looking immensely comfortable with those knives. Being able to adapt very quickly to the meta that weapon brought in has allowed him to really like show what a strong smart player he is, because it's very similar to when we had the J-Cup when Frost was representing both NA and SEA, right? He's the one that comes along. America is the region that says, hold on a minute, Hardy is really strong. CN had discounted him entirely to the point that they thought that he needed buffs to actually be viable. But no, like that is the time that unlike CN, different regions come along, say, hey look, Hardy's really strong. Here's why. Frostivus was one of those players leading the charge. He was one of the players, actually, what ended up happening at J-Cup was that there was an exchange came through where Frostivus was like, I'll show you how to play Hardy. You guys show me how to play Temmie. And you can see that those Temmie lessons definitely paid off, as did the Justina. But whether or not it's paid off to grab that championship title, we'll have to see. We'll be back with game number 6 after this break.
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几层卓颜看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗盘欧陆。
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Sprint Split Grand Finals. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Moxie. We just saw 5 games being played out. We have 4 players already in our threshold as well. So the competition is heating up even more than when we started going into Game 5. Now the pressure's on for everybody in that threshold, especially for D225, not being able to find that value that he was looking for in his 5th game. Getting shut down there by Spider. Not getting pretty much any source of value after the beginning of that game. Just gets shut down there from Spider. Spider just going on a complete tear. Does end up falling short to making that threshold himself, but another player as well that has not making that threshold, which is Mike. And both of those players known as the 2 superstars in the league for a very long time. Not being one of those players in the threshold right now, they have a lot of pressure to be thrown their way now into Game 6. But I mean, tournament's not over, right, Moxie? We still have more games to be played out. Even if we have 4 players in the threshold, that does not signify anybody taking this tournament home thus far.
Yeah, I mean, hero selection is going to be spicy, to say the least. Like, we've seen some people already burn that double picks. We've seen like a lot of the staple heroes as well come through. So like for the top 4 players now who are all MVP eligible, they have to ask themselves like, which hero do I want to MVP? There's a chance that they all, well, 3 of them get the opportunity to lock the same thing, and then one person is the outlier and is unfortunately going to be mostly picked apart by everyone else in the lobby. But there's a silver lining, right? It's probably pretty traumatic, the T225, that he had the opportunity of taking the win. It starts off really, really strong. He comes in with really good eliminations. He wins his hot drop fight. Everything is looking up, and then it falls apart very, very rapidly. But we said that he was going to be coming under the most amount of focus fire. There's 11 other players that are all looking to just shock him down. Now that attention is split. He's under 25% of that attention coming on through into this next lobby. So a little bit of leeway at the beginning for sure, but you're going to be so paranoid of that kill feed. You're going to be looking at every single time a hero name pops on up there and asking yourself, is this my competition or is this someone lower down the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like that's one of the major conversations that these players are going to be having with their coaches during that round selection. Getting that information to them as quickly as possible to try to get that under their belts, to try to control the tempo of how the game's going to pan out for this Game 6. But now Morris Isle Fireflies are going to be coming out for this game. It's going to be another hyper aggressive game. I don't see any of the aggression stopping anytime soon. Like we mentioned right before the break, it's just been one game with End Circle, which in the Pro League, it's kind of rare to see. We usually just see that towards our last games of the day. But now with 8 games in the pool, you can't really count this as the last game, right? Just still have 3 more games potentially if this game goes to distance. But still, I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure there for those players in the threshold. We're gonna have to wait and see, like Max mentioned, how the round selection is going to be. It's gonna be very interesting for sure. What do you think is the play here, Moxie? Do you think if you're in that threshold, you burn out your double pick if you still have one available? I think only Lipo and Star have selected a double pick, so any of these players have.
Genuine's 100% going for Temmie.
Temmie? Yeah, probably.
Like, he's definitely gonna try and double pick that. The only other option that it could be is that he likes to go for things like the Kylan on Morris and also Pedoria. And like Kylan has really good potential to win the heal-off situation at the end, since the 4 seconds of immortality off of Keeling Guard. You've got a lot of mobility too. You've got sustain if you're able to successfully dash through people. And he did get buffed as well, so that was one of the reasons why we sort of saw Kylan creep back, not quite as much of a powerhouse as he was on relays, but still immensely strong and very strong when you're scaling too. So the better you do in terms of like your Realm of Yang fights, that's going to scale up the damage that you get off with either the V1 or the V2 when you activate it, since he is actually a transformer unit. Things like the Yuetian, the Tianhai and the Kylan, the Farrier, like all of these characters, Syra as well, who scales up in terms of damage based off of the weapon that they have equipped when their ultimate comes through. So for Kylan, it's really important that he scales up cleanly. Temmie obviously has a little bit more of a sort of danger to him because he's very vulnerable when his ultimate is forced. Since even though I love the change, like the F1 on Temmie used to be blue. It used to be horrible. In fact, it was so funny because we used to say when a Temmie used his F1, we were like, yeah, this is actually an advantage to his opponent, because we would see things like the dual blades and the nunchucks all would be in the back pocket of the player, so that if they ran into a Temmie, when they forced out that F1, they would swap over to that weapon and they would uppercut up to be able to catch on to it. So, like, that actually used to be a tool that put the Temmie in the worst position.
Yes.
Now that it's a golden, it does mean that the Temmie has a lot more value of actually using that F1, though we still do see the uppercut meta come through, that every single time a Temmie goes for that F1, everyone tries to uppercut chase after them.
Yeah, and one thing that I didn't really see throughout tonight's games that I saw a lot in the previous bi-weeklies was now with Flying Knives in the pool, once a Temmie goes up, they just shotgun burst him down, and pretty much is like a confirmed damage off of that alone. They usually get that hit there off of that shotgun burst, but that's something we haven't really caught any of the Temmies getting hit by thus far. So it's just a little bit surprising because it was very, very heavily used against the Tomotes. We just find out having that range, that omnidirectional off of that weapon alone. Same thing like we were mentioning about the scare rushes. It's just being able to knock an opponent down so quickly just off of LMB or RMB. It's just so good to have on a weapon like that. But you know, that's another thing that these Temmies have been having to be aware of. But currently thus far, I don't think we've seen that happen, but it's definitely wouldn't be surprising we do see that being played once again against Tomote. But you know, we're gonna have to wait and see how the round selections go. Temmie obviously has found very, very good value in these games. Still, Justina being our MVP for last game, different Frostviz. Also another character that has been finding a lot of value. Shayo's, like I mentioned earlier, I still think she is a little bit more of the safer pick, being able to counter character well, like Liam, or getting countered by Liam. It's just a little bit that sets her back from that alone. But still, Syra for that first round selection for Mike, I was not mad about that. I think that was a really good pick there for Mike off of that game alone. It's just those 2 times back-to-back games he re-entered Realm, it gets eliminated, it gets that Yang depletion timer. It just really set him back, and I think that's one of the main reasons why he's not in that threshold.
Yeah, we're seeing here the heroes that have been played by everyone. Not a lot of people having used their double pick. I think this round is going to be where we see the double picks come through. Genuine has also been able to dodge using some of the premier staples. He hasn't used Lonnie just yet because he chose Tarka in the round previously, because he only needed 1 elimination, as we covered. Just pick Tarka, get an elimination with Fireball early in the round. Job is done. get ready to MVP the round afterwards.
Yeah.
Mike and Spider, though, they're the ones that are going to be coming under the most amount of pressure when it comes to hero pick points, because they still have to hit MVP eligibility. So they've got to pick something now which doesn't get barred on out, and then they still have to have something left over in the pocket for when they actually need the MVP status. So there is a lot on the line. Frostivus is going to get first pick of choice alongside Edward. So he's in a very good position to determine what he wants to try and MVP in with. Does he now? This is what you could potentially do. Does he go for the double pick of the Temmie, anticipating Shen Yuan to lock Temmie in the third round selection? Because if he's the only one who locks the Temmie, it doesn't get barred. But does he think that Edward is going to lock Temmie at the same time too? Because if they both double pick that hero, Shen Yuan and Mike won't be able to play it.
Yeah, and that's the mind game, right? That is something players have to look over. Edward's going for the Liam. Justina for Frostivus, back-to-back Justina for Frostivus. I'm not mad at that. He had a beautiful game 5. He's very comfortable with that hero. Pre-finals, he MVP with, I believe, the same amount of kills too, 7 to 8 kills on Holoroth with Justina. So he's feeling very, very comfortable with that hero. As you see it there being his first round selection. Out goes for Mike, XY on the Syra, saving that double pick. Light point versus next. You can tell that these hero picks right now they're being very, very thought on to see what characters they're trying to select.
Okay, so Lipo is going to opt for the Justina. Verse is going to go for the Akos. So Akos is barred out. Still waiting to see what Wu Feng is going to go for. So Lani there. Arano picks up the Syra. Syra going to be banned out now too. Spider and T225. What does T225 go for? He has the last round selection. This is not a good position to be in if you want to take the MVP eligibility. So many things are already locked out, and yeah, you kind of have no choice. You've got to go for the Kylan. But again, Spider's gonna be able to read it. He's going to know, and everybody else too. Like everyone in all of the phases beforehand are gonna be like, T225 is in the last phase. This hero is barred from play. This hero is barred from play. This hero is barred from play. If they see a Kylan, they're like, it's either going to be Spider or T225. One of those players is much more of an important target to take out of the lot because only one of them's on MVP eligibility. So, such is unfortunately the cruelty of coming in on that last phase selection. We said, like, T225, he has one shot at walking away without all of these additional pressures being heaped upon his shoulders. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to close it out on that round, and now he's having to jump through so many more hoops to prove that he's worthwhile of that title.
It's just rough. Being Spider, like, off of game 5, you saw he has an assignment and he knows what he needs to do. And he's re-showed it here for game 6, and he's not going to stop anytime soon. I post from that. He is climbing the ranks as well to make it to that threshold alone, so he just needs to have potentially another game like he had for game 5 to make it to that 22-point threshold and then fight for the MVP alone. So but now with 4 players in that threshold, needs to be more aware of the other selections from Frostivus, Edward. You know, it's going to be a lot more pressure now, but the way he's been playing in that early to mid game, he's been showing strong suits there. Looks like both of the Kylan's this time around are going to be playing that V2, opposed to how we had game 1 where we had a V2, V1 differences.
Yeah, but look at the pick rate percentage on T225.
1%?
This is the first time.
No way.
Yeah. T225, I mean, like I said, he had nothing else to play.
No way.
Even if he wanted to double pick something, so many things are barred as an option. He's just got to hope that he can close it out here or that it goes another round.
Oh, that is so rough.
It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking for him. As Mike, no surprises that he's going to try and reestablish his comfort. Coming on through with that Akos. The screen splits. All 4 of these players have the opportunity to close out the day right here, right now. Some of them in a better starting position than others off of the hero picks that they've been afforded. Does it finish out, or do we go to game number 7? We'll find out as we head over to Morris Isle, the home of NARAKA, where it all began. T225 spawns up underneath Waterfall, grabs those fireflies, tries to build that Kyle MV2 as quickly as he possibly can. Edward, Spider, everyone here also looking to get their hands on those fireflies, but Edward has been able to do so. He was able to pick up 2 and get his hands on that Liam V2. And it doesn't look like anyone is actually wanting to take a fight against each other, despite those ultimates having come into play. Except when it's grappling over control of Money Spot. Since Money is so coveted inside Immortal War, Shenyuan and Wufong are going to be fully scrapping it out, committing. The LMB comes on through the combo breaker force from both of these heroes. Wufong finds an armor swap. The blue armor upgrade comes on through, picked up from that ground. Shenyuan now a little bit behind in terms of overall sustainability, but he is on that side. He wants to keep up this pressure. Knows even if he's lacking a little bit of HP, he can grab it back, as well as having that stun dazzle set up with the F1. The combo breaker is forced from the Lani once again. Shenyuan still holding on to his. Wufong's trying to run away and scale rush off of the buildings, but Shenyuan with that pistol is not able to stop him from kiting over to another trove and getting another armor swap. And this fight continues yet more. This time around, though, surely Wufong is out of places to kite over and grab an armor pack, but he does have the V2, and there goes the sustain for the Lani. Does Shenyuan have the opportunity to use the Siren, or does he cut the DOD? No! The trick ball keeps the Siren suspended into the Holly's follow-up, and even though it looked so strong for Shenyuan, he loses the hot drop fight, and 1 of 4 players who are MVP eligible are sent back to the Soul Altar.
I thought he was gonna pop that ultimate once he double jumped there, but I think he was more aware of any third-party potentials happening there due to it being Money, a very populated spot. But Arano picking up elimination onto Spider. We do have now Asia getting active against, I believe that's Verse, and Verse drops very low. The aerial LMB finisher there for Asia is gonna be snagging up his first or his second kill of game number 6. Wufong now showing up to the mix. Asia still has his ult online. The Lani does not. The R&B minks there off the halberds from Wufong, knocking out 1 block of that blue armor. Neutral game both up for both of these players once again, trying to find a scale rush hit for Asia, potentially backing up here in the situation. We see the bottom side of the pyramid right now getting very active, right? Arano, Asia, Wufong, all these players have nothing to lose, trying to snag up as much points as possible, and the top side might be playing a little bit more conservative to play that end game if it doesn't fall for this game 6. But Asia, Wufong still going at it. Do have all that armor gone from Asia. Wufong has the health advantage for now, but still does not have that ult online. Looks like Star is going to be that potential third party showing up. Asia not wanting to burn out this Shayo ultimate, catches the pile, goes for the jump LMBs, forcing out the after from the line in the backside, and now Star showing up to the party, potentially get the last hit, but Asia snags up the third, and now is going to be forced to fight Star here, but he does have the ultimate to do so.
Does he commit it though?
Oh my god.
He gets corner
Oh
locked.
my god.
Oh, flying knife corner lock. Yeah, that's one that all fighting game community players will feel in their very bones when you get locked into a corner and there's nothing you can do. As that Shayol had already burned the F1 of the combo break. T225 now going to be fighting against Lipo. Justina versus Kylan. Lipo already missing all of his armor, returning focus fire onto T225, chunking down that blue with the Hollies of the RMB. T225 does have the loot disparity in his favor. He's got that purple staff, but the terrain as well is making it really awkward for the 1-2 light staggers to lead up into anything. Bow swap comes on through. T225 commits the ultimate, gets the first dash. Lipo avoids the after image damage with the F2, but he only gets to do that once.
No way.
T225 has dashes for days and is going to start off this game 1 elimination up.
That's our first player in the top 4, snagging up a kill for this game alone. See Frosted is buying that Moonbane Charm. Gonna be going inside that realm. He's trying to get scaled off of that alone. I have a ballista shot here from Edward. I didn't catch the name who he spotted against, but it's Mike. Oh no. Mike is just a magnet to the ballista. We do see him being able to get out of the render frame. So he's going to cut the line of sight there from the Ballista. Frostivus, though, has that Bane out, starting to rotate on in. I believe it's in Celestia. We do see him there with his signature favorite weapons, the flying knives. I believe it was a blue rarity pair. XY as well with the blue rarity. Purple armor, though, for XY. Did get eliminated early in this game, so he doesn't have a second life. Potentially be going inside the realm as well. Have to wait and see how that pans out for him. But Mike, in a three-way scrap, I believe, against Star and Wufong, contesting this round. We do have a no ult zone being able to be popped as well if one of these players decides to do so. But Mike can go and play the outskirts of that realm. He does catch the player in the back end. T225 started to move on in, could potentially get some sort of aggression onto XY, and we see him. I think he is going to go ahead and just go around. He just he does not want to deal with Palm Lightning.
Palm Lightning has been spotted and fight has been abandoned.
That meme you were saying earlier.
Yeah, just see that soldier walk in the door, walk immediately out the door. T25 is going to visit a dealer's instead, pick himself up some upgrades before heading potentially over to contest one of those portal entrances. Mike was thinking about going for it, sees that it's currently under the control of two other players, thinks better off of it, and repositions. Not sure if he's going to try and grab out a cave, as has been his strategy for Realm of Yang portal number 1 throughout the rest of this day. T25 has his. He's going to be entered entirely for free. In fact, he's one of the first ones through. Frostivus and Star are going to be facing off against each other. T25 still waiting to see what competition he's going to get. Surely he doesn't get this for free. This is going to be really unfortunate if he gets it for free, because he needs the elimination. If he wants to continue trying to find momentum. This Frostivus is already forced into burning that F2. Goes for the overhold of the blue so he doesn't get staggered out by the scale rush. Now swaps on up to the spear because of that parry. Looks for the 1-2. Manages to find it. Goes for the overhold attempt with the R&B. Spaces out before the LMB of those knives can connect onto him. He's been able to just delay long enough for the F2 to come back into the mix. Now the ultimate comes out, but he's so incredibly low. That the Shayol ultimate is all of the opportunity that Star needs to buy himself the spacing, as we can see that no, T25 is not getting his Realm of Yang for free. He's going to have to stare down the sights of Shenyuan, another player on MVP eligibility. Syra versus Kylan. Syra can still get staggered out by the Kylan dashes in the V1, but Shenyuan's got the advantage of Palm Lightning, and that is the soldier T25 specifically avoided taking a fight against.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy opener. He was charging RB, focusing the top of his head in the air, but now the full capitalization off that prowl there from XY, forcing out that Kylan ultimate there from T225. First slash connects there for T225. Trying to go for a quick reset, but he's going to go ahead and bait that out to the second slash. Not the overhold charge from that slash, but still trying to fight it out. We do have XY staying inside the pocket, trying to weave out the pressure here from this Kylan ultimate. Throws down the dazzle. He's going to go ahead and invest the Syra ultimate of his own now. Once this Kylan ultimate is going to be done, this could be potentially bad here for T225. Looking for the perfect opportunity to get the dazzle. Doesn't manage to do so. Now the kite game happening here for T225. Catches the dazzle behind the pillar. The 2-charge beam does not connect here. We do have him still being able to cut out some of the pressure. The Syra ultimate is gone as well, but the cannon shot finisher there from XY snags up the elimination onto T225. We have Frostivus outside the Realm of Yang. Needs to try to cleanse this out. Catches H out there with the dash there. Gets the freeze plus the R&B damage there from that purple spear. We do have the first proc off the Shayo ultimate. Now, the first shield throw does connect there onto Frostivus as well. Both players pair. Shield throw, or shield proc once again here for the Shayo. Catches the second one as well. That's a lot of damage happening. Catches the prowl. F called in for Frostivus, and now is going to be able to proc the third. Needs to be careful to try to weave this one. Does manage to do so. And gold frame gets cut off the LMB ×2. Gets cut off the prowl here. This does not kill. Is going to be able to stay up. But the RB extension there from Asia gets a little more damage. Base out the F as well. Nice spacing here from Frostivus. Needs one more hit. The RB minks, but the RB wake up there from Frostivus. Snags up the elimination plus the cleanse. And just like that, he's back in this fight.
Oh my goodness, that fight became so much more dangerous for Frostivus.
Yeah.
Once he burnt that F2 to avoid the uppercut, that was like on the edge of my seat. But he will be able to dodge out of that third block throw coming on through and manages to pick up an isolated 1v1 against the shell. Doesn't have to worry about the third party. No one saw him commit the ultimate too, which means if they run across a Justino now, they don't have the information that that V1 is currently in the stages of being rebuilt. As T225 is currently in the stages of recovery right now. He's gonna have to try and find some player. Everyone is in Celestra though. Is the problem. I mean, like this is gonna be flashbacks to Jacob all over again. Where he's just playing on the other side of the map and everyone else is in Celestra. He's got to look for an opportunity, but Celestra is so risky with the amount of fire cages and signposts and just scale rush kiting paths that you can take off of all of the buildings and alleyways. The tight corners, you never know if a player's sitting around the just immediate edge of a corner charging up a focus. T225 is in the midst of things, but unfortunately, he's fighting the Syra that understands this is a column who has Yang depletion. And Shenyuan is more than happy to keep up that pressure. If the ultimate comes out, T225 is going to get turned onto by so many of these other players. And Shenyuan can afford to bait it out from the Kylan because he's got Vermilion Bird Smite. He's so incredibly low. T225 gets hit into stone form. The grief comes through from Edward. And T225 is denied getting to stick the elimination against the Syra. He sees another player go low, tries to grab the bloom that Arano drops, turns onto that focus target instead, is too late, isn't able to pick it up. The Syra is yesterday's news. He has no idea where she currently is. The V2 gets forced on out. All of the players scatter away. And T225 now is going to have to commit into another fight. Now down and out with 1.5 minutes left. While everyone else gets ready to reposition for the next realm of Yang. This is falling apart around him.
No, it's so much pressure now. Edward takes out XY there, does manage to get that elimination, and now top 4 off with 1 elimination apiece. T225 still trying to fight his way into this game. Does manage to catch Lipo there in the backside. Wufong might be getting aggressive onto him, and this is what T225 needs. Somebody to be able to stay inside the pocket to potentially get the elimination here. Massive ship pair here from T225 to be a lot of damage. The F caught in there from Alani, and now the ultimate investment here from Wufong. Lipo in the back end, trying to get a charge attack or a charge bow shot there on the backside. Does catch him off the second ball throw as well. Big damage. The TOD does not connect there. Massive parry from Wufong. Reads Lipo in the back end. T225 very weak here in the situation. Trying to stay alive. Tries to go for the parry, but the damage goes towards Lipo's way. And the last hit connects there for Wufong on T225. And Wufong snagging up that kill. And T225 now is out of game 6. But Wufong trying to find his way. Currently in 11th place. So much ground to cover, as well as Lipo. Both of these players trying to get more kills on the board, but the resources look like are going to be going towards Wufong's way, making sure Lipo doesn't get any there from that body. It looks like he is going to retreat now, but Edward showing up to the party as well with 1 kill on the Liam, but Frostivus taking the chance here in the realm of Yang, as well as XY, and this is a big realm here, Moxie. Frostivus against XY, and this could solidify a lot of the momentum remaining here for game 6.
Yeah, this could be for all of the marbles, for all of the yuan, for all of the bragging rights to pick up that trophy. XY has such a scaling lead though in terms of that pick up of equipment since he won his previous Yang. He's got the legendary Hallies to scale up the Syra damage on that V1. Frostivus has to utilize the activation of the V1 to dodge away from that continuation of the uppercut. He gets the parry, picks up the Hallies. Suddenly, Genuine only has blue rarity to scale his ultimate if he can even find the opportunity to use it. Yes, he does. A millisecond passes. It's long enough for him to activate the V1. The stun dazzle comes through, catches onto Frostivus, but it's literally scaled to blue. So it's not doing enough to chunk the Justina down in the slightest. Frostivus is just rotating around the pillar. Stun dazzle comes out just on the end of it, but Frostivus again dodges away from the uppercut prior with the F2. Syra F1 gets called in, gets a little bit of health back. The combo breaker is now gone. Genuine double jumps up, puts himself on top of the pillar, and Frostivus, the 1-2 RMB, takes the fight against the Syra. Frostivus finds his second elimination and gets a major step up in terms of upgrade from scaling as Edward, oh my goodness, this.
Yeah.
The juggle coming through from him off of the rooftop avoids the TOD from the Lani V2 as well. Scoops the V2 from the Liam with the combo break, and now doesn't have it potentially on up as an ultimate to get away from the next trick pull catch. Thankfully, he does have his base F ability to dodge away from that one, and with ultimates now out of the playing fields, it's gonna go back down to the neutral, which Edward with the flying knives, with that LMB, is gonna be able to get all of the pressure off onto, as Wukong does not want to keep himself in the fight, has to go for the scare. It's not into Edward, but away from him, because the flying knives were looking to punish with that verticality, where they could track down where Wukong was holed up on the other side of the wall. Reset point comes through from both of these players. Purple armor is going to be replenished. Flying knives get repaired. And ding ding, the bell goes. We go round 2.
I'm looking at Mike. Mike's been very quiet this game. And this could be kind of scary for the remainder of the lobby. He's playing a little bit more conservative. He can pop out a little bit later on and just get full active. Being in those third-party positions to be able to potentially upset one of the top 4s. But currently right now, it's XY. He has that Yang depletion timer on his back, and he's trying to stay up for the time being. We do have him being able to get one powder in, but Lipo, first one in. Full grappling in here onto XY, but now in this Celestial Temple, it's gonna be very hard to try to catch him. Frostivus is in the mix though. Could potentially get another elimination here if he gets into that third-party position, and we do see him playing the top side of this temple currently with 2 kills on the board. T225 got eliminated earlier, and I don't know when Spider got eliminated, but he is out of this game 6 as well. Star has a Yang depletion timer as well as XY, so the aggression is going to upward pretty soon here for game 6, with 3 minutes and counting for these players to try to cleanse. And already happening is Edward against Star. Edward drops very low on the armor side. We do have Verse not showing up to the party. 2 Aquases there for Mike as well, being one of those Aquases. We do have him trying to cut out the pressure here. Gets caught up inside the zone. The last hit going towards Verse's way. It looks like he is going to snag up the Soul Bloom as well. Star fighting it out inside the zone. F1 called in. F called in for the Shayo as well. Clint comes in time 2 with those flying knives. You see them just letting blows go back and forth. And now Mike waiting for the perfect opportunity to get the last hit in. We do have Star dropping very low. Could potentially be eliminated off the zone, and it's Mike there with the elimination onto Star, and that's what Mike needs now, picking up his first kill of this game. Verse trying to rotate back inside the zone. XY playing the top side of this terrain. We do have a bounty in play. I'm not sure who has the bounty on who, but I do see it in the mini map. Lipo has been one of those players that's been very aggressive off this game alone. Currently in 12th place with 2 eliminations, still trying to find an opening for himself. We do have XY still with 2 minutes and 26 seconds to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer, and a 5-way scrap off. Mike and Ko showing up as well versus the other Alcos, looking to take out Wufong in this situation. We have a lot of damage happening towards Wufong, nearly knocking off all that purple armor. Just gets caught up in the corner. We do have XY trying to potentially cleanse off of this, but it's going to be Lipo with the bow shot. Cleanse goes towards not sure whose way. Could potentially gone towards Verse way. Verse snacks up the Soul Bloom. Didn't even need the cleanse, and XY still fighting to try to stay inside this game 6.
Oh, Genuine's not happy. Oh, no. He is not happy. He's got to commit the Syra V1, and then he's got to cancel it out if he wants to be able to grab the Soul Bloom, and even then. Frostivus with the pick. Knew that the Syra would be forced into going over aggressive because she had Yang depletion, and just steals it away with the pistol. He's the only player left in this lobby who's MVP eligible, by the way. 3 eliminations. Ooh. If Frostivus MVP is here, the game is done, and Frostivus makes NBPL history. He would be the first player from a foreign region came to NBPL and walked away a champion. And he's got Tuner in the back pocket too. Now he just has to make sure that he doesn't get turned onto as a target. The good news for him is that the person who locked Justina was not in the same phase as him. Lipo and Frostivus are on separate phases, so Lipo does not know that Frostivus, the player who's MVP eligible, is on the same hero with him. So it's not like the situation that we saw with T225 and Spider come through. They are going to have to try and topple, though, the Tiger Kings. Mike and Verse. 1 kill on Mike, 2 kills on Verse. Never, never discount Mike from an MVP when he's on the ACOS. As we can have a look and see that, like, these kills are so split apart, it's anyone's game. Can Frostivus complete it? Can he find the back-to-back MVP eligibility an MVP win with the back-to-back Justina pick. Just don't surf the Moonbane. Please, my nerves can't take it. The problem for all these players is Spirit Well was directly where the Moonbane was, so they all had to go through and try and position themselves to pick up this buff. The Justinas wanted for the double ult cycle. Frostivus has got Palm Lightning in the back pocket as well. He's going to be incredibly happy about that Soul Jade pickup. He's turning it left, right. Any player who's close by gets the parry onto Mike, who was looking to clank off of it before Palm Lightning could start to come on through. He's looking for his opportunity. He's not overcommitting, still hasn't used the combo breaker, and with that legendary armor though, it's going to be looking like a very appetizing target for everyone trying to shock down so they can absorb that loot. There's the combo break, there's the ultimate knockback, there's the freeze onto Verse, but Frostivus gets parried into the LMB follow through. The dash through is good, but it means that Frostivus has to reposition, and the Aegis now control the Spirit Well.
Yeah, and Frostivus knows he cannot let this buff go. Goes right back in here against Verse. You do see Lipo still very healthy there in the back end. Fan R&B there from Lipo, trying to peel. We do have Mike now showing up to the party, trying to get the aggression onto Frostivus. Big damage there onto Mike. Now it looks like Lipo might find that opening as well, but Verse still sitting on the Spirit Well. We do have Frostivus, just takes one powder in, goes right back into that Spirit Well. Aqua's ultimate now invests, managing to weave the first one, but the V2 connects there on the backside. Arano now is sitting inside the middle of that Spirit Well. We have Lipo now trying to back on up here from the situation, and it looks like Verse is going to be snagging up this Spirit Well, and there it is. He's gonna get that ult right back up. We do have him full focus since the Justina's not in this situation. Verse trying to open up with the V2, doesn't connect off of that, but Lipo gets caught up here in the side of the terrain. He's gonna use that Justina ultimate to dash away here to try to create some of this distance. We do have Frostivus with no ultimate as well, so he has to try to kite this out. Bane surfing once again. He's gonna be able to weave that Bane. Now Verse needs to be real careful in this situation. Big damage off the gold fly. Nice. Big parry opener as well. Gets a lot of damage onto Frostivus. Now we see him letting loose of that Jade in the backside. Verse now full focus in Frostivus on the backside. Verse gets the damage off the shotgun burst. Frostivus still 70% on that rage. Trying to bid up enough rage as possible. Pops the F. Still not managing to stay up. He is going to be able to Moonbane surf once again, but Verse snags up the elimination there. And it looks like we are going to game number 7 for the grand finals, and Verse and Mike still going to tear here.
Yeah, whoever was in control of the Spirit Well, the Justinas would have turned on the Aegis would have turned on the Justina, and then they turns on everyone. Mike might not be able to qualify for MVP eligibility though. Actually, no, he does. 23 points off of the players that have been eliminated. He has one elimination, but the ranking points are going to be enough to send Mike over the edge, and he's done more than adequate to be able to guarantee MVP eligibility into this next round. He doesn't know that yet though, so he doesn't want to try and give these eliminations away to anyone that he possibly can help it, especially since he doesn't know that everyone who is MVP eligible are currently out of the lobby. Verse is also going to be able to claim a placement. Now it's just a matter of whether or not Arano is going to be joining them. He gets the pick onto Mike, and it becomes a 1 versus 1. Verse very much more equipped to deal with it than the Syra though. He's got his ultimate, he's got all of his armor still attached to him, and this Syra is having to just run for the hills in the hopes of kiting out for things like the F1 to come back into the play. The nunchucks trying to find the damage. Just a little bit of a chipper on it to keep going around that corner, but it's not going to be enough. The parry comes on through from the Aegis, and Arano is denied MVP entrance alongside everybody else who found it, and heartbreaking as well for Spider. He's 0.5 away.
Yeah.
He went out so early on trying to just like be aggressive, get those eliminations necessary, that just the way that we saw Frostivus get unfortunately messed over by the aggressive, I need 2 eliminations, I'm gonna look for only those 2 eliminations. Spider doesn't find the game that he's looking for. And if he wants to be able to be in with a chance of lifting that trophy, he's gonna hope that we go to game number 8, but we've gone from 4 players MVP eligible to a whole host more joining in that position.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how the overall scoreboard looked. I know right before that game ended, we already had 6 players in that threshold, but with this MVP here from Verse, he could have potentially make that 7 as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that looks, but what a crazy game. I mean, it was so close there from Frostivus. We saw Arano siding with the Aquasis there on the Syra. being one extra plus there against the Justinas. Even though Lipo didn't know who was the other Justina, it was just a fight for that spirit well, and that pretty much gave the full pass to which group would potentially take the game home, as we saw. But wow, that was just super close. Great wins there from Frostvus overall, though, in the realm, making sure he stays up. It's looking very, very, very. I don't even know what to call it, but just the way Frostvus has been playing throughout the whole grand finals has been insane. But now with more players in that threshold, the pressure is very on, and nobody's going to be siding with nobody anymore. I mean, that's 6 to 7 players already. That's more than half of the lobby in that threshold. So it's going to be everybody's just, you know, one-man armies now. You know, whoever it is, you can kind of look at the round selection and see who can potentially be who. So as we saw there from Spider turning on to T225, game number 5, we're going to start seeing a lot more that for game 7, as well as these answer for treasures for everybody at home.
Okay, this is a little bit of a tricky question because it involves maths. How many different players entered the Realm of Yang in Game 6? So this is not one specific iteration of Realm of Yang. This is total. So was it A6? Was it B7? Was it C8? Or was it D9? How many do you think entered both in Realm of Yang 1 and in Realm of Yang Spawn 2? You have to add up every single player that entered into that Yang. But no, it's really unfortunate for Frostvus. The turning point in controlling that spirit well, there's like a couple of layers to it. One of which, like, just, oh my goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 players all gonna be MVP eligible. I told you, don't discount Mike. When he's on his ACOS game, don't count him out. He will be able to surprise you if you think that he's out of this game. But returning to that point, there was the thing that you pointed out where the Syrup sided with the 2 ACOSes, which turned it into a 3 versus 2 in terms of that overall siege. There was also that point for Frostvus where he was relying on Palm Lightning to hold his space rather than having to use his ultimate and his combo break. The knives that he has get parried, and he doesn't have a backup pair of flying knives. So Palm Lightning goes out of the window, and then he has to start sifting through his actual resources with cooldowns attached to them. And unfortunately, like, when you use that Justina ultimate, normally it's gonna be a case of like, okay, I use this Justina ultimate, I try and if it's a 1 versus 1, I look for an elimination into like a TOD or follow-up damage to be able to close out the distance and focus it. If it's a multi-way fight and you're coming under that pressure, a lot of the time the dashes are actually used back to back to back so that you can carry yourself and distance yourself from the fight. But Frostvus can't do that because he's got the ball and chain around his ankle where he knows if he uses those dashes to fully reposition, he lets the ACOSes take control of the spirit well. He can't go for the full disengagement dash because then the ACOSes get the double ult cycle and they chase him down when he doesn't have his ultimate. He has to play go big or go home in the hopes of I invest my ultimate, but I keep the spirit well in place that if I pick up the spirit well, I get my V1 refreshed immediately.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw that Frostvus was pretty much like you mentioned he knew what the situation was. Lipo played a little bit more conservative. He wasn't really going right back in as fast as possible as Frostvus was. I mean, Frostvus was popping 1 powder in and he was right back in trying to contest. I believe it was Burst in the center of the spirit well. So he knew if that spirit well went towards the Aquas' way, it was pretty much done for. And Lipo just not matching that energy together in that situation. He was just trying to play for lives at that point. So it was just unfortunate there in that situation. And I mean, opposed from that, the Cyrus as well being another factor. So it's just so much pressure in there in that last section of game 6. But I mean, Verse still with 5 kills, 9 overall game score. Great game there for Verse. Arano with 5 game score for that game alone. And this is overall standings, and this is exactly what we wanted to watch. Wufong now in 12th with 11.8, Lipo in 11th with 12.7, Asia with 13.4, Star with 15, Arano with 21.2, Spider with 21.2 as well. And that is just heartbreaking. Being 0.8 of a point to make it to that threshold for 7th and 8th, it's just so rough to see.
I mean, for Spider, he's got to go into game 7.
Yes.
And then he's got to hope that it lasts into game 8. And if it lasts into game 8, then it potentially goes to overall score as well. So like this first place standing that Frostvus has been able to preserve, like, yeah, you didn't MVP this game. which is an absolute tragedy for Frostbus, especially since that was his double pick. He went for the back-to-back Justina pick.
Exactly.
Like, he got the 12.6 game in game number 5, and unfortunately, the scenario that we were really frightened of occurring did end up occurring, right? If he'd been able to get those 2 eliminations in game 4 with that 12.6 scoreline, we wouldn't be here. You know, the ceremony would already been lifted. Frostbus would already be celebrating. It doesn't go down to that, but because he was able to continue having a decent game in that performance, he's still number 1 in overall standing. So if it does go the distance, he's in with the best chance of being the player that gets to walk away with the trophy because of that overall score. But as we can have a look and see why, unfortunately, the game didn't go his way with our replays brought to you by China Unicom.
Here we go, we have a Rana. Oh, great source sauce from the check. Gets the RB behind the gate there onto Spider. Gets the elimination. XY in the realm against C225. Manages to catch the prop, scare rush. Off of that LMB focus from the staff. Now back to neutral. Recaches the tap dodge prior there. From that LMB, tries to go for the full extension, forcing out that kind of ultimate. This was the double splash damage off the cannon there for the kill behind the pillar. Frostbus against A-Zhao. This was a nail biter here for Frostbus, being able to catch his last hit off Wake Up to cleanse out Yang depletion timer, because he did get that Yang depletion off that first round. He goes right back into the second round, facing against XY. The Syra master ship parry into the freeze, gets the 1.0 damage there off the halberds, big damage. Kites out that Syra ultimate perfectly there, stays inside the pocket, catches the prior into the 1-2 finisher there for Frostbus. And now this was Frostbus against Star, or Verse against Star, sorry, in this realm of Yang. Verse trying to stay up here in this fight, and the health is very even. Looks like it was a little bit of kindness here from Verse. Catches the aerial LMB there for the finisher there to win that round.
Yeah, and then with the Icasus being able to determine the tempo, since they captured that Spirit Well, Verse, he's just like, he's coming into that 1 versus 1, full armor, full health, all of his resources. He's got his combo break, he's got his ultimate, as opposed to poor Syra, who's literally a shred of HP, having to just kite for the hills in the hopes that the combo breaker comes back online. And it is just, Verse gonna be walking away with his first MVP of the day. He started off the day having an MVP. Then we got to see him take MVP in game number 3. And now he's closing out MVP in game number 6. 22,123 total damage. No surprises that the majority shareholder of that is going to be donated by Flying Knife, 12,871. Dreadful Whale on the dagger, Dragon Roar for the nunchucks, Velocity, Sap Soul Jade, Quick Charge Thundercall, as well as that Palm Lightning, which was the reason why those knives were doing so much darn damage in all of those fights.
On the F1 too, on the Akos, I think just to this game we saw everything but everything F2, but now Verse on the F1, that OG F1 knockback, you know, just showcasing that it's still good. I mean, overall, very heated competition now. 6 players in the pool. This will be a very, very off your chair experience now. You got to really keep an eye out on that top 6. But I mean, game 6, we did have a lot of the bottom side of the pyramid getting a lot more active in that early to mid game, and then the top side starting to get more aggressive right off of those Yang depletions, trying to potentially get those third parties. We saw XY taking those realms and being able to cleanse out. Does manage to fall there, but still, it's going to be a very, very stressful experience for these players in that top 6 now moving into the game 7. But we're gonna have to wait and see how that pans out. We are gonna be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we are gonna be locking in our 7th game here for the Spin Split Grand Finals.
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As the atmosphere, the stress levels for the 6 players who are MVP eligible to take the trophy of the NBPL Spring 2025 solo season has continued to just marinate. All of that tension, all of that stress, the pressure is sort of building to a peak, C8.
Yeah.
Who's gonna crumble? And who is going to be able to withstand it and come out a diamond on the other side? We've got 2 more games total before we finish out the day. Now it's just a question of, is it finished in game 7 or does it go all the way to the distance? Because you and I, like we were discussing in between the break, how many of these players actually have good hero picks left in play? As the day goes on, like Frostivus has already burned his double pick. Other players have already burned their double picks. The phase selections too, they're going to be starting out further and further away from starter group 1, which was something that TW5 ran a problem with, where he had to lock Kylan for the first time of the entire season.
Yeah, you were like, look at his pick rate, 1%. I was like, am I looking at it right? But yeah, I'm looking at it like this, right? 7th, 8th are 0.8 of a point to make it to that threshold, right? They definitely have still a chance in this. I think all the other 4 players below that, I can't quite remember how close they are to the threshold, but I think it's going to be just a full W grief session for those players into the top 8 there, just to make sure none of these players make it to the MVP. I mean, we see that a lot of times into game 8s whenever it's a bi-weekly final. So, you know, it could potentially pan out the same way here for game 7. But yeah, once again, I mean, we're always talking about the hero picks, and I mean, that's what's important, right now, especially like you mentioned, Frostov is already locked in 2 Justinas. Yeah, like we were talking about it, what he has? He has Alani and a Liam still in his slots to be able to pick for these games, but none of those have MVP. Like we talked on break, like those characters have not been finding that value that we're known to see them have. So it's going to be a very interesting, another interesting hero selection here for these games. And I mean, what are these other top 6 players who haven't made a double selection? What are they going to pick as their comfort pick to try to take this grand finals home for tonight. So it's just so much to try to see, and I mean it's gonna happen pretty soon for the round selection, and that's what they want right there, that trophy standing in the middle of the stage. I mean, this is what the whole hard work is for, is to be able to lift that trophy at the end of the split. And I mean, we have 6 players already in that threshold. It's be very interesting to see how Game 7 pans out.
Does Mike double pick the Akos? That's my question. I mean, Mike still got his double pick. He's MVP'd on Akos before, so it would be a very big telegraph. Like, oh gee, I wonder who's trying to MVP with Akos. It's probably gonna be the guy that we call the Tiger King. But there's a reason that Mike is known as an Akos player. And it is a very gutsy statement too that I could definitely see like Mike going for, where you throw that gauntlet down, you throw the glove down and say, come at me.
Yeah.
Like, everyone knows what I'm on. Do you want to try and challenge me? Because here's the hero picks that he's had so far. Syra, Justina, Sheol, Temmie, Liam, Akos. He's still got his double pickup. He could still go for something like Lonnie. The question is, does he have access to it? Because where's he going to be starting in terms of phase order?
True.
His hand might be forced. He's either going to have to burn a double pick, he might get bought out of the Lani, or we're about to see the Mike Taka come into play.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad if he picks double Temmie, because XY also could be in that pool, right, for that double Temmie. But did see that game with the 3 Tomokes in that Predoria game, and how much value that found with that alone. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that from Mike. He is also very comfortable on that hero. But you know, questions asked that we have, and now it's just time to see how it's gonna fold. And yeah, this is what me and you were talking about. Just no Lonnie picked and no Liam.
No Liam, yeah.
That's definitely gonna be one of Frosted's picks there.
Yeah. Temmie's already gone, Akos already gone, Sheol already gone, Kylan already gone. It's gonna be Lonnie or Liam in this game, and then whichever one he doesn't pick, he's gonna have to pick in game number 8. As Verse is also coming under that decision-making process. So actually, Frost could go Syra.
Oh yes, forgot about that.
Frost could go Syra. But Syra, Lonnie, Liam, like all of those are targets that get just immediately shocked down by everyone in the lobby. You don't want to be the lone one of those heroes either. Shenyuan is actually in a really good position. Of the people who are MVP eligible, Shenyuan is probably in one of the stronger ones because he used Taka in one of the previous rounds. He hasn't double picked, and he's already used Liam too, so he can like double pick his Temmie, which is the thing that you and I are both theorizing would be his best possible move.
Yeah.
But now it becomes the question of, do I double pick Temmie now, or do I double pick Temmie later?
Yeah.
In game number 8, like, you don't want to be the only Temmie, so you've got to read the situation and figure out when are other people going to pick Temmie. Since Frost of us unfortunately experienced this, when there's only one Temmie in the lobby, everyone turns onto him, forces out that V3, and there's really nothing that you can do outside of turning the attention immediately onto somebody else.
Yeah, and that's rough. And like you mentioned, I mean, I'm just trying to see how Frosted's selection would be, because I mean that double pick Justina, that was like an all-in, full-flush moment for him, right? He was hoping to be able to take that take the MVP there with that alone, and I mean just now, depending on what round selection is, he might not be able to even select Nani or Liam depending of where he's at, but I think he is going to be in 4th round selection, so with T225, so we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes for Wufong, Lightboy, Asia Star, Irano, and Spider, what characters they off to pick. So I mean, he might potentially be forced to play a off-meta character, and that's what I've been trying to do my math in. I mean, is he gonna go for a Tarka, where we've seen some of it in the league for the previous bi-weeklies, or what else will he pick if the Syra's gone as well, right? I mean, he could be kind of forced to play Matari Valda. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's kind of rough.
No. The surprise, the first showing of Hardy in the entire season. Oh, okay, good news for Frostivus. Phase 1 is done, and Justina and Syra are the 2 options. That's the first Lonnie, though. If Lonnie gets picked, in phase 2, or phase 3 rather, before Frostivus has access to her. He's gonna be barred from access to her, and he's gonna... Okay, so he still has the Syra, the Lani, the Liam as a potential.
Okay.
That's not going to force the Valor and Matari, and he opts for the Liam. What does T2D5 go for? T2D5 goes for the Lani. So Lani is going to be taken out of the mix. Liam is still up for grabs. There's the Temmie that we expected Shen Yuan to come out with. The question is, are other players going to pick it up too? Because Verse could potentially grab it. Mike, I'm sure, would be looking to either double pick Akos, but this is a really good map for Temmie. Holoroth, Starry Night, heck yeah, you're going to be getting so many V3s off.
Here we go. Edward and Mike left. I'm very surprised Frostivus didn't go for the Lani there. It could have been a potential 3 Lani game if he does offer that character, and he has had good value on that character throughout the whole spring split. But he also go for the Liam, and now Edward's gonna max that as well. So it's just up to Mike now. Yeah, there it is. So it did go his way either way. So this is gonna be very interesting here, and the pressure that 3 Liams can outburst here in these lobbies is very dangerous. And now with top 6 in it, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this game 7 pans out. XY on the Lone Wolf Temmie, that is probably the worst outcome he could have hoped for this game alone.
Yeah, everyone's gonna know if there's one Temmie in the lobby, it's
Yeah.
Shen Yuan.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna know that it's Shen Yuan. That's why he was probably hoping that Mike leaned into it. Mike has played Temmie on Holoroth before. Mike has MVP'd with Temmie on Holoroth before. But Mike is not wanting to put it all on the line for that Temmie, because I think he understands too, if he picks the Temmie, Shen Yuan inadvertently gets Power Spike.
Yes.
So what he's actually doing is very, very smart, where one of his biggest competitions is now going to be much more vulnerable, and Mike, in comparison, is going to be in the majority. 3 Liams are going to be able to bond together, and we saw already on Morris Isle when the 3 Liams were in play, they all made it super far into endgame.
Oh, potential last game of the day. I mean, we're looking at our lineups. We have 5 players with double lock-ins. Asia, Lani, XY Temmie, Mike on the Liam, Alani for another player. I didn't catch 225. Okay, and then we have one more player double locking in another character. So this is a all or nothing section now for game 7, and this could potentially be our last game. Look at our spread here for our drop. We do have a couple players landing on the left side of Moon Castle. I think Star might be rotating on in there onto Puzzle to try to get that weapon upgrade off of the chest alone. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting game 7. Once again, all up for grabs here. Top 6 eligible to take this spring split grand finals. It is going to be an exciting game 7. We see top left full congested there from Frostivus versus Wufong as well. We have a Ronald being one of those players landing Lone Wolf on the far left-hand side of the map. He could potentially be a third-party action there for these players in the snow area. And starting off hot here, we have Lipo and Mike going at it. Edward trying to snag up some of the resources in the backside, and Mike starting off inside the zone to try to pick up some of these resources.
Yeah, both Mike and Lipo starting off directly on top of each other, so they had to go for the slaps and then split off into the separate ways to try and pick up some weapons. Shen Yuan hasn't been able to pick up anything right now, and he gets counter-grappled by Star 2 before he can reposition, which is going to force the Temmie F1 out early. That combo breaker isn't going to be coming back online for 10 seconds. Shen Yuan without a weapon can't even scale rush off of the cliffside. Oh, stop, stop. This is tragic. This poor Temmie can do absolutely nothing but try and slap his way and hope that another player rolls up. He dodges the LMB. He's got another F1. If he can find the Wisp, no, the LMB from the Hallies avoids it. But Star is slowly but surely actually losing HP to these slaps. Never mind. I was gonna say, if Shen Yuan, the turnaround of the century would be if he could win out that fight with slaps only. But unfortunately for Shen Yuan, we said it was gonna be an uphill climb for this Temmie, and even with the investment of the F1, Everest is looking a little bit taller in person for that Temmie to have to try and climb over.
We do have Mike now passing that V2 onto T225, being able to get the slam down as well in the corner. The 1-2 off the flying knives. We do have T225 now losing all that armor. Mike, first one in. No ult charges left off that V2. Big damage in the corner. T225 now drops very low into the jump LB finisher there for Mike, snagging up the first elimination, his first elimination of game number 7 pretty quickly. Star going at it once again against XY. XY running it back so fast. Not carrying, knowing I almost eliminated him here with slap, so I want to get my run back, but the Kylan ultimate is going to be applying tons of pressure here onto XY. He does have the Temi ult available if he needs it, and it looks like Star is going to be playing the low ground here to try to find the code for the puzzle. We see XY going to start rotating on the other side to get more information. Star, no armor in his inventory, is gonna be able to find a common armor swap. XY still trying to get active here on the blue pole sword. We do have him now waiting out for the perfect opportunity. That was a massive parry there from XY. Gets the damage. It looks like the F is gonna be invested there from Star, and it's exactly what XY needs to potentially get an elimination onto Star early on. Oh my god, the omnidirectional there from Star catches him on the wall once again, slides to the opposite side for the re-whisk, and now triple re-whisk into the 3-whisk for the extra damage. And that is just beautiful there from XY, and it seems like he just does that time and time again, being able to catch his opponents on that Temi wall just perfectly every single time.
Yeah, Mike now on the precipice of taking Spider down off of drop, which is not the start that Spider wants to his game. He has been able to find the one elimination necessary, and Frostivus is the one who picks up the elimination. Mike is not going to be happy about that. Both of these Liams more than happy to take the fight against each other. Mike down his ultimate too, as well as his combo breaker is going to get sent up into the sky. Frostivus gets the follow through of the RMBs on those flying knives, catching as well the flop stay too, and Mike still about this combo break. He's going to get hit into the grapple bump off of Restand. Frostivus quickly picking 2 eliminations up back to back with very little investment. As hold on a minute, Shinny and Salty ran back. Star Salty ran back too. Salvation Guardian's being solved. Star is just keeping Shinny Wan up in the air so that he can't get any of the contents of the chest. But Shinny Wan does have that F1. Can he find the wisp opportunity? He hasn't thrown it just yet. He's got the Hallies. He's missing all of that armor. He's having to back-to-back scale rush and look for common armor reset. Anticipated Star actually full chasing him down. And now he's going to look to try and backtrack over to the chest. But is Star going to be faster? Yes, he is. The Kylan's buff is a little bit better, but he's not going to be able to open up the contents because there's a load bar. And instead of kiting over to the chest itself, Shen Yuan kited over to Ballista to nice start opening the box this time too.
Just battle Star against XY here at Puzzle, and no one's around to see it, so they are going to be having that isolated fight for now. T225 though still in the mix, hasn't been able to find elimination thus far, but still trying to scale on up, prepping for that first Roman Yang. Mike as well has 2 on the board, did lose his life earlier there to Frostivus. Frostivus and Mike both with 2 kills apiece. Arano as well with 2. Spider and Star with 1, as well as XY. So the eliminations are going pretty much everywhere still. Top 9 picking up kills. Verse though still on the Shayol, looking for the realm once again. We are going to be having it starting to almost fully form up. We see T225 posted up already, ready to take this Yang pass. Verse might be potentially fighting off T225 to see he can try to enter that realm, but XY Star is still going at it. I mean, XY not being able to scale at all. He is gonna be forced to pop that 10 ultimate because that gold nunchucks R&B focus just does so much damage, especially with how XY has been running the bag. I know he's not scaled up in the J department. Mike could potentially get another elimination here if he sees the situation that XY is in, and we see him starting to grapple right back on in. Frostivus as well trying to contest this round. It's gonna be a 3-way scrap up here with T225 verse and Frostivus trying to contest this round with Yang.
Yeah, Frost has that Yang pass, but he's losing a lot of that purple armor and is more than happy to abandon the fight and let Verse and T225 scrap it out, go for an army heal, and then come back in once again to keep up the challenge. Verse does have disparity in terms of that, and he knows because they went and vibe checked Frostivus. They know that he's got the purple armor. And so if it does go to that long-term brawl for Sustain, Frostivus does have the upper hand. doesn't have the Yang pass. TV5 was able to get his hands on that one instead. I think Frostfist might have 2 now as well. As we're going to be having a look to see who is going to go through that Yang portal. A point to note though, even though, like you said, Shenyuan, because he's been so busy occupied fighting Star on Salvation Podium, he hasn't been able to set up in position for a Realm of Yang. He could still potentially find scaling, because I'm pretty sure Star wasn't able to open Salvation Podium. That box is still left closed, as it didn't have the light beam the last time that we checked in with it to show that it had been opened. As Star now goes through that Realm of Yang, takes the fight against is Edward. Edward holds on to the combo breaker, looks for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find it, has to invest the combo breaker now, keeping up the pressure onto Star. The Kylan loses all of that armor, the LMB follow-up from those knives. So detrimental when these players try and disengage. Out comes that Kylan ultimate, looking to just live a little bit longer. The Healing Guard employed to come on first, Star trying to find the slashes to get the heal off, but Edward utilizes the animation as an opportunity and guarantees the V2 connection.
Wow, Star had gold nunchucks too, and just the damage output from Edward, just putting out so much damage. Pops the ultimate to be that safety network for him if he does get caught up off that V1, and you see they're being played out perfectly there from Edward. But now XY against Aizhao, Tammy for XY, Lonnie for Aizhao, both players waiting out for the perfect opportunity to find the damage that they're looking for. Flying knives for Aizhao, trying to see if he can find shotgun burst. Doesn't manage to do so thus far. Dagger in hand for XY, seeing he can find the scare rush. Overholds, big parry here from Aizhao for the opener. And look at that HP off that armor, just completely getting shredded off of one parry alone. Gets recut off the pryos and be forced to pop the F. And that's what I was talking about right there. The Temi F, but with the fly knives, you just get shotgun bursted so quickly. And the damage goes towards Aizhao's way, and now the Yang depletion timer is going to be going towards XY's way, and it's just rough there for him. He has not been able to find a perfect opportunity here for Game 7.
Yeah, the game has opened up. Shenyuan going to be on the Yang depletion. TV5, the first elimination he finds is actually inside the Realm of Yang. He wins his as the lone Lani, so he's now got a period of grace, so even if the players scout him out as the lone hero, if he gets just immediately lobbied by everybody, he's got Vermilion Birthmark, he will be able to continue in this game. Everyone with Yang depletion though, they're going to have to pick their moment to revive very carefully. Shenyuan instantly actually scouts out where all of these players are stacked, immediately pops in that Soul Altar run back, as everyone is still contesting. The Spirit Well has not been picked up just yet. There's still a buff up for grabs if these players want to try and hold that position, as Spider is going to try and keep up this pressure onto Verse, who I believe actually has a bounty on his head currently, so that dagger is the reason why he's just chaining these galoshes back to back. He doesn't want to keep his movement static. He's going to get lobbied if he does by everybody in the area, and that's Spider's elimination. Aizhao is also taken down. Edward's going to be able to claim that one up, and his Vermilion Birthmark is still going to be enhanced, so he can keep the aggression up onto Lipo for control of Cave.
Yo, hold on. Edward is cooking right now. Gets tons of damage onto Lipo. So three-way scrap off here between him, Lipo, and T225. Gold Harmsword in hand here for Edward. Trying to find the damage there on to the Syra. Catches the LMB pry off. It is going to go ahead and use the V2 there for the TOD Raw Dragon. What's going to be the mix? Going to go for the double R&B, focuses off the fan. But in the back end, T225 trying to stay up here, trying to apply the pressure onto Edward. And now Edward gets dazzled off of this alone. Catches the Lonnie inside the ball. And now he's going to be forced to try to retreat off of the situation. Gets re-caught there off the dazzle as well, but he does have that that Vermilion's Birthmark, so he can survive the situation if it goes bad for him. It looks like both of those ultimates were invested, but it's going to be Wu Fong with the bow shot there to snag an elimination onto Edward. And now the Lonnie and the Syra are going to be going at it, as well as Aizhao showing up to the mix. So it's a four-way scrap off between all these players in this lobby. And now we do have T225 trying to stay up here in this situation. Is going to go ahead and invest the Lonnie ultimate. Doesn't catch the first wall bounce. Lipo retreats from the situation. Aizhao still in the pocket, playing out these gold flying knives, being able to catch the power, but doesn't go for the full capitalization. He does know that Lipo is lurking in the back end. A Rondo with a bow shot in the kill feed against Star, and now Aizhao snacks out the elimination on T225, and it looks like these players are still not letting go of the gas pedal, because it looks like Lipo might be the next one up.
Oh, especially off of the back of that parry.
Wow. Oh.
And the Justina V1 freeze. Wu Fong steals out another elimination. This time with the Hallies, Frostivus, by the way, sent Shen Yuan entirely out of the game. So Shen Yuan and Verse, 2 of the 6 players who are MVP eligible before even second realm of Yang Portal spawns on up, have been fully eliminated from this lobby. That's Frostivus' 3rd elimination coming on through, and he didn't use either his ultimate or his F ability, so he doesn't have to worry, as we're going to be seeing him start to kite on over to Salvation Podium. There's no dome the way that we have the Spirit Wells in play, so you have to be very vigilant of those ballistas. You can see Frostivus does get that Yang pass and puts himself onto the backside of the statue so that he can keep an eye to see whether or not one of those players does try and put themselves onto that ballista, and he can immediately grapple onto them so that they don't get an opportunity to use those opening shots. As he's trying to hide himself away into this tiny little corner. Has to burn the ultimate. Doesn't need to abandon his position just yet. Gets the catch, onto the Lani. The V2 connecting securely. Frostivus knew that he was going to be coming under pressure from that hero. Finds the chase down onto them. Gets caught out, unfortunately, by the V2 and doesn't manage to use his combo break to get back into the Yang Portal Pass space in time. Now, outside of all of his resources, he's got no choice but to grapple away.
Yeah, he does manage to get out of that situation. That could have been bad very fast, but he is going to be able to stay up here in the situation. T225 does manage to snag up the pass. Mike in the realm against Wufang. Wufang with nothing to lose. Mike, a very big fight here for him in this realm. And he's able to win it. He's able to get that Skirmish off the weapon, plus the gold armor as well. Pistol shot opening here for Mike. Sends it. Oh my god, gets the damage there, but doesn't get the follow-up from that new J for the Hong Sword. Wufang now is going to get shift carry there from Mike. Beautifully done. Overholds the LMB focus. Tries to go for LMB catch. Doesn't manage to do so. Wufang not biting off the F nor the ult as well. Saving it. Now being forced to pop the F. Now as well as the ultimate. So Wufang now all full throttled in. Trying to find a prowl. Does manage to get the freeze, but the F caught in there for Mike. And now Mike's going to respond with the Liam ultimate of his own. It looks like it's going to be a kiting game here for Wufang. If he could potentially find a backwards freeze while he's kiting around. Since the R&B focus, the V2 connects here from Mike, and I believe there's no combo breaker in place, so he can go for the slide uppercut, goes for the pistol shot into the R&B. Quick and easy there for Mike, and he snags up that win here in the second realm of Yang.
Oh, 2v5. Not like this. Not again!
Oh, no.
He's got the Lani V2. It's just ended. He hasn't found the opening. Spider doesn't have that Justina V1, and it's all to play for as T2 finds the LMV connection. And he finally breaks the path of tradition. T2 wins the second realm of Yang, will not be afflicted by Yang depletion. Huge play for the Lani, and he gets his hands on a legendary pole sword too, as that's going to be doing huge chunks of damage, as well as potentially grabbing the last necessary hit to claim the kill elimination credit. As Frostivus goes over towards the shop, he didn't go into that realm of Yang. Remember, he was grieved off of it because of that Lani V2 coming on through. It would have been fine if he burnt his ultimate, but he still had the Yang portal pass and was able to go through the gate because it would automatically have refreshed it. But unfortunately, he knows he didn't have that portal pass. He had to just get out of dodge. Very smart decision making coming through from Frostivus, and it's not the most costly too in terms of lagging behind for eliminations because he's already got 3 from the early game. As do we get Salvation Podium final zone?
This is dangerous. I'm just looking at the Ballista Tower top right. Don't let anybody sit. Don't let anybody sit up there because the damage will happen and everybody. Oh, Edward
didn't get the memo.
He's already looking for these ballista shots. I believe one shot did connect onto one of these players on the bottom side, and it's A Zhao. And this is bad here for T225 as well. If A Zhao falls, I'm looking at the Yang depletion, and we have both of the Justinas with Yang depletion timer on their back. So a pair of heroes is definitely going to be potentially eliminated here. And in this lobby, you still have 3 Liams, and all those 3 Liams are in that top 6. So we could potentially end it here if these 3 Liams are able to control this tempo perfectly. Ballista shots flying on in. I believe it's still Edward. Spider eating up some of that damage there. Is going to lose pretty much all that purple armor. 2 blocks left there off the purple armor. A little bit of grapple stun there onto Mike there from Wufong. Mike now retreating back, trying to find a better opening for himself. We do have Spider as well, waiting for the perfect opportunity to try to get aggressive, as well as Wufong. The timers are ticking with 3 minutes remaining. They are going to get aggressive pretty soon, as we see it here. Spider first one in, gold nunchucks in hand. Wufong in the back end, choosing one of the Liams as well. That's Mike trying to retreat on the bottom side of this terrain. Frostivus with that tuna is going to go ahead and top off that health and constantly get that health back over time if he does manage to get active here inside this congestion of players. Spider forced to pop that F there on the side of that terrain, and we do have A Zhao as well in the mix. There's so many players here, and they know how the situation is playing now. Edward now catches the V2 onto Wufong, sends him on the bottom side of the terrain, losing all that armor. The drop down, no hits there onto Wufong. To be forced to use one of those dashes to create a little bit more space, but the Liams full throttle in. We see Mike getting a little bit of damage thrown his way there from Spider, and Frostivus and Edward playing the top side, making sure they don't get caught up here in any crossfire. But here we do have the Starry Night Falls now coming down, and this could be bad as well, even though you can get your ult on them.
Cloudy with a chance of getting hit by a massive AoE. Like, Moonbane is something to be worried about, but so too is Starry Night. Like C8 mentioned, if you manage to break the bubble or run into them, it does generate a huge chunk of rage. As unfortunately, the Justinas are going to be feeling pretty angry. They've got 2 Justinas on Yang depletion currently. No! TDV5 with the pistol takes Frostivus out on the lobby. 3 eliminations now picked up for his Lonnie. And that's now going to be the Justinas trying to win out. Spider needs to get one of these bodies dropped so he can pick up the Soul Bloom to cleanse the Yang depletion. 1 minute 30 seconds left. Down his ultimate, down his combo breaker. Has to go into the zone, root around for any slim pickings of loot that's been left behind. Picks up a great armor swap. But now that Frostivus has been taken down, the Liams have shown vulnerability and weakness. They don't have the strength in numbers. Spider gets taken down. Mike might be shortly following after him. TV5 isn't going to be chasing. He's literally just picking through the resources left on the body that's been dropped behind. Surprisingly, he doesn't actually cancel that V2 off early, as Mike has been able to utilize the deterrent, the threat of that ballista, just underneath the ledge off of it to get a full reset on all of his armor, and then drops over to the body, tries to see if there's any resources left to make up for everything that he's just burned, and now has to reposition out wide since everybody is going to be on the hunt for a Liam that's down his resources.
My stomach just turned because it could potentially go into a 1v1 situation for the crown. So just thinking about that, but still, it's a very close game right now. T225 with 3, Mike as well with 3, Edward with 2, Arana with 3, Asia with 3, Wufong with 2. We need to see a replay of how Frostivus falls there to T225. I didn't see the pressure going towards Frostivus' way.
I didn't see at all.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure was going towards Mike's way, and still off of that, Frostivus falls there, but now they are going to be waiting this out. It's going to be a battle of the spirit well to see which character pair is able to snag this up, and this could control a lot of the tempo with this White Tiger's powers as well. We see T225 with a cannon in hand. Mike, first one in, trying to get the value off of this as well. Wufong grappling on out. Mike responding onto Wufong, gets damage off the R&B focus, forcing out that Justina F. T225 in the center, full committing. Mike wanting to pick up this elimination onto Wufong, knows that Justina is fairly weak, needs to be real careful not to get caught up in a bad situation. T225 pretty much getting the spirit whip for free now, and he is going to be able to control this tempo off of this alone. He's going to wait this out knowing that nobody else is going to try to contest, and here it is, T225 having a full legendary armor swap if he needs it as well, plus that White Tiger's powers in hand is going to be able to do tons of damage here to this lobby. We do have Edward dropping very low already, grappling on in. It's T225. Edward now is going to go ahead and try to throw down the V2, but a nice iframe there from T225, and T225 snags up his 4th kill here for game 7, and now looking for more. We see him rotating to the top side of the terrain. Wufong next one on the list. cliffs. We see the second ball throw not being able to connect. One poster in the hand here for Wufang. Since the flying kick gets the damage there on the back end, has one more ball throw, two more ball throws, I should say. Arano trying to show back up. Both F invested there from Justina. Catches it, no he does, gets the slam down there off the goalie stance, and now Wufang trying to stay up, and it looks like A-Xiao's gonna snag out the elimination. T225 getting full active here in this situation. Mike trying to show on up, making sure he does not snag up more kills, but T225 already has 4 on the board.
Yeah, T225 looking for more. He got griefed out of that other elimination, which would have widened the distance. That's allowed A-Xiao to tie. Mike with the moonbeam hit. Who's going to get the range shot? Mike with the scale rush is trying to keep himself alive. Goes for the ultimate, the gold frame focus, just to keep himself from getting staggered. T225 is hunting this to the ends of the map. He knows that this Liam is weak, but he can't overstep. If he does, he gets caught out by that V2. He will be thrown into that zone and potentially turned on to, with everyone sensing the Lani's weakness, and there it is, the V2 into the zone damage. T225 is given a little bit of recovery opportunity since everyone's still turning on to Mike, but Mike finds a little ledge, a level of terrain that no one had actually been able to keep down, and he's found a full reset point off of the back of it. T225, I think, saw him go in there, knows that he's going to be down that ultimate, and is going to just keep pressing him onto this. He knows that this Liam needs to go, but unfortunately that aggression is going to cost him. Out comes the parry. T225 has to reposition with the combo breaker coming through. Needs to find an opportunity to get this armor healed back on up if he possibly can. He's going to try and turn the Justina against the Liam. Dodges through the pressure coming out from Mike with this Hongsub, utilizing the LMB just to keep himself away from the Liam's strikes before we come through with the RMBs and the back-to-back light attack. Clanks, Mike finds the prior. That's the combo breaker yet again. Boston out. T225 goes for the ultimate far earlier than he desires currently. Hold on a second. Target acquired. There was a Justina who V1 dashed over here. That's a moment of weakness, and all the better for T225. It's directly on the kite path to pick up the legendary armor reset swap.
Wow.
And now he's got control of the high ground alongside A-Xiao, who's also on that Lani, who's going to have full control of this phase as well as the ultimate. Unfortunately for T225, though, if he allows A-Xiao to start picking up traction and momentum in this final zone, he's going to allow the other Lani to get traction and potentially taking MVP away from him. So T225 doesn't know this. He's just having to get every single elimination he possibly can. More than likely, he's going to play on the sidelines. He's going to let A-Xiao start taking a little bit more of the aggressive plays on that Lani, and he's going to look for a last hit situation with a ranged weapon to steal some of the kills away. You can see at the cannon pressure is continuously coming out from that cliffside edge. T225 forcing all of these 3 other players in the lobby to stack on top of each other in the hopes that he's going to instigate a fight and that they'll be down resources by the time the zone pushes them closer to him, and he should be in a better position to win and get that kill score multiplier, as the Lani has already had that V2 force, and T225 is not going to bail A-Xiao out this time. Sink or swim on your own 2 feet. A-Xiao not getting the opportunity to find any target that he's looking for. Arana with the Phantom Step spectacularly keeping himself out of that Trick Balls lock through. And unfortunately for A-Xiao, that ultimate ends with absolutely 0 value.
Wow, and T225 not having that online as well. Arano waiting for his to come back up, and it looks like it's going to be a full reset, and what a situation right here. Mike with Arano, Mike being the one in that top 6, and then we have T225 with A-Xiao, T225 being in that top 6, and the kills being so close apart right now. You cannot let A-Xiao or Arano get any of these kills. You have to try to MVP here. The zone is closing as well, and 55 seconds here for zone 7. It looks like Arano and Mike are going to be playing the top side of this terrain. T225 trying to sneak his way onto the top right. A-Xiao is going to wait this out. No powders for A-Xiao, I believe, not being able to full top off that gold armor, so he is going to have to wait this out. The ult as well is starting to regenerate now, but it's ticking very, very slow. He's not going to have potentially that ult online once the zone completely closes if it goes to distance. So this could be one of those nail biters that comes down to the last second of this game. And now, I mean, this is very close. T225, Mike, both battling here to end it in Game 7, but we still have the potential of it going to Game 8 if Arano or Asia are able to snag up this MVP. In just a matter of moments, is going to unfold right in front of our eyes. We do have just a waiting game now. We see T225 common powder still in the inventory. Potentially he needs it, but we do have these players just gonna wait this out.
Zone pushes the Lonnies out first. T225 gets ahead of the situation. He full scale rushes. Asia is still gonna be a little bit closer to the edge of that zone than his mirror. Mike is going to be so happy by this. If he gets the V2 connection, someone's going over the other side of that cliff, and they're going to have to bring all of their stamina. Can he find it though? Asia loses that armor. Mike trying to hold space in the middle, in the center. T225 forcing out that V2 early. Asia was the first one to fall. Mike looking for the pick. He's got the V2. He's got to play a scoop turn up. He's going to keep Arano in that for as long as he possibly can. T225 goes down before he can pick up any of the soul blooms. And hold on a minute, is this Mike's champion round? He outlives everybody. 3 eliminations picked up, and the full screen is there. Mike gets the championship round and will be your spring 2025 winner.
No way. He does it again.
No,
I think
Arano gets it with the MVP. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be so close. That's got to be so close.
Wow.
Mike denied T225. T225 goes down before Mike. If Mike had got like more of the kill credits coming, Mike would have won it. But because he griefs T225's opportunity, we go get 8.
No, wait.
That's so funny because like Mike is celebrating just keeping the game in play.
No. He thought he did it.
He thought he did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He thought he did it. I thought he did it. I mean, he was celebrating. The camera cut to him. Was like, okay, get ready to throw to championship trophy lift stage. No, we go game 8.
I mean, just Arano snagging up those 2 kills right there. That's what I was saying. It could have gone anybody's way. And Arano on the Lonnie, just that V2, just being able to get those ball bounces there. I mean, it was very early where he popped that ult, and he's able to force out that Liam ultimate there for Mike. We see his coach try to calm him down. He said, you got this. You have one more game left. But wow, what a way to end Game 7. That was definitely the most confusion I've been in any game, right? I mean, it was just so close all around. With the way Mike was celebrating too, I thought he did it, but the music didn't really sync up with what we thought it was.
The crescendo. Yeah. Like, hold on a second. There's no smoke popping up. Where's the confetti? Run that one back. Oh my goodness. Well, you are right, C8. A very long day of NARAKA indeed. The full distance. 8 games of NARAKA, 8 games of Nbpl, and we've gone from 6 players. We had, what, 1 player on MVP eligibility, then we went to 4, then we went to 6. Now we're about to be the majority of the players. We said at the beginning of the day, any of these 12 players can lift that trophy. And honestly, that's going to be holding true in game number 8. I think there's like 2 people who were locked potentially out of it. As you guys are going to be wanting to lock the correct answer in for your answer for treasure opportunity. How many players chose Justina in game number 7? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4?
Oh, man. I'm trying to break it down in my head. That was insane. I don't know how close that was. It has to be very close there from Arano to Mike, right? Because Mike was the last one standing. I believe he had 3 kills, and Arano gets 5 there, but it gets taken out second. So we're gonna have to wait and see how the overall standings look. But oh my god, I thought Mike did it, like you mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if he would have won right there, because like we were talking about this, just Mike finds a way to always come on top when it matters the most. And you see it here. He hasn't had a massive pop-off game, right? That we're like, okay, that is an insane game like Frostivus and Burst have had. They had a 12-point plus game, right? But Mike now already in third place with just the match he's been playing out. He's just consistently staying up there, picking up those points, and now he is punching in that third place spot moving into this game 8. But wow, I mean, it's gonna be very close off of that game alone, and the overall standings as well. If none of these, I guess, top 8 players now are in the threshold.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah.
1 to 4 to 6 to 8.
It's gonna be an insane game 8. It's gonna be insane game 8.
What are the hero picks? I mean, we've already confirmed Frost is gonna have to go either the Syra or the Lani now. A lot of people, I mean, Shenyuan burnt his double pick on the Temi. Mike still hasn't double picked, I believe, so he can still make a potential play. Spider has now qualified into MVP eligibility as well, which will be the first time that he's MVP eligible. But the hero points, like the phasing that it affords these players to have access to, we're about to see some very strange hero picks coming through from these players who are towards the latter end of things. Oh my goodness, 0.4. 0.4.
Wow.
Toronto 7, Mike 6.6, T2 6.5, Asia 5.5. It went down to the wire. I was on the edge of my seat. Mike was out of his. Everyone thought like, okay, who MVP'd? That's gonna be a replay to just like full analyze when we get to see that come through in a matter of moments, because the kill feed must have been just going at a breakneck pace.
Yeah, and also I would love to see how Frostivus got eliminated, how I mentioned in that game 7. Because like how we were talking about it, a lot of the pressure was going towards Mike's way. Mike survives all that pressure from the Lanis, and somehow Frostivus gets caught in the crossfire. Yes, the 3 Liams were kind of rolling in the pack, but I mean, it kind of happened really fast because both of the Justinas did have that Yang depletion timer, and they were kind of icing off the pressure from both sides, the Liams and the Lani. So it was kind of a trio kind of setup, which is everybody's just getting active. But yeah, there it is, 8 players in that threshold, Spider being our last one, XY being 7th. Asia, I'll start with Fon Lipo. Those players right there are going to be full W keying in for this game 8. I would not be surprised if they're just Captain Griefers for this game. You know, you're not eligible. You have to have it's impossible to try to overtake someone like Frostivus with 40.2 overall game score for his 7 games already. But T225 very close with 35. Mike now with 29.6. Verse with 28.5. Arana with 28.2. Edward with 26.7. But 8 players in the pool, and all they need is MVP. And all these players have MVP in the league before. It is going to be hard not to see it go one of these top 8's way.
Yeah, so Mike ideally is looking for an MVP. So too is Verse, but then we've also seen these players pick up 12.6 in one game round.
Yeah.
So it's still all to play for. Okay, let's see if we get our wish as we look at our replays brought to you by China Unicorn. This is Mike coming through the V2 kill onto Lipo before turning onto T5, also getting that grab onto him, holding him in the space, getting the aerial send off so he can just corner lock him through with the flying knives follow up into the jump LMB. Shenyuan getting the turnaround on to start. Like these 2 players, every single time we come back to this POV, it was a Shenyuan versus Star, Shenyuan versus Star, Shenyuan versus Star. Shenyuan just getting the outskirts of that V3 to connect. This is Frostivus now comes on through with his V2 fight against Mike, gets him up into the sky, follows up with the RMB. Mike doesn't have the combo breaker, so Frostivus is able to go for the full combo extension. As Mike now inside this realm of Yang. He has to utilize that new soldier that we get to see coming in through from the Hong Sword. Finds the parry too, just on the outskirts of that RMB distance, comes on out from those Hallies before catching that V2. Gets one armor powder off, sends Wu Fong up into the sky. Doesn't even go for the slight uppercut, he literally just hits him with the pistol. This is, I think, the moment potentially where we get to see Frostivus go down, as it was T5 who killed him. No, we don't get to see how Frostivus got sent out of the lobby, but we do get the replay of this. Arano just uses the Justina F2 and lives. And then he comes out of it, gets scooped up by the Liam V2 coming through from Mike, but Arano still has the dashes with the Justina ult to get the kill credit onto whoever Mike tries to get the damage onto, which is why he's the one that gets the kill credit as the player dies to corruption damage.
Wow, he needed one hit onto him to try to take the MVP. And T225 from wherever he was sent after dying still confirms elimination onto Arano off of that. It's just, that is a crazy sequence to see. But yeah, WZ Arano now with his 5th MVP of this season, 16,000 damage, 5 kills off of this game alone, 6.2k damage off the dual halberds. He also had 3.8k off the pole sword, running flying knives as well with a 2.8k damage. Dragon's Eye Might for a J, center damage reduction J, Bethric Descent as well. I mean, it cannot be any more closer than what we've seen there. And yeah, just the situation, how it was unfolded. We did have the Tulani still up, but just how close the kills were between that top 4, it could have gone anybody's way. It would have been either we're done here for tonight and we have our champion, or we're going to be going to game 8. And that was the 50-50 game coin toss that we had right there. And you know, it went towards the game 8 way. So we still have one more game for tonight for the Spring Split Grand Finals. And I mean, what a other better way to see it with how close these matches has been. I mean, especially off rip, the hyper aggression from all these players, all the way into our first MVP here, shutting that down very quickly to make sure they're going to move on over to the next game. And then how close Frostivus came as well to snag up that MVP in that round where he was eligible to take the tournament home up with T225 as well in the mix. So it's just been a sequence of events that it's just been nail biting throughout the whole night, and we are still not done for tonight. It's just one more game, and then after this game we will be crowning our Spring Split winner for the 2025 season. And it's just, I mean, what can we say? I mean, it's just a treat to watch.
I mean, we don't know who it's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sort of like try and cut it down. We can be like, okay, Frost and T25 have the highest likelihood of, if one of those 8 players don't MVP, they should be taking the trophy home off of the highest total scoreboard that they've been able to accrue throughout the 8 games that have been played. But again, like, if Frostivus gets 0 eliminations, if T25 gets 0 eliminations, if Mike and Shinyuan pop off and get 8 eliminations and last player standing, they would be able to overtake and finish the game and the day in #1 position, which would be heartbreaking. Can you imagine, like, if you're Frostivus, every single game so far today, you started the day leading off of the pre-post points that you were coming in with, you MVP, you continue leading the scoreboard, you MVP again, and then you get overtaken one game, bounce back immediately. And then at the very last game, literally at the last possible moment, someone just comes along and bypasses you in that first place. Like, that would be a punch the desk, slam the monitor moment.
Yeah, 100%.
So tilting. If you're T225 right now, you're just thinking, not again, not again, not again. Don't let me finish second. Don't let me finish the season second. Not again, please. I'll take a 3rd or a 1st, but not a 2nd.
Oh, man. I mean, it's panned out like we expected, right? I mean, just, it's anybody's game, and that's literally what it's coming down to. Any of these players can take this Spring Split home, or Spring Grand Finals, I should say. And it's not surprising with just how high the competition has been throughout the whole season, and how much everybody has leveled up as well. So I'm not surprised, and I don't think this type of momentum from all these players is going to stop anytime soon. Everybody is, you know, just getting better and better as well. But now, loading on into our last and final game of the day. Game number 8. 8 players eligible to try to take the Spring Split Final home, or the Spring Grand Finals. I'm sorry, guys. It's just muscle memory, because we're used to saying bi-weekly finals and throughout the whole competition. But still, I mean, this is overall the highest, what would it say, the most intense finals I've seen personally from you know, opposed from Jacob, which, you know, there's so much more on the line of Jacob, just the bragging rights throughout the whole year to take that home. But in a spring finals, this is definitely the highest competition I've seen thus far.
I just want to see these hero picks. What goofy hero picks are we gonna see? Like, who has been saving the hero points for this moment? Because, you know, some people literally approach the day being like, it's not a race, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Yes.
I have to make sure that they've got resources to be able to last to the end. We've already established Frostivus has Syra, has Lani, potentially, depending on where he is in the phase selection. Might not gain access to them, but then again, the amount of people who can double pick those heroes has also diminished as the day has gone by. So we're not potentially going to see personality picks, we're going to see force picks. Come through as the prize pool for MVPing this round bumps up to a whopping 85,800 yuan.
Hey, that's nearly 12 grand. I had to Google search that. That's a lot of money up for grabs for MVP. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even know the conversion, how high the conversion was right now with how much money they're winning per MVP. And that's a good amount of change right there. That's some good cheese there for these players. And I mean, what better way? This is it, right? Taking the MVP grants you the win plus the extra money if you are in that top 8. And you see the crowd going wild, knowing the situation these players are in. Players starting to sit in their chairs. We are going to be locking in our round selections very soon. We're going to be seeing what these players have picked for characters, and Spider has free ball here to potentially get a double pick if it's in his round selection. If it has not been picked out beforehand, he has not double locked in. Mike has though. Mike double locked in that Liam, so he not sure what character he still has available. But also another player like that would be Frostivus, where he also locked in his double pick, which was Justina.
Yeah, I mean, Spider, there's the silver lining, right? Spider only now qualifies for MVP eligibility, so only now is he going to use his double pick.
Yes.
Like, that's why when we look at Spider's face, in comparison to so many of the other players, he's happy. He's smiling. He's like, yeah, I can play what I want to.
Yeah.
I actually have a premier pick for an MVP attempt. Everybody else, like Edward, he's double picked his Liam. He's used Liam. He's used Justina. He's used Shale. He's got to go Syra.
Yeah, it has to.
He's got to go Syra, which is bad news for Frostivus if Edward is before him in terms of phase selection. Let's have a look at the heroes that Mike has available. He's used Syra, he's used Justina. He's got to go Lani. Which is also bad news for Frostivus. Oh boy. Yeah, like whoever comes first in phase selection, if they get that double pick, it's going to double impact everybody else. Taka, Syra, double pick Temi, Cheryl, Justina. He's got to go Lani. So that's 3 Lanis that we've now accounted for. 1 Syra. That's... Someone's getting locked into something goofy. Someone's gonna have to break out the Matari.
No. That is not... that's not what I want to say. Wait, free ball for verse.
Yeah,
free
double
lock
ball
in.
for verse.
Yeah.
Double pick.
He's gonna have free will. I mean, what he had? I think he had a pop-off Aqua's game, right? It was where he had... Oh, no. He had a 12.6 game, but I forgot what hero he was playing. Could potentially be a rerun off of that character alone as well. Arana already locked in double Syra, so he has to go... What are we going here? This is force pick, huh?
Sorry. No,
yeah, this is force pick, huh?
It's maybe Kylan.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully not Matari. Spider's got a free ball, as we've already established. He's already got his double pick selection wholly open to him. But no, like across the board, a lot of these players have been backed into a corner. A lot of of these players have been backed in the corner, and now you're
Wow.
like praying that the people who come before you don't bar you out of what you want to play. Frostibus and TV5 are going to be in third round selection. Mike's in fourth. Ooh, that's a painful point. Spider and Shenyuan's not going to be happy. He's last round selection. Spider's fine. He's got free will. He can go whatever he wants. Shenyuan though, if he doesn't get access to the Lani, we're going to be seeing Matari.
Oh no.
Wait, has Shenyuan played his Kylan game? Yeah.
XY?
Yeah, no, he did, didn't he? Because there was one Kylan with V1 and one Kylan with V2, and Shenyuan was one of the ones in that round, right?
No, he hasn't played a Kylan. He played
yeah, he'll
Tarka.
be fine. He'll be fine. Like, he's known for his Kylan. So he's got that, like, backup. That backup might unfortunately be revoked, though, since some of these other players, well, there it is.
Oh,
They're
God.
already going to be forced from Wufong.
Oh god.
Ilkus comes through from Lipo.
I'm getting LCQ deja
Let's
vu.
see the spice. Let's see the spice. Where's the chili flakes? There's the Akos. Akos is barred out entirely. Temi gets picked up from Asia. The good news for Frostibus and everyone like in phase 3 is that Lani is still up for grabs. Frost has no choice. It's got to be a Lani here, surely.
It's a big pick. I mean, what else would he go? Atari? I think Valda? He's gonna match Wufong on the Valda?
No, Syra.
Syra.
Yeah. The debate between what would you prefer, Syra or Lani? And Frostibus has shown that his answer is Syra. He had the opportunity to be free. He had the opportunity to be one of 3 Lanis. And I think he's gonna be the sole Syra instead. No, Edward's gonna be Syra as well. Syra's now to play though, so 3 Lanis guaranteed. Majority shareholder. 2 Syras. Liam gets picked for Spider as his double. Shenyuan's gonna go Kylan, surely. Yeah, there's the Kylan.
Yeah. Wow. I think last chance qualifier we had, or probably before, we had Mataris instead of Valdas. For their, that forced pick. But Valda was very heavily in the meta last year.
Yes.
With her V2 change, right? Everybody was running that Valda. And then...
Yeah, but she gets evaporated by Syra.
Exactly.
Because, like, water plus the super heat of Syra Microwave V1. It's not rocket science. You literally evaporate and turn to steam.
Yeah, I mean, the only 2 characters that get that overshield, right? Just Syra just does it way better in that department, being able to also heal opposed to being able to DPS.
Because like Valda can heal in the V2, but she has to stay static unless you have 2
Exactly.
Syra can just continue to output threat levels when she's healing because the heal comes off with the stun dazzle.
Yep. And it's just, why would you play Valda when you have Syra in the game? But now you're forced to because you use all your round selections. like
Smiley face. Like this thing that power creeps your hero and does everything you try and do but better. Unfortunately, you've already played that for the day, so have fun on Valda.
Oh no! Wow. On the marbles up for grab though for game 8. We have our landing spots here for our last and final game of the day, and I think that is a congestion of players fighting for those fireflies on the right hand side of the map. I think we have 2 players fighting on the right side of Celestia. I think that's first, and we also have a Rano fighting that right hand side. Nobody landing on that bottom right hand side of the map. We do have a couple of rotations potentially there from XY. Spider being a lone wolf landing Temple. Frosty is a little bit more below him, but just that top right hand side of the area of the map is going to be a battleground. And we see there Wufong, also Mike, A Xiao, Star. These players are going at it. Edward as well is in that mix. So 2 players from here are in that threshold for that top 8, and it's going to be a fight to the death here to try to take this spring finals home Game 8, our last game for sure of the night. It's been an incredible time watching all these games, but now this is where everybody has to try to clutch up if they want to take this chip home. And it looks like we're going to be starting with Mike and Wufong going at it for our first fight here for game number 8.
Mike's day games so far today have started off incredibly strongly. He's been able to pick up back-to-back eliminations against the Valda too. The F2 hasn't come out, so Mike is going to have to make sure that he doesn't get caught by that one. Misreads the timing on the jump parry. Now has to try and space out, looks for the uppercut, but there's the F2, gets hit by one of those bubbles, has to burn his combo breaker of the F2. First shows up for the third party, and we may have spoken a little bit too soon. Mike started his other game strong, but he starts this one with 0 eliminations and a return to the Soul Altar. Verse now sees if he can try and find this damage against Wufong, but Wufong with those monies did invest all of that charge that he built up fighting Mike, trying to just buy the spacing for that F2 to come back online. This is the LMB, sends it, the Volda V2 now comes out, the first spit whips. Verse keeps up the pressure, the second spit finds the connection. Unfortunately, you only get 1 hit of damage, and Verse will be able to dodge out of the third one sent his way as well. And now that Volda without that V2 overshield is going to be the target surely. That gets turned onto by one. Not too daunted by Arana though. He wants as many Voldas as possible to live to this endgame scenario. But seeing Wufong incredibly low, he's not afraid to send the R&B Hallies Wufong's way.
And this is what I feared, and I knew it was going to happen. That bottom 4 is just getting full aggro for this game, and it's not surprising, right? Star and Wufong just off rip, getting active. Mike falls off of the pressure there from Wufong, and now we do see him going against Star. Now Nbpl does connect it to Wufong to Star. The third party coming in is going to be Arano, snatches up the kill onto Star. Beautiful spacing there from him, and now catches the prowl. F caught in from Wufong, and now the tables have turned here with both of these Valdas on the backside. We do have Asia now showing up to the party, another bottom 4 player. Nothing to lose in this game. It's just gonna go ahead and get active here in the situation. We see Wufong is gonna eat up the damage off the RB from the spear. Arano re-topping off that armor, recharging up that bow as well, and their aggression still going towards Wufong's way. Temi ultimate called in from Asia, doesn't lock him in place there with that Temi ult, trying to see if he can find some sort of value, but Spider takes out Edward in the kill feed. Wufong drops very low in the armor department, but catches the Nbpl there onto Asia, and this is exactly what Arano needs. Arano needs in the situation. He already found the perfect opportunity for that first third party, and that Wufong might be forced to pop the ultimate, which he is, and he is going to be able to not get the first lockdown, but he still has 2 spear throws left, and A-Shao trying to run for the hills with no ult here on the Tumult.
Yeah, Arano gonna be sticking on the sidelines. A-Shao was able to get a great armor reset. Wufong sends 1 spear just from max range distance before that ultimate can run out, and it does actually connect onto A-Shao. And Arana now is going to keep up that pressure, finds the grapple, forces the Temi combo break out early. No F1, no whisk as well, it goes wide. Arana with the grapple keeps up the pressure, looks for the follow-up damage, finds now the swap bump onto the Hong Sword for that extension off of the grapple bump. A-Shao still in a really bad place. Not gonna be able to find the spacing. He tried to turn the fight around the R&D from that dagger coming through. Harry comes out, forces Arano to burn his F2, and that gives Asia the opportunity to kite away from this fight. But Arano is still sticking on top of this Demi. He's not letting him out easily. Look for the drop down R&B to try and predict where Asia would be kiting on over to. Both of these Valdas, Piranhas smelling blood. Who's going to get that last chunk of damage to get the elimination? Arano is MVP eligible. He's in contention for the trophy. He looks for the scale rush through the door frame, and he doesn't manage to find it as again the Temi gets another cycle of the F1 to try and kite over towards Temple of Celestia as Arano is done with it. Okay, I missed the V2. You can run, but now I'm just gonna try and CC stun you. And he finally finds the interception, going high and predicting Asia on the low.
Aerial R&B or aerial L&B through the window and just perfectly clips him there for the kill. I was looking at the kill feed. Frostiness takes out TT25 as well as buying up that Moonbane charm, so he's looking to take those Bane as he's been doing throughout the whole night. Star as well, taking out XY. XY does fall there on the Kylan, top 8 as well, so he is gonna be taking a trip to the Soul Altar, trying to find another place to probably scale up or and potentially take the realm if he's able to do so. Frostiness playing Shipwreck, does manage to get purple armor. We're going to be seeing the replay here with Frostovich against T225. F called in there for Frostovich, engraving ×2. Oh my god, he has it once again with the blue longsword. T225 eating up so much damage since the third as well. No parries here from T225. Sees him double jump. It doesn't even matter. Frostovich investing this ultimate. I love this for him. Being able just to full invest, trying to get the elimination as quick as possible. But it looks like it dragged out a little bit too much. He kites on over to Shipwreck. He catches the parry for the elimination. And now Burst going at it against Star. Potentially fighting for those Fireflies down here. Looks like Verse is going to be forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate. Star is going to retreat off the situation. XY in the back end there with common armor. Still trying to find better armor to see if he can find the realm there. We do have Wufang and Arano fighting in that Celestial temple there to potentially get this, but it looks like Arano has the pass. Wufang's going to wait this out. And one of the Valdos are definitely going to be taking this realm. And I mean, it's just going everybody's way. Arano has a very hot start right now with 3 on the board, currently running up the ladder right now. But Star, the bottom 4, is what can be a big upsetter there for this top 8 as well.
Yeah, but the problem is, if the Valda goes into Realm of Yang and matches up against Frostovich and Syra, that's massively weighted towards Frostovich. That's the ideal matchup, and then he can get one of those Valdas with Yang depletion in a really rough position, because like Valda, one of the major criticisms of her has always been, you have to all in the fight. Valda ultimate or nothing, and you only get 1 hit of damage, and that can be done by anyone. The stars don't align though. Frostovich is going to be having to scrap one out against FPX's Star. So Syra versus Akos, and this is problematic for Frostovich because the Akos was actually a pick that these players started using when Syra was still top meta. We know that he's got the engraving. The Akos doesn't. Star finds it out now. The drop down parry up of the F1 as well forces the V2 early from the Akos. Frostovich now gets to use his ultimate. 1 Tiger Pounce already burned on out. The stun dazzles just guarding the angles of the pillar that Star could have run to. Gets another stun dazzle into triple charge. Dodges out of that last Tiger Pounce coming out from the V2.
Oh my god.
Reads that Star was gonna put himself on the side edge of that pillar. Throws the stun dazzle like directly onto the half of it and gets the CC into elimination off of it as Mike now is on the back end in a 1 versus 1 against T225.
Yeah, Justina ultimate invest as well as the Lonnie ultimate there from Mike. Using the Ice Burst to confirm that the F there from the OV2. And now the HP drops very low here from T225. Also stay in the pocket there, holding blue. Has the F to stay up now. 1 more hit, and that's going to do it there for Mike. Snagging up the kill onto T225. Axiao and XY going at it outside the realm. And XY needs to win this fight against Axiao. We do have XY staying up. Loses a lot of HP. Catches the power off of that. But the F card in here for the Tumult. And go ahead and invest the Colin ultimate as well. Gets the double slashes. Looking for the third. But the Tumult ultimate is going to be invested there from Axiao to avoid the final hits there off XY. And look at this. Frostovich goes White Tiger's power as opposed to Vermilion's Burst Mike. And we do have Verse and Mike going Vermilion's Burst Mike. So that is a little change that we see in the buff selection here for the realm winners. And now XY thought about the whisk. That was a beautiful whisk there from Axiao. But the F investment here from XY, and still has a little bit left of that ultimate. It does run out after that first slash. Star in the back end has to try to cleanse. So he is waiting for that perfect opportunity to third party on in. And we see the damage going towards XY's way. Axiao snacks up the elimination. The cleanse here from Star as well. And now Axiao recatches fire onto the Ockles. And with no ult online, he needs to try to run for the hills now.
Oh, but the range was Arano, who also needs to cleanse because he lost his Yang fight too. Frostovich manages to find the elimination onto Spider. Spider gets knocked out. Frostovich picks up a bounty onto Spider, and we didn't get to see the 1 versus 1, but Frost Knight picks up the 3rd elimination. Axiao is about to go out of this lobby. I'm pretty sure he's caught between a rock or a hard place. And a lot of players who need a body drop so they can pick up the Soul Bloom. And Arano will be able to grab it. It cost him the investment of the V2 though. All of that overshield is getting chunked down by WBG's Verse with the catch up of that staff. And unfortunately for Arano, he didn't have his combo breaker to use to avoid that follow-up damage coming on through in Jade Pond. Puts himself onto the lower edge, looks to try and find a Scale Rush away from it, gets interrupted, gets a common armor swap off inside the building before Scale Rushing back on through over towards the Vincil. Procs it as Mike takes out T225 and knocks T225 out of the lobby for a 2nd place finish.
Wow. It is very close, and right now, Arano looking right there in the kill department, but a lot of pressure is going towards his way. Verse, next one up as well with 2 on the Lonnie. The drop down R&B focus there from Star, applying tons of pressure down to Arano. And Arano's gonna fall off of this game alone as well. We do have the damage now going towards Verse's way. Star being the big upsetter is gonna snag up that elimination as well. And now we have a big scrap off here. Mike can get Phosphorus. I'll be proud here for Mike. Big damage onto gold flying now. It's a lot of damage. Syra ultimate investment here from Phosphorus. Catches the dazzle, the 2 beam charge as well. Being able to even out the health for now. Mike now trying to tap dodge roll here off these beams. Dazzle now trying to get a little bit more value as well here for Frosted. Mike does not have that ultimate up just yet, but it's ticking up very quickly here. Frosted picks up the second dazzle here. Doesn't get the 2 beam charge. The ultimate runs out. Now back to neutral. Health very even. F call in there for Mike. And now the Lonnie ultimate be called in. Gets cut off the first ball throw. Has the F to stay safe for now. Has the pillar here, the tower pillar, to stay up and get the movement game shown. But Mike catches the grapple there off that alone. Catches the ball throw as well. The overhold there. And Frostovit's gonna fall there in that situation. Mike snags up his third. Frostovit's out of game 8. Mike with 3. Burst with 2. Star being the runner up here for 4. And now this is where potentially Star can just change the outcome of this game. Burst though still snagging up eliminations, and that's 3. And we have another nail fighter situation here for this game 8 with how close these eliminations are going towards everybody.
Star's out! The player eliminations is out! It's
Michael versus
second round
Edward.
of Yang, and we've got 3 players left in this game. Seriously, what is this? This is the fastest game of NBPL we've ever played!
Wow.
Verse, 3 eliminations. Mike, 3 eliminations. Edward, 1 elimination. Does it slow down here? Is Verse and Edward gonna determine then a 1 versus 1 against Mike to play for MVP eligibility? Because Mike is one of those players. He's got 3 eliminations. If he gets the kill score multiplier, he'll be able to get MVP. Same for Verse. Edward is gonna have to get both the elimination onto Verse and Mike if he wants to be in with a chance of it. So now, Mike needs the information of where these 2 players are. He needs to start kiting over towards Jade Palm, as Verse does burn the combo breaker, has not gone into the Realm of Yang. These players are so worried about going into Realm of Yang and getting hit with Yang depletion. They're like, there's 3 players left. We might as well just fight in the open world. Why would we put ourselves under the constraints of time? Realm of Yang could potentially be used to just slip through and get a little bit of a time for you to go for full reset, but it looks like it's just going to be ignored entirely. No, Edward goes in. 40 seconds left. Does Mike try and challenge this? He'll have had the notification that someone walked through.
Ooh.
And this can be the major mind game though. Because if Mike now goes through, that clears the Realm of Yang for Verse, because there's no other player who can go through and challenge him.
And he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to take this realm. I mean, even if Edward gets the buff, you know.
No, Mike gets it for free. Mike gets the buff for free instead.
No way.
Verse goes through before Mike, so Mike is not going to be able to have an elimination, but he's guaranteed a buff.
And this is very surprising if anybody challenging this realm. I mean, Edward has 1 kill on the board, right? They obviously don't know, but with the amount of kills that Verse and Mike have accumulated, they didn't have to take this realm. The only person that really had to take it was Edward, because he only has 1. But even so, they didn't want to just give up the free buff, even though Mike is going to be the one snagging that up. But right now, Edward Verse going at it, gold staff in hand for Verse. Nice focus cancel there from Edward to avoid getting parried. Verse now is going to go ahead and invest the Lonnie ultimate. Edward is going to chip damage over time, losing up a lot of HP. Gets cut off with the R&B as well, forcing out that F. And now the Syra ultimate is going to be invested there from Edward. Verse in the back on to try to get a quick little reset in. Edward using that Syra ultimate to try to retop off that white health, as we see it here. Ball thrown down. Doesn't manage to clip off of that, and now it's going to TP Knob, trying to wait for the last and final moments of his ult to come offline, as we see it here. Doesn't catch the ball throw. Yes, he does. It spins back, going for the goalie stance. Doesn't manage to catch it this time around. The F invested there from Edward. Clink comes in. Full HP there from Verse. Has not even dropped an inch, and he finally does there off of a Clink alone. So now, still, the pressure going towards Edward's way. F called in here for the Lonnie. Overholds, no releases yet, and there it is. Perfect read there from Verse, and Edward falls in that situation. Verse, with beautiful gameplay here in the realm, is going to be able to snag up another kill, plus the gold armor and the buff, as well as Mike has the White Tiger's powers as we see it here. So go ahead and snag up some gold dual blades in hand. Mike with the gold flying knives also right next to that bounty. Wants to know where these players are going to be getting active. And we do have Edward with that Yang depletion timer. So he has to get aggressive, potentially off the realm, nearly close to Verse. And we see it here. Mike is going to have the information knowing where these players are at.
Well, he already knows where the players are at because he saw the other realm portal was by Jade Pond.
Oh,
but
yes, correct.
The crucial information is that Mike and Verse, both of them are eligible. Both of them were past the threshold, so it's going to come down to it because mathematically, I don't think it's possible for Edward to take MVP. Mike is on 3 eliminations, Verse is on 4. Edward wasn't able to find that elimination inside the realm of Yang, which could have been the thing that allowed him to make a comeback. It's going to be between OUG's Mike and WBG's Verse. Who is going to be able to walk away with this title? Mike not wanting to go down first. Shows that he's got Assault Smolder. Edward taps him with the nunchucks as he passes by. Mike keeping himself as mobile as possible. Kites into the building. Didn't want to find himself getting stuck in the outsides of Jade Pond because of that pressure. That Verse is just going to continue applying on top of him. Both of them with White Tigers. Mike without the weapon because he got parried. Has to now pull through with the Lani V2. Gets one trick ball, abandons the legendary armor for the common grey armor swap just for the sustainability. Kites on over to the Rift Dealers. Might be able to pick something up that was left behind. Yeah, he was able to get his hands on blue armor. Unfortunately for him, that legendary armor set that he's left has been grabbed immediately. Edward, so hold on a minute. I can get this full upgrades for absolute free. I just have to heal it back on up, and this fight continues. Mike kites over to the Vinciel. He had burnt his ultimate. He needs to even the playing grounds between himself and these two others. Stays on that block state for as long as he possibly can to avoid the follow-up damage. Skirmishes away is looking to just create enough distance to force the 1v1 against the 2 other players and disappear and get some form of reset. But Versus not letting him go. They're not gonna let this Lani disengage. They know that the ultimate is on cooldown. No matter where Mike goes into Forbidden Seal outside of it, they are going to follow this poor player. And Mike is just gonna have to run the clock in the hopes of building the V2 in time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. If they're able to just stay up, or if Mike's able to stay up there for Edward to get that Yang depletion timer to finish off, he could potentially get a second round there against Verse with just how close the eliminations are. But still, Verse still in the pocket, trying to get as much damage as possible onto Mike. We see him being able to kite out perfectly for now. And just, it's a little bit of movement error, and that's what it is. Verse with the elimination, and I think we have our winner regardless there. Verse being our spring final grand winner there with 5 kills already, trying to finish it up. And this is an isolated fight. Catches the power, rolls, but it doesn't even matter here in this situation. Recatches power onto Edward, and there it is. Finishes his style with the death slap. Shows and lets it know that he is the winner. And what a beautiful showcase here from WBG.
2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛单排冠军，现场所有的解宝，告诉我冠军是。让我们恭喜Verse， 鏖战到第8场比赛，最终在上海，我们见证了新王诞生。周四耀，捧起属于你的冠军奖杯，享受属于你的荣耀时刻。现场所有的解宝再次把你们的呐喊声给到深圳微博 Gaming
WBG Verse。
好的，平复一下情绪，同样也来到我们的舞台的前方。
Welcome to the center of stage。
哇，平复一下情绪。
Came down a little bit。
同样，我们的婉约教练也来到了我们的台上。今天鏖战至第8场比赛，最终我们在上海体育馆见证了新科单排冠军的诞生，不容易，不容易。那么首先，我们先问一下教练吧，婉约，我们先让 Verse 平复一下。
I think
拿下这个冠军，其实此时此刻，我相信你有很多
Now you have
想
the
跟他分享
championship，this
包括
year.
想
I
跟他
know
讲的
as
话。
the coach, a
来，
lot
先
of
对着镜
things
头
you
跟大
want
家
to
讲一下。
say to Verse. Anything you want to say to him right now? Share with him right now.
没说不出来。好的，哇，天空下起了金色的雨，我相信啊。 这属于每一位职业选手的努力，拼搏到最后一场比赛，拿下了这个冠军。来，平复一下 ，Verse， 平复一下。这个时候要像个男子汉一样，收起你的泪水。每一滴泪水都是通过汗水的努力来换到了最后的冠军的动力。来，此时此刻有什么话想对支持你的粉丝们讲？
is the step for the championship. 一来的支持，谢谢我的家人，谢谢我的女朋友，还有我的粉丝。
I want to say thank you to everyone. Whatever my girlfriend, all the fans who support me, everyone, I would like to say thank you. Really, I want to say thank you. And I would like to know anything you want to say to opponents.
压力非常大。
You know, I
怎么克
really
服这个压
they
力，
give
最
me
终
a
获得冠军
lot
的？
of big pressure today.
自信。
So
那
how
其
you
实
just
这次啊
overcome all
来
the
到上海
pressure?
来到春雪的线下的这个舞台，在这个场地打舞台、打比赛，有怎么
We
样的一种
know,
感受？
like this year we came to the center of
很兴奋。
Shanghai.
那
So
今天熬
how
成的第
you
8场比
think
赛是
about
靠什么
today's
样的
matches?
坚强的意志
I'm
力，
really
最后能坚持
excited.
住，最
So
后获得这个
fight
冠
to
军？
the game 8 was the important part for you to
自信
win the game.
努力
Yes, just
每一位职业
confidence,
选手
just
在赛
believe
场上都通
myself
过
that
自
I
己的
will
表现
draw.
和博弈，
That's
获得
why I
了
can get the
所有
championship
支持他们
today.
的玩家粉丝朋友的认
Yes,
可
it's the。
我相信啊
confidence，
此时此刻
and
现场
it's the
鏖战到
attractive
现在，
of the
留守到最后的所有的
esports
现场观众朋友们也是
And
非常
also
的
I
不
know
容易。
whatever
接下
you
来
are
我
on
们就会
the
见证在这个
online or
春季
outside,
赛
I know
的
it's
决赛
really
在上海，
excited
我
time.
们
And
新
now
的诞
in
生。
Shanghai, in
那
the
有
center
请
of
我们的
Shanghai,
李小姐送上我
we
们
have
属于
our new
冠军
king
的
and new
冠军卷轴
legend. And
以
now
及
it's
冠
time
军竹龙印。
for us to
来，有请我们
welcome
的
the
Verse 来到
Skoro
我
and
们的
Seal.
冠军卷轴前。
Welcome
接下来
the
我们将
Skoro
会
and
见
Seal
证
to the
在
stage.
2025这个春天，这个 NBPL 的春季赛的总决赛，全新的单排冠军的诞生。同样，有请我们的李小姐送上来属于我们本次春季赛单排的最高荣耀冠军卷轴，也请我们的深圳微博 Gaming 的周子耀 Verse 展示一下。
Okay, now it's time.
冠军竹龙印
We can show
现
the
在已经
seal
印上
to the
了
camera,
微博
and you
Gaming
can。stamp the logo on it.
好，展示一下冠军。好，同样有请我们的教练员也来到我们的冠军卷轴前。好，来，我先帮你保管一下竹龙印。好，来，二位一起看一下前方。同样，现场所有的热爱永劫无间 NBPL 的玩家朋友们，让我们也把呐喊声和
Okay,
掌
now
声
it's
送给
time for us
2025
again shouting out
NBPL 单
loud
排冠军
our
微博
2025
Gaming
NBPL Spring Split Solo Game Championship WBG Verse.
好，来，有请我们的二位来到我们的舞台前方。
Welcome to the center
同样
stage.，
我们接下来也将会请出为他颁发荣耀、见证
And
荣耀的嘉
also
宾，
now
让我
it's
们
time
请出
to
的是
welcome
永劫无间
special
职业联
guest
赛联盟主席侯爵先生，有请。
NBPL our host
同
Mr.
样，我
Ho.
们本次的单
Welcome.
排冠军除了盖上属于自己的冠军卷轴以及冠军竹龙印，同样也将会获得象征着本次的
We know,
最高
like,
单排
because
荣耀
this
的
grand
冠
final we
军奖
not
牌。
only
那
have
么
the
同样，
Skoro
这也
and
是
Seal, we
Verse 通过
also
自己的努力，
have
在
your
这个春天
only
收获的
honor.
最大的回报。那么同样，我相信接下来还有更高的目标，还有更多的冠军等待着他的挑战。来，有请。哇，金灿灿的金牌带到了我们的
Now we can
新皇
see
上
it's your。
那么我相信
honor time for you
，Verse 接下来会通过他的努力
to enjoy.
继续
We believe
向前进。
Verse
来
you will，
有请
give
我们
us
3位看一下前方，让我们用
more
镜头记录下
excellent
这值得纪念的
matches
时刻。
in your
同样，
esports
现场
way.
所有的接宝们，再一次
Okay.
把你们的呐喊
All
声、
the
掌声
audience here,
送给
let's shout
周子
out
耀
his
Verse。
name. Verse.
好的，感谢侯爵先生，谢谢，
Thank
请
you,
入席观
thank
礼，
you,
谢谢。
our guest, Mr.
来，
Ho.
话筒给到周子耀。哇，天空下起了金色的雨。今
Now
天
we
啊，
can see this
来之前
golden. is
你
for
预计是
you.
第几场比赛可以
So
结
I
束
would
战
like
斗
to
的？
know before all the
应该
matches.
来之前就打满，
you
这个
think,
怎么说？
how many
因为我觉
matches you
得
can finish?
这次总决赛大家都准备了很久，然后
Yeah, I think
打
the
得也会
Grand
很
Eight.
小心。
I would like to
打
know
的也
why.
会很小心。那其实
Actually,
我们
before
要
the
接下
matches,
来问一
I
下我们
think
的教
today
练
we
员
will
问
fight
一下满月。
until the end
那其实
because like
这个春天
everyone,
啊，
every
对于
solo
你个
game
人而言
player
来说的话，
really
是不是压力
work
非
a
常的大？
lot,
分享一
and
下吗？
I think everyone is good, and I
其
think
实
we
确
need
实是
to
非常
fight
的
to
大，因
the
为
game 8. So I would
我
like to
们转
know,
会期做了
Coach,
这么多的准
anything
备，
you
但
want
是
to
我们
say
三排
to
呢
Verse?
没有打好嘛。
Yeah, because
现
it's
在
also a big pressure
单
for
排
me
拿
as
了
a
一个
coach
冠
in
军
the WBG
其
because
实我
we
的
know
肩
the
膀呢没
trophy
那么
game
重了。
this year for
有什么话对
WBG
自
is
己的
not good
爱将
enough.
Verse 周
And
子要说。
like Verse is our only hope for
我希
all
望
the
他
WBG.
经历了这一次
And
的
I would like
冠军以
to
后，
say to
他
Verse
以后在大赛
after
上也
this
好，
grand
在
final
平时的
championship,
周决也好，他应该以
you
后
will
都会
have
打得更好，没有
more
说
have more excellent
那种紧张的
performance
情绪。
in the
希望他成为一
matches,
名真正的大
whatever the
将。
grand final
好
or
的，来，话筒交
the
给我们的
by
Verse 周子瑶。
weekly
其实
final
初登赛
or
场就给
have
大家留
the
下了非
bigger
常
bigger
印象
matches
深
like
刻的表
Jacob.
现，敢打敢拼。那这次春
We know
决
that Verse give
算
us
是
a
在职
lot
业赛
of
场上达到了一个新的
impression.
高度，
Like
开了一个好头。
first time
接下
you
来
gave us
还有
you
锦鲤
really
杯、
working hard and
EWC
you're
秋季
full
赛
of、ability.
协杯，那
And we
Verse
know
谈一
this
下自己
year
怎么样
Spring
规
Split
划自
is
己的
just
一个
a
目标和计
beginning
划。
of this year. So
我
what's
也
your
想拿个大
plan
满
for
贯。
the
也
rest
想
of
拿个大满贯。
rest
我
of
相
this
信在
year?
2025能否有一
I
个全新
also
的小
my
说男主，
ambition.
我们也
I
是共
also
同见
want
证
to。get
那么同样
all
的
the
话，在这个
championship
春季
this
赛，我们
year
也是见证了
from the
每
grand
一个
final
周决的
to
单排冠
Jacob.
军。同样，我们也
This
见证了
year
他
we
们所有的
know,
努力。
like
此时此刻，也要把所有
Spring
的掌
Split,
声
we have
和
the
我们
4th
所有
bi-weekly
的
final
鼓励给
championship.
到每
And
一位
now
参与到
I think it's
NBPL 的
time
选
for
手。
us to
希望
thank you
在接
to
下来的锦
all
鲤
the
杯、
esport
EWC 秋
players.
季赛以及深圳
Everyone
捷杯会取
really
得
work
更好的
hard
成绩。说
and
起深
wish
圳，
every
又是深圳
esport-
微博 gaming，
esport
有
player
主
work
场的一个
hard
加成，自己
and
有什么
wish
样的一个
all
想
of
法
you
吗？
have better score
我
in the
觉得
matches.
深圳微博
Yeah, and we know this year
把我
Jacob
带
we are
的
going
是
to 深圳.
非常
So anything you want to say
怎么
about
说
深圳 because it's WBG is
就是
in
非常的
Shenzhen.
正规，然后我也非常喜欢这个俱乐部。
Yeah,
此时此刻，
I
最后
really want to say
最想
thank
此时
you
此刻
to
说的一句话
WBG
是什么？
because
面对镜头
WBG gave
跟
me
大
a
家分享一下
lot,。helped me a lot.
你们以后谁再叫我冲击波，我跟谁急。
哎，不可以再叫了。那么同样的话，
Who
我们也是再次感谢所有的12位顶尖
Give
好手为
me
我们送上了这个
a
精
nickname
彩
later
的鏖
冲击
战
波
8场
and
的
I
春
will
决。
I
那
will
么
be
同样也
angry.
感谢
I will
每
be
一位
mad.
屏幕前以及来到现场热爱
Okay,
永
and
劫无
we
间
would
跟
like to say
NBPL 的铁
thank
宝们
you，because
现在
we're
场外
really-
在下着大
everyone is
雨
really，
大家
great.
在离
And
开
also
上海体育
we
馆的时候
know
一定要注意
everyone
安
is
全。
hard to
同样
come here，and
明天的比
keep
赛
safe
非常精彩，
tomorrow
三排
also we are
我们
here
不见
waiting
不
for
散。
you
最后
guys.
让我们再次恭喜
And see you
2025
tomorrow
NBPL 春季
and
赛单排冠军
congratulations
深圳微博 gaming
Solo Game
周子耀
Championship WBG first.
There's something so immensely wholesome about watching like the first trophy lift of a player's career, because you could see like how much it meant to him. Just like the tears in his eyes, the sort of like realization of, wait, this is actually real. I've done this. And every so often he was sort of like taking a step back and be like, no, this is actually real. I did actually win. Congratulations to WBG's Verse, bringing with his win the end of the era of the two superstars and the beginning of a new one, as both Mike and Spider were defeated. Mike himself said at the beginning of the day, if you want to pick up the trophy, you've got to go through me. And Verse went through Mike.
Yeah, I mean, Verse being a veteran in the league, finally being able to snag one up for him, one of the big ones, right? Because we have spring finals, summer finals, and then J Cup. But also, I do believe EWC will also be one of those major wins in the pool. And this year will be our first time seeing that, so that will definitely be an add-on to those big chips. But still, it was an incredible watch to see all those 8 games just full breakdown. It's just been insane to watch, right? Frosted being that first player, being that player at the top for so many games. 2225 being that first player in the threshold, not being able to close out. I know you kept saying second again. It's just so many upsets throughout the whole night, right? Not being able to see a finish from one of those players. But I mean, we mentioned it. We just want this player to win. We want this player to win as well. It's just so many players in the pool who are eligible to take this spring finals home. And I mean, couldn't even put it out better ourselves with how it panned out. It's just insane to watch how everything just unfolded for tonight. I mean, Mike almost nearly closing out this spring finals as well from downtown, right? He was literally so far off, being one of those last players in the threshold and nearly taking it home as well. It's just so many things that happened in these 8 games, and it could have gone anybody's way. As we saw the upset there from Mike, thinking that he won a game 7. It was just not enough there. A player like Arano just showed up and just shut it down for him in front of his eyes, forcing the game 8. And that's where Verse took matters into his old hands and closed out very strong with 6 kills, 10.2 game score for this game alone. Star being one of those big upsetters in that bottom 4, shut it down a lot of the momentum early on for these players, snagging over 4 kills with 5.5. Arano as well with 4 kills, 4.5 overall game score, and we saw Mike there with 4.5 overall game score as well for this game alone. It was just insane. And I mean, what other way to see it here with the highlights here, powered by China Unicom with game number 8.
I mean, yeah, WBG's Verse starting the game off by eliminating OQT's Mike in that drop down, hot drop fighters. We can have a look at Frostivus getting to showcase one of his favorite soldiers, engraving with that longsword when he doesn't have those flying knives equipped. The Star is doing such a good job, like the read of this last stun dazzle when he thinks that Star is going to be looking to skirmish off of that pillar. Oh, so clean into just the follow-up from that beam. And it really does look like it's going Frostivus' way, right? He got his Realm of Gang win, he got the elimination onto Spider. Unfortunately, he loses the duel. This is, I think, is how TD5 gets eliminated. No, Frostivus eliminates TD5 entirely when he has the bounty on him. As Mike here is keeping up the pressure onto TD5, finds the elimination onto that Justina, and yeah, this is where it fell apart for Frostivus. Unfortunately, Mike able to come on for having that Lani ultimate outlasting the Sire, as Frost not able to kite away in time. There's no other play in the area too to try and take up the attention that Mike has. And we go into the 1 versus 1 in Jade Pond. Mike being the first one to fall to WBG's Verse. And then Verse already guaranteed that championship title, just tying things off in a nice little bow by winning the 1 versus 1 against Edward. Uppercut into grapple bump, into jump LMB, 1, 2, uppercut, aerial LMB. And you can see, like, the moment that it hits, well, there's just that moment of pure elation.
Yeah.
And he just gets to punch the air and then slam the desk and be like, yeah, I did it. I finally got my win.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go back and rewatch that game 8 and that 3-way scrap off, because the person that lost Realm was Edward. Mike is the one that gets full focus. Just with how everything fast is happening while we're casting, I can't really remember how the tables turn onto Mike, but I do remember he gets parried and he's forced to pop the Lani ultimate. But I need to go back and rewatch that sequence, because he was in good position to take this game 8 as well. I mean, he came into that realm not having to fight anybody, gets the buff. The only players that were duking it out in the beginning was Verse and Edward, and even that, Mike was the one rotating on in, and even so, he is the one that gets full looked at very quickly in that scenario. So for me personally, I would definitely have to go rewatch that back, just with how the situation was there for Mike, because definitely there in that 3-way scrap off with Edward having that debuff, he should have been definitely the one being taken out first, and then it would have came down to a one-on-one situation there with Mike and Verse. But like I said, I don't remember it, just with how intense game 8 was. Like Moxie mentioned in the middle of that game, that was definitely the fastest game we've ever seen in the Pro League.
slowed down when it was the 1v1.
It did. Yeah, it did.
Versus one at the end of Jade Pump, because they, instead of like taking the fight in the overworld, like they tried to find the extra eliminations. And then also, if you lost the fight in Realm of Yang, you get a second lease of life because you can go back to the Soul Altar and potentially find your comeback. And so for like Edward, he needed the elimination. Burst needed to deny a player from picking up the scaling momentum. And Mike needed the elimination as well. He was a little bit behind it. He was looking at the kill feed, I'm sure, being like, okay, there's a player popping off here, there's a player popping off here, there's a player popping off here. Frostivus is going to be walking away with the title of Bloody Yammer. 42 kills picked up in one day with a whole chunk of damage, 154,632. An average kill score of 3 per game. So big congratulations to BBE's Frostivus. Definitely showcased the strength and prowess that he has as a player. And huge congratulations to our new NBPL solo champion, WBG's Verse. Comes on through with 32 eliminations throughout the day. No surprises that flying knives are the fair majority of the damage that he does, but there's still like a pretty decent share across the board. Halberds are almost as represented as knives there.
Yeah, I mean, Verse, 4 MVPs throughout the whole night. Just an incredible player to watch throughout the whole spring finals. Frostivus, though, this is by far the most polished I've seen Frostivus in. I've been watching Frostivus compete in every region he's in. He started off in C, moved on over to NA, then he makes it into the Pro League right after J Cup, and this is by far the scariest I've seen him as a player in the server, and especially in the stack lobby like the Pro League. It's just insane to watch how polished he bounced back from, you know, the bi-weeklies into the last chance qualifier. He looked great, and then now just showcasing his best potential, as we saw. So moving on forward there for Frostivus, I'm very excited to see how he's going to do throughout the remainder seasons of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. But that is just for solos. We still have the trios grand finals here for the spring split happening tomorrow at the same time, but this time it's trios, a different mountain to overcome, and we know how active it gets in trios. And I mean, that's a whole different ballgame. I'm not even gonna put myself in there because I'm not too knowledgeable on it, but I just know it gets a whole lot spookier over there.
I mean, I would be very surprised if the trios games tomorrow go the full 8-game distance. Like, YZG have looked unstoppable. 3 bi-weekly final wins coming on through. TXJ, a major pickup, a huge feather in their cap to be able to come on out, like engineering new compositions. They've looked the most polished as well on the Tarka Tianhai. They've been like interviews done where the players admitted that Tarka is going to take a little bit of time for trios players to get used to because he's never been in trios meta before. Yeah. All of a sudden, people are having to learn one of the highest skill ceiling heroes at a very rapid pace. But I'm sure like YZG, they're known for engineering strategies. Everyone looks to them as well to see like how to play those new compositions coming through. We didn't get to see anything super inventive and game-changing in the pre-finals, but that just leads me to believe that they've been holding on to something that they'll showcase tomorrow because they didn't want to give everyone the week's notice heads up where everyone could go, wait a minute, YZD are doing this? Write that down, we're doing this next year.
I mean, we've seen that happen, right? Team Pioneers, a comp, I think I remember it was like the Xiphon comp, where it just,
TXJ was behind that though, because TXJ was on TE when they pioneered the Tessa to replace the Yoda on the Attack on Titan. Then TXJ was on JL when they came up with the Xiphon composition. So like a whole chunk of the compositions that you see still being in play, which goes to show how good the comps that TXJ comes up with, because they stuck around for 2 years. Xiphon has been in play for 1.5 years now. Tessa Viper Wuchen has seen play for 2 years now. So he's not only engineering compositions with new things that come into the game incredibly quickly, he's engineering compositions that stand the test of time.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not easy to do, right? Because it's just been a number of comps that have been played out there for the trios, and you know, it works out for a lot of these teams. And like you mentioned, I've heard AOT for years now, right? 2 years, like you mentioned, it's just been a staple in the trio comp. And I mean, whatever the next character is could potentially be another outcome, but I mean, that's another topic for another day. But yeah, big congratulations to WBG's verse being able to snag up that spring split final. It's just a crazy fashion, right? I mean, literally, it just goes to the wire all game 8, and wow, it was just a crazy night to watch all these games. How close everybody was to take the chip home, but I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what else to say. It was just crazy to watch overall.
I mean, there were so many points today where if one slight thing deviated, you know, like the butterfly effect, if we saw one butterfly flap its wings at any time and change the outcome, like that ripple would have gone out and we would see a different player hosting the trophy. So I think, like, for me, that inspires so much confidence to what esports is going to be able to grow into this year as we lead from our spring season into our summer season, then into EWC, then into J-Cup. Like, the evolving process, it's not just Spider Mike. Every single player is in discussion. Every single player can manage to overcome the adversity and take that title. And I think this is really like the first year that we're getting to see that closeness of skill level, which makes me so incredibly excited to see the work that these players are going to do and how they're going to look when we're a year from now.
Yeah, I mean, it just continues to grow, right? And that whole statement that Mike was saying, or I don't know if it was Mike or Spider, where they were saying the era of the 2 superstars is over. I didn't even know that was like a topic of discussion that, you know, probably the CN community is having over there, right? With just how the upsets went throughout the whole spring split season. It makes sense though, with just how everything has panned out between both of those players in previous years, and even Mike coming off of J-Cup, not being able to snag up a bi-weekly into the last and final one was a big mountain that Mike had to overcome, what I was seeing in my eyes, due to just how much pressure he has, right? You come off of J-Cup being at the top of the mountain and not being able to stay there right after, definitely was a lot of mental fight that he had with himself, and he had to grow on it. And even so, he was super close to take this spring split final home. But yeah, it's just a crazy sequence to watch overall, for sure.
Yeah, but speaking about watching, unfortunately, you're not going to be watching any more Solos action. That is this stream done. Fortunately, good news for you. Triggers is going to be coming at you with a potential of 8 games, so make sure not to miss those games. But until then, I've been Moxie. This has been C8. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll have a rest of your lovely night. Bye-bye, everyone.